Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obun kife la chasha so, obun kife me chasha me. My baby, you know say you go love for me. Hey yeah, I do go, I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love, I don't go run away. Show me your love, I don't go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka munagi, me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby, and me and you. Me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby, Obuzi kife la chasha so, obune kife la chasha me oh. My baby, you know say you go love me. I do go, I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Obuzi kife la chasha so, obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know say you go love me.
Okay.
The way things are going right now, I think it's time for us to
release all the powers.
Yeah. I think we should first of all give them a hint of Abido Sheka.
Okay.
The country now right now. I think it's time to shaking things up. What do you think about Abido Sheka?
It's a spiritual. You know that we're no more collecting rights from transformer. We're taking light directed from high tension. 2024.
Ewé tí méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ṣẹ̀, ìfà ló ní kan fà ìmọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀, akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́, àkànbí bọ́bá lọ bèbèrè, wá fi jóye ẹlòkó, bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wá fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ, wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá. Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún, wọ́n ń pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàràbọ̀bà, àkọ́bí wọ́n ń pàdé ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú mèrè, aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run, tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́, ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Ọkọ ní.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Suma. Subramia, Suma. Soko sunu baby Subramia, Suma. Soko sunu baby Subramia, Suma. Soko sunu baby Subramia, Suma. Ejemo, ejemo, anamana, ejemeje, ejemo, anamana, wana mejemo, ejemo, anamu, para tuba jodiri tukuma tukutuba jodiri ndimo, eguma wego. Para tuba jodiri tukuma duku tuba jodiri ndimo obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruona oyibo
It is everyone, befere,
ayandaba 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 ayandaba
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
We mo. Yeah, we mo. We mo. No basanye ga ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
How are you feeling?
Ayandaba.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is right there. So I don't usually start two on the screen, but I've been having some problems with my audio. So Prestige, can you hear me okay? Just tell me if you can. Prestige. Oh, no one can hear me? Prestige. Can anyone hear me? Oh, are we doing this again today? Hello? Oh, hold on. Larry, can you hear me? Larry? Hello?
I can hear you, woman.
All right. I was asking Prestige, he wasn't responding, but all right, brilliant. So the audio is fine.
Yeah.
All right. Let me set you to the back. All right, thank you. And let me set Prestige. Hold on 1 second. Is this guy even there? Prestige, are you there? Prestige. Oh, all right. Let's give him a moment. All right. Good day. Good to see you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So the usual greetings. Good day. Good to see you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So how are you all doing? Hold on. I think we've got a special guest. Mr. Gomez. You're up this late. I'm surprised.
No, it's only 5 o'clock. I go to bed about 6 o'clock.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you. That's why I called in. We could hear you very well.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. All right, let me kick it off. All right, so that's Mr. Gomez, of course. So yeah, good day, good to be in your company, and how are you? So, good day, good to be in your company, and how are you? The usual protocol: click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you into the studio, and you are invited to use the $sign at the bottom of the screen as well. We anticipate 5 super chats per session. So we've been doing that for about 2 weeks now. And really often instances we hit our target. So let's continue with that. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So those 3 spaces are highly recommended. Then the $sign to super chat as a stream. That's at your discretion, but of course, you're encouraged to do it. Of course, I will encourage you to do it. What else would I do? So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and all that stuff. So, so good day to Chioma, good day to Alexander Gomez, Abdul, Mumin, Adana. So good day to everyone. So let's just kick it off. So it's going to be a mixed bag of all sorts, this particular session, a mixed bag of all sorts. But we're kicking it off with the storyline of the BOBRISKI and Chief Priest space. because there appears to be somewhat of a double standard being applied within the Nigerian judicial system. And we're going to be asking the question why that is. Because, anyway, let me not get too carried away, but I saw a lot of people actually sent it in, and it seems to rankle a lot of people that chief priest seems to be giving some sort of anyway, we get into all of the conversations. So steady down, and let's just kick it off. Let's kick it off actually with that space. So let's kick it off from that space. Bear with me 1 microsecond. Let me just recalibrate something. Let me play you a 30-second moment. All right, brilliant. So we kick it off with this, the chief priest narrative. So let's kick it off from here. Naira abuse, EFCC, CUBANA chief priest to settle out of court. So yes, a lot of, because of course, the Bobrisky narrative is essentially a storyline of the government looking to punish that guy. That's essentially what that storyline is. It's a storyline of the government looking to punish that guy more than anything else, for reasons of his unusual lifestyle. Nothing to do with this. Nothing to do with Naira abuse. That's what a lot. Even Chidi Odenkalu, he ran commentaries on that space that the imprisonment of Bobrisky is entirely, essentially around his lifestyle, the cross-dressing, borderline same gender sort of lifestyle that he lives. And this now headline on your screen goes on further to enhance that space. Naira abuse, EFCC. Naira abuse, EFCC, CUBANA chief priest to settle out of court. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission and celebrity barman, is that his official designation? Is that his job title, a barman? Not a club owner, but a barman. This guy still needs to be investigated, or maybe not for Naira abuse, but certainly what the source of his income is. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission and celebrity barman, CUBANA chief priest, have agreed to settle out of court regarding the Naira abuse case slammed against the celebrity. This was announced at the resumed court hearing on Thursday. Recall that the EFCC had dragged CUBANA chief priest to court over allegations of Naira abuse, but the socialite was granted a 10 million Naira bail after he pleaded not guilty to charges at the Federal High Court in Lagos on April the 17th. The EFCC arraigned him before Justice Kehinde Ogundare on 3 charges bordering on abuse of the Naira, spraying and tampering with the nation's currency at a social event, contrary to the provisions of the Central Bank Act of 2007. Appearing for the defendant, Ojukwu SAN told Justice Kehinde Ogundare that they have agreed with the EFCC to settle out of court, and in line with the reconciliatory spirit, they also withdrew the notice of preliminary objection to enable them explore settlement. The counsel to the defendant added that they have looked at evidence, and in accordance with Section XYZ of the EFCC, they can compound. Also, it goes on to speak on matters legal. Lawyers for the prosecution, Bilikisu Buhari Esquire, confirmed the receipt of application of the defense, adding that the application is still being considered. It is clearly, patently the case. There can be no equivocation. Apologies, Thomas. There can be no equivocation that the travails that Bobrisky is going through is entirely about his lifestyle and nothing at all to do with Naira abuse. Who doesn't abuse the Naira? But there it is. So let me show you this one. This one now next up. We're still this story continues to linger. Is refusing to go away. Coastal Highway, what we built in 6 years, was demolished in 6 hours. So this is this is a landmark tugging at the heartstrings of society. So let me make it bold. Yes, let me make it bold so you can see it. So this was what the facility looked like before. So that's what it looked in all of its splendor and everything. And this is after the bulldozer set in. So it's entirely, completely flattened. But then, of course, the land doesn't belong to him anyway, as we have already established. A part of landmark bridge in Victoria Island, Lagos, on Monday was demolished to give way to the Lagos-Calabar Highway, Nigeria's biggest public infrastructure project. Let me shrink that. Nigeria's biggest public. I think this is probably the biggest infrastructural project ever that country has ever embarked upon. A part of landmark bridge on Victoria Island, Lagos, on Monday was demolished to give way to the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, Nigeria's biggest public infrastructure project. This is despite the outcry in some sections about the potential jobs, this is despite the outcry in some sections about the potential jobs and means of livelihood that will be lost. Meanwhile, the Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, whilst defending the demolition, noted that the move was necessary considering that Landmark Center was located on the federal government's right of way. So we've already cycled around that. So, but just really is the before and after that. This guy continues to this guy continues to mount a hearts and mind sort of campaign against. He cannot win now, so they are not going to then say they are not going to build it. The most that will ever happen is that they compensate him, and they've already offered to compensate him. So, is this guy, by this campaign, is it his anticipation then that the government will abandon a 15 trillion Naira project just because he's beeping up sentiments within the media space? So what's his anticipation? So that's the before. That's what it looks like in all of his splendor. And this is the after Dave Umahi's bulldozers went in. So there it is right there, totally and completely flattened. So that's that. Yeah, we've done this one. Naira abuse, CFCC, CUBANA chief prays to settle out of court. So we've done that. So we've done that, and we've done it in many incarnations. Chief priest, EFCC to settle out of court. We've done that. Somebody sent this in for us to watch. I think it's hold on. Somebody sent this in for us to watch. I think it tallies with still that narrative of the I think it's tallies with still that narrative of the coastal highway. So let's just watch a little bit of it and then we'll move on.
Because Calabar Coastal Road, whether the idea makes sense or not. Some people, they say they get many abandoned roads where they don't live, where they don't do. Abandon. They say money no there to do them. But now we want to spend $4 billion on a brand new road when we don't know the year where they will finish up. So I came across a video on Tunde North's page of a road somewhere in Edo State. According to Tunde North, he said the road there was cheap. But let me show you the road. I can't tell you categorically if it's Aushi because of connect in Aikoma. But one truth is, it is a federal road. Secondly, it is in Edo State. Let me show you this video. Watch this. You see the truck? You see how? You see where the water rich people they watch it. Those driver don't be side, on the driver side.
Jesus, and then they tell now, driver they side though.
Did you see people have to be swimming
Driver they
on the
side
road? They be swimming.
You know see some
Road
weekend.
up part, this where people they swim.
Oh.
They have to rescue the driver.
And they tell say Mark no go pass.
All. So why not let's fix the road, the abandoned roads around the country before we
All right. I think we get the gist of that. Is pretty much regurgitating the same arguments that has been made countlessly. Why not fix all of the roads in Nigeria first before you embark on a new project? It's a pedestrian argument and a non sequitur. It's just a nonsense. So let's go on from that nonsense to this. You cannot fix everything in the country first before you embark up. You can do both, because it is government after all. We won't blame Buhari for our situation. We have swallowed bitter pill. So this is Kashim Shettima giving Buhari a getaway car. They should. I think the Buhari administration have actually gotten away with it fairly easily. What they did for 8 years, and nobody really yet to be held to account outside of Emefiele. We won't blame Buhari for our situation. We have swallowed bitter pill. This is Shettima giving the Buhari the pass. So, it says Vice President Kashim Shettima has said that the administration of President Bola Tinubu will not blame his predecessor, Muhammadu Buhari, for the challenges it encountered after taking over. Shettima, speaking during a roundtable organized by the 21st Century Chronicle, said this was the most difficult time to occupy political leadership in Nigeria due to the challenges facing the country. He said that President Tinubu decided to take a bitter pill for the country instead of settling for a placebo. So I think you understand the metaphor. He said what it's essentially saying is that Tinubu has just decided to take the hard decisions, take the body blow from the citizenry, and keep his fingers crossed that his plan will work. The president chose the option that will save the lives of people instead of the ones that will lead to the prolonged economic death. We will not resort to put the blame on previous administration, as leadership is about courage and continuity. Before we took charge, the biggest elephant in the room was about fuel subsidy removal. It was an albatross round the neck of the nation for the past 20, 30 years. We understood why our predecessor decided to remove subsidy, because there was no sufficient budget for it in the fiscal year. A year before we took office, Nigeria's debt service to revenue ratio had grown to 111.18%. It was an economic death. So just pause for a moment and reflect on that. Statistic. A year before we took over, Nigeria's debt service, so your debt service to revenue ratio had grown to 111.18%. So you were servicing debt as a country with more than you were earning in order to service those debts. So how are you able to do that? That essentially means that they were borrowing to service borrowing. So that's what Buhari left behind. A year before we took office, Nigeria's debt service to revenue ratio had grown to 111.18%. It was an economic death. To be plain to us, our debt service was that if you earned 100,000 naira, you are forced to borrow an additional 11,800 to pay the debtors. How do we intend to survive this? It will not be long before we become a pariah. So those are the harsh realities. I don't think they explain sufficient enough of these things for the public to have a real feel of what got us to that spot. So now that clip that I played you, somebody sent it in and they were quite insistent that we watched it. So now this next clip that I'm going to play you, somebody else sent it in. When I say somebody, I'm talking about actually several people. So this next clips that I'm going to play you, several people sent it in and they were insistent that we play it. So let's play it.
Man, Caesar, I'm extremely disappointed at David Umahi. Those are the kinds of statements that.
Okay. I suspect that this is going to launch at. I suspect that this is going to launch at the Umahi Peter Obi space. So let's watch it.
Here from a senior government official, and he's a man I tend to respect, because he's a hardworking individual, and he knows his onions when it comes to engineering and Ministry of Works and Roads Constructions and things like that. So I have a lot of respect for him. But particularly, I felt offended by that statement because I've said it on this program severally. I detest the dog whistling of an entire ethnic group in Nigeria. And let's call a spade what it is. It's becoming one too many that we want to consistently and
all right, so he detests the dog whistling of an entire ethnic group within the country, and I join him in that detestation. But curiously, the person that is actually running the commentary is of the same ethnic stock. So that cannot be a dog whistling there, and that's an internal truth speaking to each other. That might well be another way to read it. But he continues.
Continuously scapegoat the Igbo ethnic tribe in Nigeria, and it's unacceptable. It is unacceptable because there is a history of violence targeted at that group since 1953 in our country. Listen, Caesar, a meeting was held in Lagos.
I'm not sure that I am going to agree with this guy right here. I'm not sure that the Southeasterners have especially been targeted with violence. Nigeria is a violent country, and everybody is a victim. I'm not aware. Maybe because I'm not of the ethnic stock, then that explains why I might not be aware. But I am not aware that the Southeasterners are especially targeted with violence in Nigeria. But this is what this guy is trying to put forward. But he carries on.
In Nigeria. And let's call a spade what it is. It's becoming one too many that we want to consistently and continuously scapegoat the Igbo ethnic tribe in Nigeria, and it's unacceptable. It is unacceptable because there is a history of violence targeted at that group since 1953 in our country. Listen, Caesar, a meeting was held in Lagos, not necessarily a meeting, in Parliament. Anthony Nahoro moved a motion for the independence of Nigeria. The North opposed that motion, and at the train station, when they were going back to their constituency, they met a crowd that was essentially mocking them. They got back to the North. Chief Akintola led a tour across the North, to campaign essentially for the independence, to rally the North in support of Nigerian independence. Guess what happened after that? Riots broke out in northern parts of Nigeria, particularly in Kano, where over 240 Igbos were massacred. Were they the ones that demanded for Nigeria to have an independence at that time? In 1966, particularly in May, months before the Civil War happened, thousands of them were massacred across northern cities, and they had to flee.
And by the way, the speaker is a non-Igbo. I'm not quite sure who he is, but his accent and his physiology doesn't look anything Igbo. You can hear from his voice that it's not Igbo. But I don't want to diminish anything he's saying, but you can pick and mix this sort of narratives and paint. You can pick and mix incidents in the history of Nigeria and paint a narrative of victimization of any of the ethnic stocks. So that is not to say anything that is saying is true or untrue, but it's a curated sort of narrative.
To the east for safety, because thousands of them were indiscriminately killed for what they knew nothing about, right? So let's not even talk about the Civil War and the hundreds of thousands that were massacred, and the fact that after 1970, this entire ethnic group had to start from the scratch again to begin to build their lives. And she's a look at what they have done since 1970. A group that left or started from nothing, went to Bauchi, went to Kano, went to Meduguri, went to Akure, went to Ogun State. And look what they have built in 40 years of hard work, grit, and no support from the federal government. Look what they have done from themselves. But what we consistently and continuously do is to signal hate.
There is no doubt in the Southeastern enterprise, especially in business. There is no doubt in the Southeastern enterprise, especially in business. But there is no doubt in the enterprise of the Nigerian person. It's just that everybody has areas of specialism. If you go to accounting, for instance, you probably find that a good 60-70% of the accountants in Nigeria are Southwesterners. Go to law, go to medicine, go to all those spaces. So those are enterprise spaces too. But in terms of buying and selling, there is no doubting. In fact, globally, you'll find very few. You'll struggle to find anybody that beats a Southeastern man. So there is no, and by the way, what facilitates their enterprise is still the Nigerian state. You know, it's still the expansiveness of the Nigerian state, because they are not practicing enterprise within their own narrow geographical terrain. They are practicing enterprise in Lagos, in Kano, in Kaduna, Abuja, in the expansiveness of all of that country. So it is still the country that makes them who they are. So I'm not quite sure you can have one and the other fitting in the same slot.
Hatred and violence against the group. And this thing has to stop. We can't continue a country. Listen, if you don't want a group of people to be a part, let them go then. I don't understand this. Every turn, there has to be an excuse to single out an ethnic group. I give you a typical example. Just like the past elections, I heard people telling, how can the OB, for instance, have scored 98% in certain states to the north? How can he have scored 90%? Muhammadu Buhari, under a PDP-led federal government, scored over 90% votes in 4 northern states. Go and check the results in Katsina. Go and check the results in Bauchi. Go and check the results in Jigawa.
But the same criticisms apply though. So you are using two negatives in order to establish even yet a negative. The same principles apply. The same criticisms. When they were telling us, remember during the 2015 and even the 2019 elections, when they were telling us that Buhari was scoring 90-something% of the votes in places like Borno, and the registered voters in Borno, they were Adanlekoko will confirm that we riled against this. And the registered voters in Borno, the registered voters were voting at 80-90% take. So Borno is a war zone. So how can 80-90% of the population of that space be voting 90% for one person? So the Buhari example only goes to enhance the Peter Obi example. How can 98% of the people in this, do they not have capacity for independent thought? I'm sure they do. They tell us that they are Republicans, and they tell us that they bow to no man. So that it doesn't cohere. That logic only really enhances the accusation being leveled against the Southeast. The votes in the South. In fact, if there was any rigging that took place in 2023, the bulk of it was in the Southeast.
Went to Bauchi, went to Kano, went to Meduguri, went to Akure, went to Ogun State. And look what they have built in 40 years of hard work, grit, and no support from the federal government. Look what they have done from themselves. But what we consistently and continuously do is to signal hatred and violence against the group. And this thing has to stop. We can't continue a country. Listen, if you don't want a group of people to be a part, let them go then. I don't understand this. Every turn, there has to be an excuse to single out an ethnic group. I give you a typical example. Just like the past elections, I heard people telling, how can the OB, for instance, have scored 98% in certain states to the north? How can he have scored 90%? Muhammadu Buhari, under a PDP-led federal government, scored over 90% votes in 4 northern states. Go and check the results in Katsina. Go and check the results in Bauchi. Go and check the results in Jigawa. He scored over 90% in those states under the leadership of the PDP as a federal government. So it was okay for Buhari to score over 90% in his own core constituency, but something utterly went wrong when Obi did it in the Southeast. This ethnic group have always been part of a nationalist political party and never really have ever built a regional movement. All the times they have supported a political party have been national political parties right from the NCNC.
Yeah, true.
They have a stakeholder in the PDP. They don't have the regional party in the sense that we had ACN in the Southwest, in the sense that they had AMPP in the North. They did not have the behemoth of a regional political party. So where is all this hate coming from? Where
Well, that's patently untrue. Now we all know that APGA. Why is even saying that? And the person moderating the conversation is not pulling him back. We all know that APGA essentially is a regional party playing to the national space. So I mean, it shouldn't even. Why would he even say something like that?
Where is all this hate coming from? They tell you now, for instance, that they have a rabid mob who are harassing people on the internet because their candidate lost. We have very short memories. In 2011, a candidate lost in this country and over 800 people were massacred in violence in the north. I should know this because I personally saved 11 core members and were.
Yeah, but that was also criticized. You know, was that not also? I mean, what's this guy even doing? It's getting to become a bit of an annoyance. That was also. So the negative does not then justify another negative. That was equally criticized as this is being criticized as well.
Hidden in my father's hotel in Kano. So what are we saying? 800 people were massacred because of the ambition of somebody in this country. And suddenly we are losing our minds because we are saying people are insulting you online. And they're a rabid mob. Let us stop this. Let us stop this ethnic dog.
No, but it's not so much the criticism of governance or government, but it's the manner that they go about it. That's the every person, every Nigerian has the right to criticize the government in any way that they choose to. But we don't, because we're a conservative African space, we don't have the culture of just this wild, vile abuse. That is being spewed online. That's where the criticism is. The criticism is not that they should not hold the government to account. It's the abuse and the insults that people are saying it's unacceptable.
Whistling. Let us stop this ethnic baiting, and this thing should not continue. We are one people, one country.
Look, when you have a situation where there is a concerted effort to stigmatize an ethnic nationality and blame.
All right. I think we pretty much know where the Lefarotome is going. It's pretty much endorsing whatever it is that that person was just saying. So we've done this one as a headline. Let's go on to this. Let's go on to this one. Presidency fault organized labor over 615,000 Naira minimum wage demand. So this is the figure that the organized labor union came up with, and you might well buckle when you first see the figure, 615,000 Naira, but it is a means-tested figure. That 615,000 Naira is a means-tested figure. So they've gone through all that will be required to live an averagely decent life. But they used a family of 6 as a standardized family. So I'm not quite sure. I think the standardized family in Nigeria is 5. Mom, dad, 3 children, 2 boys, 1 girl. That's the standardized Nigerian family. But they're losing 6 children and then 2 parents, which makes 8. But they did rent, feeding, health, and all of these things, what the requirements are for a month. And that's how they arrived at this figure. Presidency fault organized labor, over 615,000 Naira minimum wage demand. So you might well say that the 615,000 Naira is too much, but the amount being proposed by the government in this economic climate is too derisory. The presidency has said the 615,000 Naira minimum wage demanded by organized labor is unrealistic and not feasible. Recall that the Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC, President Joe Ajaero had said the organized labor had proposed 615,000 Naira as the new minimum wage to the federal government. In an interview on Channels Television, Ajaero said the proposed minimum wage was based on an analysis of the current economic situation and the needs of an average Nigerian family of 6. However, in a chat with correspondents, the special advisor to President Tinubu on media, on information and strategy, Bayo Ononuga, said the federal government cannot pay the proposed minimum wage demanded by the labor unions. The presidential aide added that the parties must agree on an amount feasible for the government and the private sector to pay, or the current negotiation impasse will continue. He said, it is an open affair. The NLC president, Ajero, told the public today they were asking for 615,000 naira per month as minimum wage. So where will the money come from? Do we have that kind of money to pay? The government cannot afford any minimum wage that it cannot pay. So I think that demand is quite excessive, actually. I think that demand is quite excessive. But then I think the amount being proposed by the government is also derisory. I think a good minimum wage for somebody to be managing on will be around about 120,000 naira to give somebody a respectable life. So the president is hoping that maybe at their next meeting, everybody will come to some reasonable agreement that will reflect what the government and the private sector can pay. So I didn't quite know that the minimum wage binds on the private sector as well, but there it is. Let me give you this one. This one is just wrapping up affairs from the Buhari space. Police arrest mastermind of Abuja-Kaduna train attack. Do you remember that there was a young doctor that was killed on that train attack? A young pretty girl like that. I think she was actually meant to go abroad just the next day to start a beautiful career. She's a medical doctor. She had just finished her degree as a medical doctor, already secure. Anyway, you all know the backdrop. So it looks as though the mastermind behind that now in custody. Where are the super chats today, by the way? Police arrest mastermind of Abuja-Kaduna train attack. The Nigeria Police Force on Thursday announced the arrest of the alleged mastermind of the attack on the Abuja-Kaduna train, where some passengers were killed while scores were abducted in March 2022. The mastermind was identified as Ibrahim Abdullahi, also known by the ominous moniker Mandi. First public relations officer, whatever his name is, who made this known in Kaduna on Thursday, also disclosed that the suspect had also participated in the abduction of students from Greenfield University in 2021. So it looks as though he's a big-time kid. Well, he has to be a big-time kidnapper anyway, because that Kaduna train attack was especially a gruesome, big operation. Adejobi, that's the first PRO. Adejobi also added that 48 AK-47. You know, the whole of the north is just completely awash with weaponry. There's more weapons in the north. And there's spaces in the studio, by the way. Anybody that wants to jump on. There are more weapons in the north than probably in the Nigerian military stock. Adejobi also added that 48 AK-47 rifles were seized during Mahdi's arrest, and efforts were underway to identify his sponsor and suppliers of weapons. He said on March 12, 2024, police operatives attached to an anti-kidnapping unit in Kaduna, based on credible information, swooped in and arrested one Ibrahim Abdullahi, aka Mahdi, at the Abuja-Kaduna Road flyover by Rido Junction. The suspect confessed to being the leader of a kidnapping syndicate terrorizing Kaduna-Abuja highway, ranked amongst other criminals like Dogo Gidi and Bello Taji. So those Dogo Gidi and Bello Taji, I think they have already gone to meet their makers, because what's it called? This Borno guy, Ribadu, he's not messing around. He just shoot them, is what he's saying, and they are getting shot. Why they've not quite shot this one now is they'll start feeding him through the court processes. He had participated in various kidnapping incidents, including the kidnapping incident at Greenfield University, and he partook in almost all the kidnappings along the Abuja-Kaduna highway. Meanwhile, the police spokesperson also said that no fewer than 81 armed robbers, 40 kidnappers, 73 murder homicide suspects, 36 rape suspects, etc., etc. So he's giving us then an account. But I'm only really bringing you that because it looks as though now the person behind the Kaduna whatever happened has now been caught. Refined Dangote fuel now expected in July. So where are we now? We're in May now, June, July. So in 2 months then, petrol there to be at the pumps. Hopefully they don't change this date again, because that date has changed so often. So let's have a look. The 650,000 barrels per day Dangote refinery may not be able to deliver premium motor spirit PMS, also called petrol, to the domestic market in May, as widely reported earlier. So they've shifted the goalpost again. But why, though, is the thing? Correspondents learned that the delay may not be unconnected with the installation of residue fluid catalyst cracking unit to facilitate sustainable refining. So they still put in these people, man. This Dangote, man, it's just a chance. If the thing is ready, the thing is ready. And if the thing is not ready, so they're still putting heavy duty machineries where we thought that they should already be pumping. An industry expert told correspondents that the RFCCU is an advanced version of the, so due to some machineries being installed, that's essentially what they're telling us. And now this last one, Tinubu's government will show no favoritism in fighting corruption. This is Shettima again, and there is enough antecedents in the administration for us to hold that to be true. We saw what happened to Yahaya Bello, we saw what's happening to Beta Edu, etc., etc. Nigeria's Vice President Kashim Shettima declared on Thursday that President Bola Tinubu's administration is resolute in its commitment to combat corruption impartially and without any bias. Correspondents report that Shettima made this assertion during the second edition of Chronicle Roundtable in Abuja today, where he also highlighted the government's efforts to address the country's unemployment issues. The event primarily aimed to analyze how Tinubu's administration's economic and social agenda will bring about a transformative impact on Nigeria. Dignitaries present at the gathering include the Minister of Information, Mohammed Idris, the Special Advisor to the President, Hakim. So yes, Hakim Baba Ahmed, of course, Special Advisor to the President on Political Matters in the Office of the Vice President, Hakim Baba Ahmed, who, of course, is the senior brother of Dati Baba Ahmed, and the former Minister of Finance, Budget, etc., etc. So nobody spared is essentially what they're telling us. It says the most recent addition. Let's have a look. It says this news platform understands that some prominent members of the ruling All Progressive Congress (APC), the president's political party, are currently facing prosecution by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission for various corruption charges. The most recent addition to the list is the immediate past governor of Kogi State, Yahaya Bello, who is being prosecuted for by the Anti-Graft Agency on 19 counts, etc., etc. So who else? So there it is. Until they present us Abubakar Malami, then I don't consider that they're doing anything yet. So that's what we have for the moment. Let me send the link again. Anybody that wants to jump on. Let me send the link for the moment. We play the Kegite music, bring on the people assembled, and anybody else that wants to join, hop on. But first, of course, you know where we're going. So what's happening to the super chats today? We've not seen any.
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemuye o. Ide shodi ya kekere elemure o. Bobby master kekere elemure o. Chifu Latif kekere elemure. ẹlẹ́mu tódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Akoko Onumeiko, the cockles of the heavens don't crow yet. Ikuko Neriwa Gwecheme death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us, Man of Prestige, always a pleasure when he's around. Larry in the house as well, a real fan favorite on the platform. Rogi Digba, he joins us to make an appearance. Ajale Koko in the house as well. So those are the assembles so far. As I said, plenty of room still. Anybody that wants to hop on, hop on. Who wants to go first? Let me see. Who wants to go first? All right, you want me to pick? All right. Let's kick it off. Let's kick it off with Larry. Let's kick it off with Larry. I hope people can still hear me, by the way.
Yeah, we can hear you, woman.
All right,
we can hear you.
I was going to come to your Prestige, but you were
first, please.
No, you can go to Prestige if you want to.
All right, let me come to you first, then Prestige, and you kick it off then with the EFCC space. So now this soft landing that they've given to Obi, not Obi CUBANA, CUBANA chief priest. This soft landing they've given to CUBANA chief priest, as opposed to the treatment that they meted out to as opposed to the treatment that they meted out to BOBRISKI. It then goes on to highlight then what a lot of people feel that essentially BOBRISKI was being targeted. The whole of this Naira, whatever it is essentially to target BOBRISKI. Prestige.
Okay, thank you very much. Greeting to everybody on the platform. It's nice to be on the platform. You remember when this first came out a while ago, I've been about a month. How long, she been in jail? Maybe about 2 weeks or 3 weeks right now. I have a different narrative. There must be something, beside the Naira something. Whether it has something to do with the kind of life she's living, or there's some other things. So probably the component has to do with a plea bargain. And I said nothing is going to come out of Chief Prince, situation, because when he came out of the, out of the court, and he said this is, I think he used the word, money's water or something like that, Naira na water. That was what he said.
Who said that? Chief Priest?
Exactly. Yeah, that's what he said when he came out. I think that was the word. It may not be in that, way, but I think that's what he really meant, that, Naira is water. That means, it's going to be taken care of. And some people was talking about, Uzodinma, because I think he has a position in the Uzodinma administration, from, of course, it's the Nigerian politics. He was supporting Obi. Then after that, he was supporting Uzodinma. Then before he supported Obi, during that time, Obi has the momentum. Then he went back to APC. So he has a position. I don't know, certain kind of position. I don't know if it has something to do with the culture or something like that in that area. But anyway,
they described him as a barman, which surprised me. I thought he was a bar owner, but they described him in the article as a barman.
I don't know what they mean by a barman. He has a club in Asaba. Of course, the big one, the shrimp that he has, where I've been there, when I went home. It's a big place, I think it's probably the most place where people go to eat and everything. I mean, good food, club and everything. But anyway, so that's how he's making his money, of course, and other means, which I kind of account for. It's none of my business. So having said that, I wasn't surprised, that they're going to settle, because according to what I read, they said he has to withdraw. He has to withdraw his position before they can settle out of court. So I think it's going to be settled in June. So I think he has already written to withdraw to withdraw his position about this Naira mutilation. So by June,
sorry, what does that mean? Withdraw his position? You mean he's
I
claiming
think
it's
he
not
was saying
guilty?
not guilty. I'm
Oh,
thinking
all
it
right.
might be his plea. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It wasn't really clear. They say he
Yeah,
has to
yeah,
be.
but Prestige. Bobrisky pleaded guilty immediately, but they still brutalized him.
I think there has to be more into that. Like I was saying, it cannot just be Naira mutilation or whatever. But I'm glad this is coming out right now because I'm never in favor of the Naira. There's no way you're gonna disfigure the Naira or mutilate the Naira. They have. I mean, that's a national treasure. It has to be respected in outcomes. So I never really supported. So they just use that as an example. Then bring a big cheap priest in there. Just to show that if you do this, this is what's gonna happen. Because I don't know if you remember, there was a lady that did it one long time ago. I don't know how long ago, and she was fine. She paid for the fine. So what's the difference with what Bobrisky?
Sorry, Prestige. Keep it going for about 3-4 minutes.
Okay.
Carry on.
Okay. So what is the difference what Bobrisky did and what the lady did before this? I've forgotten her name. So this been happening a long time. I mean, Portable, Whiskey, all of them. I mean, Obi CUBANA, all of them, they've been doing it. I mean, look at the wedding they do in the East. Of course, the old one they does in Lagos. People just throw money anyhow. So it has never been an issue. But anyway, I'm glad, they have come to this, they have come to this situation right now whereby anything of that nature, should be arrested and prosecuted. But speaking about what just happened about Chief Prince, I know they was gonna settle it, because he said he didn't do
Man
anything.
of Prestige, can I interject?
Yeah, go ahead.
How you doing, by the way, bro?
I'm good. I'm good.
That's good, man. No, this thing, don't you think the arresting and prosecuting and jail time, don't you think is excessive? I mean, why can't they just use the fact that people are abusing the Naira, use it to make money for the states? Find them. You have money to throw around, Abby. Okay, we're going to find you.
But
It's
if they
5
have
million. It's 5 million
let me
naira
make
per
a point.
offense.
If
You
they
know
have
what I
stopped
mean?
at that level, people will still be using it because a lot of people, all these guys, they have money in Nigeria. I know they are suffering, but you have a lot of people like Chief Prince or whatever, even people higher than him anyway. They will be doing it if they just fine. They have
And
to
guess what?
set.
And guess what?
But
Man of Prestige, you continue to find them. If you want to pay 50 million naira a year because you want to throw money at parties, by all means, be our guest. But we'll use that money to fund projects that we have to get done within the states. Instead of you're dragging them through court, wasting the state's money to take them to court,
no,
doing
no, no,
all
no,
these
no,
things.
no.
Who
Look
is
at the
paying
Chief
for
Prince.
all this
Do you know
time?
what the outcome is going to be? Hopefully, we will know by I think it's going to be June when it be finally, everything will be finally out. They're going to find him apart from the 10 million, naira bail. That's nothing. Of course, he can get it back. Nobody knows what's going to be the outcome. They're going to find me. I think it has to be something monetarily. That's why they come to an agreement, to a settlement. So it has to be something like setting an example. I'm all for it. But you're speaking about
Yeah.
double standard. That's the main topic we are
Yeah,
narrating
no,
because
but I just wanted to comment on that. I agree with what you're saying. I just think that this is an opportunity for Nigeria to make money out of these people that want to throw money around to show everyone they
they're going
have
to
it.
make
Okay,
it.
well, you know what I mean.
They are going to make it. Forget about that. Chief Priest is an example. Forget about Bobrisky. I'm thinking Bobrisky is a different case. There must be something, maybe a plea bargain. I can't even imagine a lawyer. I mean, a trained lawyer in Nigeria, even at all, you're going to say just plead guilty for just that. Bobrisky would have challenged it and see where it goes. So there has to be something, you know, for her to just plead guilty for that and go to jail. I mean, that's excessive, So I think there's something more than that. That's just my opinion, but I don't have any fact to back it. So, but the one that we have to look at is the Chief Prince. That may be the particular example they are trying to set. When everything comes,
Sorry, Prestige.
go ahead.
What they did with Chief Priest. That is exactly how that law should be applied. So it should be just a rap on the knuckle rather than a heavy, sentencing or anything. So they should make an example of somebody, find them heavily, and then set them on their merry way. But with BOBRISKI, I think it's his lifestyle. And if you notice a lot of people, there's one other one that calls himself James Brown.
James
Do you
Brown.
know he's that? Yeah,
I thought he lived in London, right, or whatever. I don't know.
No, I think he's back now. I think he went to study in London.
Okay.
He's changed his clothing back to a male sort of. He started wearing suits and everything now. So he's abandoned the dresses, and I think that culture they got the signal that the government was sending.
I consider that to be abomination. But yeah, I mean, like where I'm right now, whatever they want, they can do, but don't bring it around me. But when it comes to our culture, you have to respect that. Maybe at West here where we are, we can tolerate it or whatever, but our culture has to be respected in that regard. I mean, that should not be allowed, I mean, maybe when to go to a different country and abroad, they can practice that because you're corrupting the, you're corrupting the young generation. So that's what I'm thinking. That's the example. That's what they are holding BOBRISKI in there for. It has to be more than that. But
let me
whatever
interject
they are
again
doing
a bit.
with Chief Priest right now, that is the example. Your voice, I think it's next month.
Can I interject? I mean, no hate me today. You're saying that. Yeah, you're saying that. BOBRISKI's cross-dressing is corrupting our culture.
Yes.
And corrupting the young ones.
Exactly.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But if BOBRISKI, as an individual, okay, wants to dress as a woman, that is BOBRISKI's business, is it not?
No, it's not.
I'm looking at this thing.
Yeah, looking at it in a.
No, I'm not looking at it. I'm not looking at it in a Western point of view.
No, you're looking at it from a Western prism, Aizon. Our culture recoils from that sort of behavior. Our culture recoils from it.
But one man, here's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at it from the standpoint of, okay, if we want to talk about things that really corrupt the young ones' minds, shouldn't we be talking about a governor that stole 80 billion naira and used a lot of the money to pay for his child school fees and is still walking around free? Shouldn't we be talking about other people that dressed as women and escaped from jail?
No,
shouldn't
he's
we
not
be
walking
talking
around free. What do you mean? Where do you see him walking? A man that is in hiding. What do you mean that is walking around free?
He's not. I don't know. The point I'm making is he's not behind bars.
He is running away. He's been declared wanted. He's been declared wanted.
Sir, it doesn't matter. He's not behind bars. He's not behind bars.
No.
Are you telling me
when someone is declared wanted?
Are you
what that
telling me
means now?
Are you telling me our security officials do not know how to find this man?
Well, that's a different.
Come on. I know you don't believe that.
Hold on.
I know you don't believe that.
No, hold on.
This is what I'm saying. Is that we get to focus on some things that are not really
wanted. They have put his reputation to shame. A former executive officer of the state in the position of governor, running away, hiding. He cannot walk free in the country, and he's been declared wanted.
So he's been declared wanted. They're acting like they don't know where. Did the man skip town? I didn't go. Why? Listen, okay, I don't want to get caught up in that. But did he skip town? Did he flee the country under some kind of radar we don't know about? Are you telling me DSS cannot find him in that country? Come on now. Listen, the point I'm trying to make is that's not even the point. We have Bagudu there. That's a whole nother story. But that's not the point. The point I'm trying to make is
the people are wait. What I'm trying to let you know now.
They've taken action. You're missing my point. You're missing my central point here. The point I'm trying to make. Let me make the point. You haven't even heard my main point.
Hold on.
The point I'm trying to make is that here's the thing. Here's the point I'm trying to make.
Hold on. The point. One voice.
Hold on.
Wait. The point. Let me land the point. Let me land the point, and then you can.
Let him land it and come after him. Yeah.
Let me land the point, and then you can criticize the point. The Yaya Bello case is an example of a long line of examples. I can name 30, 40, 50 of examples of people that are supposed to be in positions as role models to serve as the minds of the future, right? Man of Prestige said they're poisoning, BOBRISKI is poisoning the minds of the future. The point I'm trying to make is what BOBRISKI is doing in the grand scheme of things is minutia. It is nothing. It is a little speck compared to people that have stolen billions at the expense of the masses and are walking around free today. And at the same time, they have served as an example to the young ones who have said openly that if they get into office, they will clean out the coffers. So that is the point I am making. The Bobrisky thing is not the issue. Everybody wants to focus on a man that wants to dress as a woman. That's his life. But they want to make an example out of him and say it's our culture. Okay, it's your culture. It's stealing in our culture. No, it's not. But we let people steal out of our coffers every day and walk around free, and we don't do a damn thing. And that's the point I'm trying to make. Yaya Bello is just one of many. And it's going to happen again and again and again. And it's going to continue to happen. And nobody's going to do a damn thing. Someone stole as accountant general. They've turbaned him in the north. And he's sitting down there today. Another person stole here. Emefiele did this. Whether it's Ibori,
you are using a heavyweight example to counter argue the picking of a low-hanging fruit. So the Bobrisky space is something that can be easily and quickly addressed, and it's easily and quickly addressed. That's not to say that the bigger elephant in the room is still not there, but they can address Bobrisky while still addressing corruption in the country.
But the argument
they didn't prioritize Bobrisky. It's just a low-hanging fruit.
Yes.
It's a low-hanging fruit.
I've had these Bobrisky debates with tons of people, right? That are so caught up in it, and I'm always asking them the question: how is Bobrisky's dressing affecting your life? And they can always against our culture. It's an abomination. Okay, it's an abomination. Is it affecting your life? No. Okay, your governor that's stealing your money that is affecting your life.
No, Bobrisky is affecting our lives because it is it is normalizing what we consider to be an abnormality.
Is it taboo?
It's somewhat in the African culture. We want a man upright and masculine. We don't want a man in.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. But here's the thing, right? While we are up in arms about a man dressing as a woman, and we're ready to burn down the world, we're okay with another man that's causing us our lives to be in despair because our money is being spent into his private pockets. But we're not burning the country for that. That is the point I'm making. So I get where everyone's saying, oh, it's not in our culture. We passed the law against, but the law we passed actually was against same-sex marriage and during Jonathan's time and homosexuality, that kind of thing. But in this case, this is a cross-dresser. There's a reason why they haven't arrested. A lot of people aren't happy with it. Okay, fine. That's this person's private life. Bobrisky isn't stealing 80 billion naira from the coffers to enrich himself or herself. I don't know what to call Bobrisky. But the point I'm making is, because Bana Prestige said it is poisoning the mind of our young ones, is this, is that. Okay. But I think there's a bigger thing here that we need to focus on. That's the point I'm trying to make. So I'll let Ajele Kuku talk. But I just think in the grand scheme of things, when you look at it, there's something else here that's really handicapping us. And it's not Bobrisky. That's the point I'm making. You know what I mean? But you guys
go ahead, Ajele, before I continue.
Yeah, I don't. You see, I agree with some of what you said. I disagree with some as well. You see, on the part that the government did not, that what do you call it? The governor is working free around and nothing's done with him. I mean, to him, I think that's a misinformation right there. That's not right. That's you are not correct. You are not factually correct. So it's been declared wanted, and as a matter of fact, his lawyer has been served a warrant that in the next court date he must appear. If he failed to appear, this is law. We are talking about law. There's a process when you are executing the law. So, so the government is following that process. So, in the next court date, if this guy failed to appear, then I think the full wrath of the law will be affected. against him. So that by the wayside. And the man of prestige that is saying that is because of cross-dressing, they are dressing him. I mean, the last time he was telling us that something is not right, or because it's a cross-dresser, they are trying to punish him. No! This guy, you know, how do I describe it? The offense he committed was very clear.
Is the offense he committed any different from the offense that our chief priest committed?
Look, let me tell you.
Answer that question first. Answer that question first.
No. It depends on the way your lawyer handles it.
It's abuse of the Naira now. So that's the offense, yeah.
Yes, that's the offense he committed. So the government, the people that are saying, oh, is it because of his cross-dressing, that is why they're trying to... No.
Does the treatment of chief priest, does it not lend credence to that argument?
Look, no, I don't want to...
It doesn't. Okay.
No, it doesn't. You see, let me tell you this. If you fail to handle a good lawyer that can handle your matter right, handle it in a matured manner, in such a way that it can win the case for you or negotiate you out of the problem, then you will have problem. So I believe that what Chief Priest did, he hired some lawyers that are very good at negotiating with EFCC, and they strike a deal, and that is what is helping him in this case now. This lady, or is he a lady or a boy? BOBRISKI, he quickly pleaded guilty to the charges, while Chief Priest did not plead guilty because of maybe what his lawyer advised him to do, and the lawyer were going behind to negotiate. So, and the punishment by the judge, you should all know that even though that the punishment specified that is either you pay 50,000 Naira as a fine, or you go to 6 months imprisonment, it is at the discretion of the judge to decide on what to do. The judge could decide on giving you an option of fine or go to jail, or give you both. You pay fine and you go to court. That's in line with the law as well. But a lot of us doesn't know. We think, oh, because that punishment is optional, that you pay fine or you go to, you can as well be given both. So man of prestige that's been saying, oh, there must be something behind the punishing. No, they did he mutilated Naira. He did what is wrong against the law. They came after him, and they punished him. Simple. He has been practicing his cross-dressing for years. They didn't do anything against him, but he did something wrong. He must be punished. We must live by law. We're in a country of law, and but let's keep watching. Let's see what they're going to do to what do you call this guy, priest, and maybe we can, and then have know what to say in the future.
All right. Okay. All right. Back to you. Wrap up that space, prestige, and I'll take you somewhere else.
Let me wrap up this space. For one, when it comes to Nigerian law, jurisdiction, I think this description, is based on the judge. I mean, we don't have where jury decide any kind of case in Nigeria. Whatever the judge said, that's what's going to happen. Like Ajaligoka properly stated, maybe that's how the judge was feeling at that particular time. He decided to give him. Sometimes I don't know why I call her. I call the person her. I know it's he. So the lawyer decided to use the heavy-handed to hand her to go to jail. Having said that, it's neither, in my own opinion, if we want to talk about the difference between Bobrisky and the chief prince, it's neither the lawyer for Bobrisky is incompetent, because I know Bobrisky has the money to pay her. I mean, Bobrisky has the money to pay him. It's him anyway. Bobrisky have the money to pay, to pay him in that regard? I think it's him, the lawyer, whatever. So Bobrisky has the money to pay, whomever the lawyer. Neither the lawyer is incompetent, or like I said, it has to maybe a plea bargain for whatever it is. I don't know what it is. So that's all I'm going to say about that. But let me come to what Aizo said and Jalikoko said about what, which one is the prevailing, something that should have been handled at this time. Why are they going after, cross-dress or whatever? That's what Aizo said. So I agree with Aizo on one point, but I disagree with him. I kind of align myself pretty much with one man. One man is like in the middle. Yeah. We have corrupt government, corrupt system. It's not something that just started today. This has been going on for decades. From my own understanding, they've been going on. I mean, they're in charge of the government. The government is corrupt. We are, the people living in Nigeria is like slaves, and they, that's the culture we practice in Nigeria. And ordinary people, I mean, the politician or the cabal, they are like the master, in that area. So if we can stop, eradicate this small thing right now, that we have power to do, or at least, it's a problem to Nigeria. If he can allow Bobrisky to go this way, I'm totally against it. It's corruption of the country. If that can be eradicated, it's a good step. But because of the cabal, they're in charge and everything, I don't know how many percent of them, the politicians are, they're the one, taking care of handling the country, the way it is right now. We don't have, we are not at that space yet, whereby, we can take them to task or whatever and stop them doing what they are doing right now. But at least we have killed one bird. That's a good thing. So that's the way I'm looking at it. There's nothing wrong them doing that way. I know the Nigerian politicians are corrupt, but people, like I think it was Ajalikuka that said, they are working or whatever. They're not working nothing. All they are doing, is a distraction. All this higher barrel and all that kind of things, it's all window dressing. Nothing is going to come out of, all this Gandhi, all of them stealing. So I don't really believe in this administration that they're going to do anything different from from the previous administration. That's my opinion on that in that space.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to the headline on the screen, Prestige. So is this thorny issue of what constitutes a minimum wage in Nigeria? So the government comes up then, they're saying the minimum wage, they come up with the proposal 25 to 35%, the baseline, of course, being 35,000 Naira. So they're coming up with a 25 to 35% increment. But the labor union, they're arguing back with a 615,000 Naira minimum wage. But then this 615,000 Naira Prestige, they did not just abstractly pluck it out of thin air. They did a means testing of what a reasonable, decent life would be for a family of 6, which we'll probably say the average Nigerian family is. If we talk about the breathing like rabbits in the north and the conservative breathing in the south, and you come to then the average Nigerian family of 6, mom, dad, 4 children. So they are saying to sustain any life of respectability, 615,000. So where are you weighing that divide? 615,000 may be a bit too excessive, but 35% increment surely derisory Prestige.
I think this is just my strict opinion. Of course, some people are going to say, that I'm wrong. It's an opinion anyway. I think that's excessive. It might, maybe it's a bargaining. They are just using this to the bargaining. I think there should be a middle ground. Yeah, the 25%, 30%, to me, I think that's not enough because within that perimeter, when they say 25%, some people making about 50,000 right now. I mean, they're not going to get that much, probably about 70,000. So that's not that much, And some people it's going to be, the way it's being bracketed, some people it's been going to make, it's going to even make less. People making like about 30,000, only going to make like 40,000, 45,000. It's not going to be up to 75. So it just, they say, the maximum is going to be 25, 35%. So some people can just get about 50%, 30%. Nobody's going to get, more than 35% or 25, whichever one, they propose. So I believe they should increase it at least up to 100, 100,000. I don't know about this or 150, but this 600 and something is just overzealous in my opinion. I mean that's not obtainable in Nigeria. I'm not being cruel, okay? I mean, like somebody's gonna say you are over in America. You don't know what people are doing in Nigeria, suffering. Yeah, I'm aware of what's going on, but that's not sustainable. I mean, Nigeria don't even have the money to pay that, but at least they should raise it to at least 150 your money deal, but the 25% to me is not enough.
Are you saying that 150 should be a baseline? So a cleaner, for instance, will be getting 150 in a ministry?
Well, I mean, nothing is gonna be a baseline. Not in Nigeria. Definitely, nothing is gonna be a baseline. But that's just the barometer that I'm using. Of course, within that range, some people is gonna be making between 100 and 150. Maybe some people will make more. But that's just a guideline I'm using to propose my thing. It's definitely not gonna be the main baseline. I mean, I can use it for a baseline, but there's gonna be a window in between. I mean, it's going to be better what people are going right now. I'm not saying that's going to, sustain people, for a better life, at least something manageable. But this 600, oh man, no, there's no way. I mean, that's just too outrageous in my own opinion, because we don't even have the money to pay for it. I'm not saying we don't have the money, but the government, they're not going to give you that money. So they should come to a better demand than that.
All right, brilliant.
I don't know how you feel about that. So
no, I broadly agree with you actually, because because there's such high inflation in Nigeria at the moment. You probably with 250,000 naira will probably be what people should be living on. But that inflation in Nigeria is a temporary space that the economy is in. So when the economy improves quite significantly, then that 250,000 becomes excessive. So they have to wait both for the current economic situation and the projected, both in the short, medium, and long-term economic situation, because they do these negotiations, I think, every 3-5 years, and then that will be the law. So when the economy improves now, and the Naira has greater, that will affect inflation. So they have to balance so many things. But 650,000, which banker is even earning that? Never mind a civil servant. But the totality of it nonsense. But like you said, we're speaking from abroad.
One man.
Yes.
Is it just for government workers that they were advocating, or for small and medium-sized enterprises as well?
I think it covers the private sector too, from the readout.
Yeah, including the private sector, but I don't know. Some private sector may not afford it, so that's why.
Some amount of prestige. If they do that, there'll be high unemployment because people won't hire. A lot of small businesses, how do they want to afford to pay people 600,000?
Hey guys, look at what's going on in my state right now. They proposed, I think, the highest minimum wage. We used to be like about $12 before. I think Florida, where I'm right now, they pay about $11. But California, decided to pass a law for $20 minimum wage. Most of the places are closing. We already have high cost of living because gas in Florida is about $3.60, $3.69. I don't know. Texas is probably it could be less. It could be about $3.20. People in Texas can tell me because they always have the lowest, one of the lowest gas. But where I'm right now in California, just a regular gas is $5 something. And now they passed a minimum budget of minimum wage of $20,000. A lot of the restaurants are closing. I mean, it's like, anywhere you go, they say close. It's serious here in California. So sometimes you have to weigh into that factor before you increase minimum wage. What's going to be the effect of some small businesses? Is that sustainable? So that has to be that's why I make my range, align probably with one man, within 150. If it's 200, yeah, that's fine. But like I said, that's 600 something is,
One man,
it's
can
out
I
of
quickly
line.
contribute?
What did you say?
Yes,
Can I?
yeah,
Can I?
come in.
I
Yeah, make
think
that contribution. Yeah, go on. And then I'll
it's
take
rather
him to.
silly. It's rather silly of the labor to not suggest 615,000, because I'm sure that the labor guys, when they're at that table for the negotiations, they have the most difficult people they have to deal with, governors. Labor don't have to worry too much about the federal government. Yeah, the money, the amount is ridiculous, but they'll be able to come to a decent agreement quite rather quickly with the federal government, from the federal government perspective. But state governors, they've already probably the state governors are probably scared, absolutely scared, and probably they're looking at it and they probably don't even want to bargain anymore because they're probably thinking they're these people are unreasonable. State governors can't even afford 30,000 at the moment. Some state governors,
Yeah, whomever is
and they're
speaking, I
putting
don't know your
650.
name. You
Places
are
are struggling
definitely.
in
I
that.
didn't mean to interject. Just few states can afford it. Lagos State definitely they can. To a certain degree. I'm not talking about this 600. That's not going to happen. Like Port Harcourt or whatever. Very few states. You have a lot of poor states, but in the north, even in the southeast, some in the southwest, south side, Bayelsa, all those kind of places, even at all. They have a lot of oil, so they can't even afford the drinking water. I think somebody from Bayelsa State was saying every water they they are buying water. Imagine that in Bayelsa State. This is somebody from Bayelsa State, telling us that. So how can they afford to pay? They have not been paying this minimum wage you have already right now. So
Yeah, I think some things need to happen before they can jack up that minimum wage. I think, you have to really elevate businesses because you're going to crash aspects of the economy. Medium-sized enterprises in Nigeria can't afford 600,000 for workers. That's just
Yeah,
ridiculous.
what I don't know is if the federal minimum wage is binding on the private sector. If it's legally
it's
binding,
binding.
yeah.
Legally, it's binding.
Yeah,
It's
that's
binding.
what I had one man. They say it's binding.
Because if you establish a floor number for the country as the federal minimum wage, and someone comes to your business, one man for instance, that's where you start negotiating from. So essentially, you're going to say to the person, "Well, I'm going to pay you, 40,000 or 50,000 a month." The person will immediately complain and say the minimum is 600. So what the government is doing is they're mandating that that's where you start negotiating from. And if your business is struggling, given the situation, maybe you have power issues in your business, your generator costs are high, and transport issues. So your business is already struggling. They now want to increase your cost of labor significantly to the point where I don't even want to count the percentage increase. Your business will close now. You just shut down the doors. There's no point. So this stuff here, I don't know if Labour has thought this through, but they're just out there. Maybe this is a negotiating ploy for them. Maybe they're starting here, so the government will now negotiate them down to maybe 100. It's possible, but we'll see what happens. It's crazy though.
I don't know how this is gonna work. If he mandated to be even small business, but how can they afford it? So it's gonna be very interesting. Like one man asked, is it mandated to just private business or something like that? Certain industries, they can afford it, but bank and other places. But how are you gonna tell somebody who has mama and papa shop, selling food and then to pay the employee that amount of money? So
No, I don't think it extends to, when we're talking about the private sector, I'm not sure that we're extending to mama papa shops.
Are they not
Yes.
private?
I think it's the banks, the insurance companies, the legal firms, all those sort of.
Okay.
That is just. I'm just guessing at it, but yes. All right, proceed. Let me take you to one more space, and then from you, I'll go to Larry Kulata Aizon Arukedigba Ajanlekoko. Let me take you to this space. Prestige. We don't know quite when this storyline is going to leave the headline. As soon as it's birthed onto the public space, it has refused to leave the space, and it's really being propelled by one of the main protagonists. We're talking about Landmark, who has now, I'm not sure if you have your screen on. We're talking about Landmark, who has now published these pictures showing us a before and after of so that's what Landmark looked before, all in its in all of the glory of his splendor. And this is after a visit from Dave Umahi, a complete rubble. So all those rubble pickers, I'm sure they'll have a field day picking rubbles from there. But what are you making then of the fast movement of the demolition of this site? I think they were quite right to move quickly to demolish it, just to end that storyline now. But what are you making of the demolition of this guy's resort and he belly aching in the media space?
Okay, thank you very much. This is one of the main reasons why I joined, early, try to be the first person, because I wanted to interact on this particular, area, which I have listened, listen to Nigerian media and everything what's going on. You see, let me begin from this Landmark stuff. Do you know that how many people? I don't know how, if you have been there and one man, that used to be called that used to call Babish. Have you been there to the Landmark when you go to Nigeria? I don't know when was the last time you go to Nigeria. That particular place.
I've not been in a while, but I've not been to the resorts.
Go and Google it. When I make my statement, I say with the fact, I'm been on the ground that a few times I've been there. That particular place attracts over about 8 million visitors every year. I'm not trying to diminish the project, but I'm going to talk about that. It attracts over 8 million, visitors every day. Every year. And you go there and demolish, there has to be some feasibility study or whatever, maybe another way. Because I was looking at something, they say it was originally proposed to be behind the beach. But right now, when this present government come, they decided to see this is a more feasible for them to do this project. But having said that, David Umahi came to the national TV and lied and said that the Landmark, particularly that area, nothing was demolished. It was just very small that was demolished in front of the water. They didn't touch it. But people have been circulating a lot of, what's going on, have been circulating a lot of pictures showing where most of that Landmark was demolished, because he emphatically said, the guy that owned the Landmark, I don't know his name, that he's not due for any compensation. That he's not going to compensate him, but that's a story for another day. So my point, I have an issue with this project.
So sorry, before you go on to that wider point, why did they say he wasn't going to compensate him? Why?
He said because that's not. He said none of the property was damaged. That's what he said. It was
no. He said the spaces that they are going through is state land anyway. It belongs to the federal government, not Landmark. I think that's the argument. Yeah.
No, I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing that. I mean, the government. That's what we call eminent domain. The government has the right to seize any property. It's within the government right. It's called eminent domain. Yeah, they can do that, but there has to be compensatory level that match that and above
Prestige,
in order to
Prestige. Sorry, you're making a mistake. The part that federal government even used is not even eminent domain. That part belongs to the government. They've not even claimed eminent domain. The guy built on, encroached on Eco Atlantic land, and also encroached on federal land.
Who gave him the license to do that? Is it not the same government?
He took some liberties by himself. According
to never given a license.
Don't come here with your propaganda, Kulata.
It's not propaganda. It is not propaganda.
It doesn't have any rights to it. It never had a license. It's just liberty. Like everybody does.
So are you saying that he doesn't deserve any
he actually, I watched the thing they did. He actually has not been offered. He wasn't one of the people called out on. There's other people who had facilities that was leasing. It was kind of like collecting rent from people who had it. So there's a lady that had a kids play club.
So are you saying
she was given compensation, but Landmark wasn't given compensation. Yes. He put fixtures on the beach, which is a public.
The beach is public. He's been making money from that beach. He actually owes the government, if anything, sir.
He's actually played himself into a corner. I don't think they're giving him any compensation, but they gave other beaches compensation. They gave Moist Beach compensation.
It's not going to give. It's not going to compensate him. Now
Yeah, I think the reason that
he
it's
just
yeah.
playing politics. That's what he
Yeah,
said.
no. Umahi has they've decided not to compensate him because he has no right to compensation. If they give you compensation, it's because of the good graces of the government. Moist Beach has been compensated, but I think that's because Moist Beach is playing along. And I think other people that have good beach has been compensated, but that's because they're playing along. Actually, people that actually have fixtures on Landmark that was given, that was kind of renting space to those people, they've been compensated, but Landmark himself wasn't among the people that were called out. I mean, I watched that. It was about 1 hour and 40 minutes. Landmark was never called out, but other individuals that actually have fixtures. The person that owns the Kiddies Play Club on Landmark was compensated, but Landmark as a business was not called out for compensation. Moist Beach was called out for compensation, and
Okay,
Good
I
Beach was
mean,
called out for
I don't
compensation.
have any fact to back up what you're saying, and you have not been able to bring out this fact. So I'm not going to agree or disagree or agree with you because
There was a 1
when
hour
we come
40
here,
minute.
sometimes we tend to be very sentimental, play on our
No,
own
the Ministry
narrative,
of
you know.
Works, yes, sir, Mr. Prestige, Ministry of Works did a live 1 hour 40 minutes. It was a live thing. All the stakeholders were present. They handed out compensation checks. I mean, the main stakeholders were there. They did a presentation showing the first phase. I mean, it was very well detailed. 3 channels broadcast it live. Arise TV broadcast it for free, which was actually commendable. TVC broadcasters and I think NTA broadcasters. So this was a live
Okay, I'm
session,
not
1
arguing
hour
what you
40
said, but
minutes.
if that actually happened, that's a good thing. That's the way it's supposed to happen. You know, like I said, if the government take your place, they're supposed to compensate you. But we have a different view, and of course, you know what I'm saying right now. I don't have any data to back up what I'm saying. I'm just going by what I read. So I just take what they all said, you know, with great assault. If that's true, I don't know. But from what I know, he was legally purchased and everything. But you have a contrary to that view. So let it be, you know, whatever it may be. But let me go ahead to.
Yeah, Mr. Prestige, let me set it straight. He did legally purchase a piece of land, but that piece of land does not extend to the beach. That piece of land borders the beach, but it doesn't extend to the beach.
All right, let Prestige continue with his thoughts. Prestige, back to you. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Having said that, you know, okay, I'm not here to argue people's point of view. You know, I've not seen anything, you know, to contradict or to to agree with what you're saying. But you know, let it be if that may be. But anyway, let's continue with David Umahi, about what's going on with this project. Okay, I have an opinion. You have been talking about this project for a long time. I've not been able to join. I was able to listen. Even yesterday when you left, I didn't come. I think I came in after you left yesterday, but anyway. So on this project, I am for this project. It's a long-term project. Nobody knows when it's going to be complete. I mean, like Omahi properly stated, he said this is just the beginning. This Calabar to Lagos is one of the project, that this government is planned to undergo. We don't know when it's going to be complete or how much it's going to be, how much it's going to be invested. But when we come here, we have to say what we know. Like, I think it was Kulata that stated a long time ago that it's going to be 100% or 90. I don't want to put word in Kulata mouth, claiming that it's going to be 100% or 90 something percent by PPP, which is a definite lie. That's not
No,
what we
no,
are
no,
right
no,
now.
no. That's not what
So
I
Kulata, I
said.
don't know where
Please
you get your
stop
information.
lying. I mean, stop
How am
saying
I
false
lying?
information.
This is
When did
what
I
he
say it's
said.
100% PPP? Who told you PPP are always 100%? Come on, man.
No, but you make it to be 90 to 100%. Is that not what he
When
said?
did I say 90 to 100? Why are you making stuff
Long
up?
time ago.
Which long time
When he
ago?
first began, maybe about 6
Why
weeks,
why are you
about
making
3 weeks
why are you
ago.
making stuff up? If they
I'm
say
not
something
making
is
this is what
PPP,
I had.
no. If they say something is PPP, does that automatically mean it's 100%? Haven't you heard of
That
counterpart fund?
okay, okay.
So stop saying stuff you don't know.
Okay. Let's assume I don't know, but I know what I had. But anyway, that's not even the problem we had. That's not even the problem I have. Not because of what Kulata said, is the problem I'm having on this project. I think David Umar said, this is just one of the projects, and he said another project that's going to be, that he's doing the feasibility study right now that's going to present to the Tinubu, and hopefully they can approve it and everything. But they may approve it. It's another one from Sokoto to Badagry. Coastal. I mean, when the Sokoto to Badag, when the Sokoto become a coastal, a coastal area to Badagry. So that's one. Then another one is going to be from Enugu to Ogoja to Cameroon. So I mean, this is a heavy project we're embarking. if they actually start the other two, like he proposed. I don't know how. I mean, I just think what is
Yeah, but is it not the sort of projects that we do? We can continue to take snail steps, chasing Yahaya Bello up and
I
down,
completely
or we
agree.
can make
If you
these
look
are
at
quantum
America, what
leap.
make
These are
America
quantum leap. Yeah.
become where they are right now? It's not about it's not about anything but infrastructure is what led America to where they are right now. It's not about discovery, it's not about technology and breakdown. This is what made them what they are right now. But there has to be a very good foresight on how to start everything. But the problem I have, because of the predicament where the country is right now, what is the eagerness to carry out this coastal project right now with all this money they are pouring into that? We have other pressing issues. And I'm going to tell you one man, what we have right now, we need just more than this. This has to be done. I'm not arguing that it's going to benefit the country. But there's some other debilitated road that is going on, like the one you showed earlier. I mean, Lagos Ibadan Expressway. I mean, is that not a disaster? Anybody who planned that road, please tell me. How
Lagos
is that
Ibadan
working out?
Expressway, how can it be a disaster? It's a brand
Hold
new
on, let me
road.
line. When you come to your town, you interject.
No, but hold on. I just left Nigeria.
Is that not a
Wait, I
disaster?
just left Nigeria in January. I rode on Lagos
You know the
Ibadan
one that have been in
Expressway.
Nigeria, so stop it.
So, but Lagos Ibadan Expressway is just a brand new refurbished road. So why are you making claims that is not true?
Local that to Benin, is that not a disaster? Kaduna
But
to
you
Abuja.
said Lagos Ibadan. Stop jumping around. Stick
I
to
just
what
named
you
those
know.
three.
There's nothing wrong with Lagos Ibadan Expressway. It's new.
What is new about? I know
It
it's
just
new,
got
but has it
redone.
been maintained since it was new? All those potholes everywhere.
Where is the pothole in Lagos Ibadan Expressway? What are you talking about?
Yes, there is. I don't know what.
There's no pothole. There's not a single pothole in Lagos Ibadan Expressway. Do you even know what you're talking about?
That is not there. But anyway, let's move on. You see what happened in
You
Benin?
disobedient self. You just open mouth and say bow bow bow.
Whatever, like you come here and bend the truth. So it's not between you and I. That's not the problem. I don't care what you said. The issue is not between you and I. The issue is Nigerian, problem. The shege, what is happening in Nigeria. Look at the Benin Auchi Road. You saw what happened. Because of just a little rain and everything went down. You saw what happened in Enugu. I mean, a lot of cars. About 18 people that died? You saw what happened in Port Harcourt about 3 weeks ago. Those roads need to be maintained to a certain degree. Before this project can start undergoing right now. I mean, how many trillion? Is it about 18 trillion Naira to invest in this? I mean, you haven't invested in light. You haven't invested in the security. I mean, the government just has
Man of Prestige, can I interject real quick, I beg?
Yeah, go ahead and interject.
Yeah, Kulata, I think you're missing the point here. It's not so much of, because I heard you say you obedience, etc., etc. It's not an obedient thing. This is simply what he's stating is about the number of other roads that are in dilapidated state, east-west, Benin Auchi.
Yeah, but don't mention the one that is maintained. Lagos Ibadan Expressway just got finished. Literally just got finished.
I don't want to get stuck on the Lagos Ibadan. I'm just saying in the grand scheme, the main idea of the point.
I understand that point. I'm not arguing that point.
Okay.
I saw the Auchi one, and I saw it swallow a trailer this morning. Auchi Benin, that's a disastrous road.
And then you should see east-west, and east-west is terrible. And the point, I think, if this administration wants to build the Lagos Calabar, right, assuming a lot of these other roads, I'm not even going to go as far as to say we're in perfect condition, but at least we saw the same sense of urgency to fixing those roads, and they were in a certain type of process to getting them to where they need to be. People will not complain so much about this, but it's that the focus has shifted. This is priority right now.
Exactly.
And that's the issue.
Problem I'm having. Yeah. Also, if the kind of priority they lay on this project, if they have laid it on, on other more pressing need, maybe there will be some alleviation to the Nigerian problem. At least start use this focus. I mean, it seems like everything revolves. It seems like everything revolves around David Umahi. Now David Umahi is the best ever is the best minister ever
He's the most
created.
important minister in
Hold
this
on, one man, let me
administration.
land. I don't want to lose my thought. I had some people on your platform last night when I was listening. Now David Umahi is the omega and everything. And some people are here saying that if David Umahi come out tomorrow, they're going to vote for him. Just because of nonsense he said about Obi. This is the problem with Nigeria. When did David Umahi become this alpha and omega? Because of all this noise he's making. I'm not saying he may be a good engineer, but this is a project and all this dog whistle he's whistling right now. Some people in this platform, I'm not talking about you, wasn't even here. I don't know if he was listening yesterday. I'm not going to mention them. The person is not here right now. Claiming that if David Umahi come, I'm going to vote for David Umahi, salute and something like that. But he just get David Umahi. This is the first time David Umahi has played that dog whistle, that give them that red
Man of
meat.
can I ask you a question?
Some Agbado here. Now they're saying that
Man of Percy, can I ask you a question?
I'm
Can
not
I ask
talking
you a
about you. I
question?
don't know who you are.
Can I ask you a question? I'm not saying you're talking about me.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you present a candidate, David Umahi, a presidential candidate, a candidate, David Umahi, and a candidate, Peter Obi, and you say, okay, choice, who do you vote for? Based on accomplishment, based on antecedent.
Hold on, Prestige. Let Kulata ask that question again, but pay attention to what he's saying, because I think a point is being made. Pay attention to what he's saying.
Because based on what they achieved in office, based on how they speak, based on their intellect, based on their education, based on, just each one of them based on their profile. Who would you pick on merit?
Okay, now you are going to the rabbit hole about education, about how they speak. Who cares about how somebody speaks? Because you have a better command of English language.
No, it's that achievement. It's that achievement.
An achievement.
One man here has a better command of English language than I do. Does he make one man more competent than I do?
Okay, forget
Does he
English.
make one man more accomplished than I do?
Stop
Don't be
arguing one
like
point.
A very childish, uneducated people. Even
I said based on achievement.
You coming here to tell me about what kind of education?
This is
so because Shetima speak pretty
Man of
English,
Prestige, calm
Shetima
down,
is going to
Abeg,
make the
calm
best
down.
president of Nigeria.
Calm down, Abeg, calm down.
Yeah, because they come here and push some jargon. Go ahead.
One man.
Man of Prestige, we have to have a conversation now. If you are vexing like this, we can't talk. You know what I mean? So just calm down and let's have a conversation about the merits of the points that Kurata is trying to make.
Yeah, and I'm going to that angle, because I'm just saying he needed not to answer me that, because he knows I'm not going to, I'm not going to share that.
Why are you fighting with me, Man of Prestige? Based on merit.
I'm going to choose Obi because, in my own opinion, strictly my own opinion, Obi has a better, more accomplishment, and Obi vision. I don't know if he's going to accomplish it when it comes to Nigerian presidency, but I'm going to base my opinion from the antecedent of what I know of the person. David Umahi, I know some about David Umahi. What did he do? Because he built that like a camouflage airport in Abakaliki. Yeah, Abakaliki is better than it used to be, because that's one of the poorest states. Yeah, bring it to a substantial level. But what else has he accomplished? What else has he accomplished? All these projects he endeavor right now, none of them has been accomplished. They are still on early stage. It might take 30 years to whatever. Of course, that's how Nigerian project is. But I'm not going to give him any credit when it comes to federal level. Yeah, give him some credit.
I'm here, enigmatic. You anticipated this, Abi.
Yeah,
what you sent me, Abi. Let me bring it up. What's going on here? I don't know about this one. This one is.
Most of them don't know. They've been sold the propaganda of that Agulu man. Play to him and let him understand what that guy, his accomplishment in office, and what is.
All right, carry on. Let me go and find it. Yeah.
Okay. What it stands to, because when a couple of people come on the platform and they say certain things, they don't. If you don't understand, if you don't know, you simply say, "I don't know." Not just trying to be obfuscating and try to pander to that echo chamber narrative. As it is today, I say it with a very bold mind, and I say confidently that Ebonyi is the most infrastructurally developed state in the entire Southeast as of now. and is the most governed, the most efficiently governed state in Southeast.
I can call it the most improved state in
Most
Nigeria.
improved state.
Enigmatic, can you please?
This can be seen in what is happening in many countries of the world, including United Arab Emirates.
Sorry, I'll mute the voice. It will just play. Carry on. I'll mute the voice. Carry on.
Yes.
Yeah, Enigmatic, can you please quantify what you mean by it's the most? I mean, give examples and specifics of how you justify that conclusion you just mentioned.
Yeah, if you watch all these videos, you understand that
this is a marketing video. This is a marketing video. It doesn't justify that. I'm asking you. You made a conclusive statement.
Hold on.
I am asking you, what would you use to justify that conclusive statement that it is the most?
I will allow you to watch this.
One man. Sorry, Enigmatic. Sorry. One might be better if we get the audio with it, so that it will make it more clearer to us.
Please.
Sorry, we can play it. We can play it again, but let the conversation go on, and then we'll look back to it. I think it sets the backdrop to the conversation. Carry on. Otherwise, we won't be able to.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, I can see this video. There's no audio, yes, but it's clear what this video is. Right? It's a marketing video for Ebonyi State.
It's a list of if you want me to play it's a list of accomplishments.
Please, by all means, but the conclusive statement that he made was that it is the most, right?
Yeah,
so I'm asking you, based on your statement, it's a simple question. I'm not trying to
let me answer that
here. I'm just asking you, based on your statement, right? Based on the statement you just
let me answer that in a second, and then
I'm asking you to quantify it. That's it.
How I quantify? I've been to Ebonyi several times, and said, I know Ebonyi very well. Okay, if you've been to Ebonyi before, and what Ebonyi looks like now, then you understand the context of the statement. And when you say, "Show me what you have done in office," right? You don't need to be showing PDF pictures or be lying up and down, right? Res ipsa loquitur. The fact speaks for itself. And then when you are talking about candidacy or human development index and every other areas of how to articulate, your achievement in office, this video will actually do justice, because this video eventually, I think there are like 4 different ones. I don't know if people will have time to watch it.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and wait till I can hear the audio on the video. I don't want to be, but the first point you made was anecdotal, which is that you went before and after. I can respect your own personal experience, but that's anecdotal. It's subjective. It doesn't make it a valid stance. I would listen to this.
Hold on.
I will listen to the promotional. This is a promotional video. And I've seen enough of these. Wait. I've seen enough promotional videos to understand.
But the question
promotional videos. Let me just make my point. I listen to what you have to say. I've seen enough promotional videos to understand that promotional videos cannot be the basis for which you make a conclusive statement by saying, because what you made was a comparison statement.
One voice.
The whole Southeast. And so I am challenging that statement based on the conclusive statement you made. I'm asking you to back up.
Hold on, gentlemen. One voice.
If you cannot back it up, that's another thing. But I'm even giving you the benefit of the doubt. Listen, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt to say that, because I'm trying to make a point and you let me talk. So let me finish and I'll let you talk. Okay. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt to say that, you know what, I will listen to the audio behind this. I can see the visual, and it is a promotional video. It is not a basis to say it is the most. You said human development index, but you didn't provide any numbers. Okay? So that's what I'm saying. That the conclusive statement you made, I'm just asking you to validate it. That's all.
Okay, let me talk now.
That's it. I'm done. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Number one, since you really want to go that route, like I said, if you're asking such a question and to answer it directly is, you will know what the state what the state of the state was before this guy came into office and what he was able to do in 8 years. versus what the state was, right? For instance, in Anambra, for instance, versus 8 years after of Obi, and how Anambra still is as of now. Because why I'm very confident of what I'm talking about is that I've been to Ebonyi almost over 30 times, more than that in Anambra State. So I know all the nooks and crannies.
Not just developed overnight, but it took the effort.
And when you, for instance, when you have time, if because I think there are like 4 different videos. When you watch this video, then this is an evidence first, right? When you ask me, show me what Umai did in education, it's in the video. Show me what he did in health, it's in the video. Show me what he did in infrastructural development and the infrastructural capital of turning around Ebonyi's face, it's in the video. If you've been to Abakaliki before and you've gone back to Abakaliki now, you understand what I'm talking about. If you've been to places like Afikpo, where they make all the rice, and you go back there now, you understand what I'm talking about. It was just like when Akpabio, for instance, changed the face of Akwa Ibom. It was very audible to everybody to see it. You cannot hide it, regardless of the promotional video you're talking about. How does people who have never been to Anambra today, how do they score Obi? Is it not because of the promotional propaganda they see online without having been there? How do people know about places they've never been to? They rely on certain things. People have not been to Abia State now, but they are seeing stuff, promotional videos, promotional evidence, promotional
enigmatic. It's fine. I think it's okay to say we're going to disagree on this. But who made this video? Quick question: Who made this video? Who made the video?
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, enigmatic. You keep saying it's a promotional video as though it diminishes it in one way. Yes, I don't want to play the. Hold on, I don't want to play the video you sent in Emeka because I think that might cause trouble. But you keep saying it's a promotional video as though are those list of achievements, are those things achieved, are they verifiable? So if it's if it's a promotional video to highlight his achievements, then he certainly achieved a lot. A lot. Yes. I'll send you the video. He achieved a lot, that guy. In justice, he achieved a lot.
Okay, here's the thing.
Sorry, hold on. Wait, just hold on. Just a few seconds. You respond. Just hold on. Farabale. One man.
And then respond to the two of us.
One man, please.
Hold on, enigmatic. Kulata.
One man. Please play the video. That's the only thing we have right now.
All right. Everybody pause a moment. I think we have to watch the video.
Efforts and sacrifices of leaders, countries, and states did not just develop overnight, but it took the efforts and sacrifices of leaders that governed them in time past. This is because a business-conscious leader is a developer and can bring about development. Recently, Ebonyi State joined business cities to be counted in Nigeria through the relentless efforts of the business-driven governor of Ebonyi State, Engineer David Nwezomahi, who was an expert in business before joining state leadership. His business orientation and quest to develop Ebonyi, knowing the role business plays, have always put him on his toes from the first day of his emergence as the governor of Ebonyi State. For instance, Governor David Nwezomahi, aware that business does not do well in an environment without good road networks, first zoomed into connecting all nooks and crannies of Ebonyi State with solid road, such that over 700 kilometers of it was done in the rural areas of the state to link the people.
All right. So that's 700 kilometers of road. So that's essentially
in rural areas.
Yes. So that's Lagos Calabar already built, but it continues
and connect them to the Abakaliki capital city. This he has achieved without any area left out, and this has gone a long way to make every part of Ebonyi an economic hub as rural farmers bring their farm produces to the city where demand for them are high. Governor Mahi did not end there. He redesigned the Ebonyi State Margaret Umahi International Market to a world-class standard. Today, the market is the most spacious market in Nigeria, with water and tight security. There are adequate parking spaces, well-landscaped and partitioned lots to ensure conducive business environments, proper channelization of waste and waters, and viable cleanup arrangements and toll-free zones to accommodate petty traders and those with low income. Again, Umahi, as a developer with business mind, dished out grants and zero-interest loans to marketers and businessmen and women in the state. Recently, some under the ages of Ebonyi market women and traders received 300,000 Naira grants each. The governor also ventured into the development of more markets in the state to standard. The old Ohokaba market, popularly called Biribiri, and the Bishop Unachokoro regional markets are case in point. With these, the goal number 8 and 9 of the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, are perfectly taken care of. Engineer David Wezemahi, the Nostradamus governor, knew that time shall come when Ebonyi people would outgrow open market system and ventured into unimaginable world dream that bettered the world-class shopping mall, the Ebonyi State Shopping Mall. The mall designed after the Dubai Mall is a beauty to behold. Local and foreign products are all there, such that traveling overseas is a waste of time and money. What a foresight of a man. Governor Mahi, who understands that Ebonyi State has comparative advantage on rice production, revitalized and equipped the state rice mills such that they give out thousands of metric tons of rice daily. This has made Ebonyi farmers and rice traders millionaires overnight. As a businessman with business orientation to develop the state, Governor Mahi brought about the emergence of the best integrated building materials cluster. Today, even those who opposed the relocation are singing praises of Governor Mahi. We cannot forget in a hurry the Linus Ede Memorial Timber Market relocated to a better site. Umahi has not ended it yet, as the industrial cluster located in Uburu or Hozara local government area is another gold mine. When functional, no state in the country or anywhere in Africa will be able to withstand Ebonyi economically. Governor Mahi, the man who saw tomorrow, is also bequeathing to Ebonyi people with the largest international airport east of the Niger. The airport will link Ebonyi State with the rest of the world. Ebonyi would become the first port of call for assorted commodities, locally and foreign produced. What a feat achieved by a single man in just over 7 years. To ensure that Ebonyi is economically viable, Governor Mahi ensured the installation of streetlights across villages in the state. This has encouraged businesses even in the night and has brought about safe security in the rural areas. Governor David Wezemahi is indeed a rare gem, an administrator with the best business orientation and consciousness who has done Ebonyi proud. He has, through these numerous economic boosting projects and more, brought
All right. So promotional video, yes, but factual video also yes. No, I mean, it's taking them from the 17th century to the 20th.
Woman, I have to go, so I'll just say this. I'll just say this real quick before I go. Wait, I'm leaving. Wait, you guys can have the floor. Yeah. You guys can have the floor. I'm going to just go. Woman, seriously, come on, man. That's all I'll say. Are you seriously going to have someone present this video as an objective evidence to the performance of the governor in the video where they're calling the governor the Nostradamus governor? They're calling him a gem. Come on now, seriously. If we listen, I'm leaving. You can have the floor. Let me finish what I'm saying. If we want to take this, I'm not comparing anybody. Please be quiet. I'm not comparing Obi or anything. I'm leaving. If we want to take this as objective evidence of performance of a governor, as we are today, as we sit down here today, all of us, we want to take this as objective evidence, then we should all get our heads examined. That's what I will say. If anyone wants to
hold on, it's on. Nobody.
Now,
Hold on.
How can someone present?
Wait. Now it's on.
How can someone present this as evidence of performance?
Wait 1 second.
And you want us to accept it?
Wait 1 second. It's on. Wait now. Wait.
No. You can't present something like this.
Can you hold on, please? Hold on. No, nobody is presenting it as an. Oh, so sorry. There's a heavy noise there, Kulata.
No, that's not me. No.
Oh, what's it you? So nobody is presenting it as an unbiased, like you said, it's a promotional video. So of course we all know the intention behind it. They're calling him the Nostradamus of our time. But the things being documented there, are they factual or not? That is really what it boils down to. Are those achievements verifiable or not? That's one. Are they necessary or not? That's two. Have they propelled the state from where it was to a highly enhanced space? That's three. So if you say yes to all of those, then you might well want to join them in calling him the Nostradamus of our time.
We need an objective. We need an objective observer to provide us with that sort of information with numbers, and then compare to other states. Wait, and then compare to other states to then come to the conclusion that Enigmatic was making that he's the most advanced one in the Southeast.
Let's take a quick vote. I vote for Umai.
I'm leaving.
Count me in
thank
for
you so
Umai.
much. I'll chat with you later.
Let's take a quick round robin.
All right. It was too heavy.
Because there's more, but there's more.
Hold on. Let's have one. So many voices
You're
already.
automatically going to win.
One man. You know one thing, One to when.
Gentlemen, hold on. Everybody, hold on. Just for the benefit of our audience, we can only have one voice at a time. So whoever the voice is, carry on.
Yeah, let the person that want to speak go ahead before I wrap up.
Okay.
We're not wrapping up. We're voting. What do you mean?
Before we vote, Kolata, let me just say this. You know, when people are talking about objectivity, right? When you bring facts and figures, especially when it doesn't actually pander to their expectation, they want to find a way to discredit it. Do you know there are 4 parts to this video? This one is the first part. When you play the second, the third, and the fourth, those ones actually speak to the specifics of these infrastructural developments and what he's been doing. And I keep saying it again, right? I've been to Bayelsa several times, right? And the last time I was home, I was in Bayelsa. I've been to Delta State several times, and the last time I was home, I was in Delta State. I did not see any fantastic improvement in Delta State, regardless of all the humongous allocation, IGR, IOC, and everything that they receive. But when you look at Ebonyi State IGR, when you look at their FAC allocation, when you look at they are not supposed to be anywhere near what they are as it is for now. We can say, okay, we are mad. Some people may be mad because of the name Umai. But Umai is not somebody, it's not a Shagari, it's not a Bello now. It's a man from the Southeast that I love, that I will vote for 10 times over, right? Because I've seen all the states. If you are looking at, for instance now, Imo State has the capacity to be the best state in the entire Southeast, but unfortunately they've had governance issue. Okorosha was supposed to be the guy that will turn it around, but he messed up. But we have a governor in the Southeast who turned things around in Ebonyi State. And I'm saying it again. The only way I will be objective is because I've seen the before and I've seen the after. And I've seen the before and I've seen the after of all these states combined. So how else do you want objectivity? How does he know? My question to any one of them, because when they want to question, the appurtenances of these statements of the objectivity is how do they come to the conclusion? All of them. How do they come to the conclusion that Anambra is a Dubai or Peter Obi is a Messiah? And when you ask them, have you been to Anambra before? They will say no. So on what premises do you base your objective on or your objectivity on? How do you know?
All right. No. Jide, just hold on. Prestige, hold on as well. Prestige, you round off in a moment, but we're going to do that voting that Kulata suggested. But no more than 2 minutes for anybody So we do just 2 minutes and then we whip it round, and then you have the final word on that space. So we do it like that. So Kulata puts the question, and then we'll whip it round. I'm going to come to you last, Prestige, so you can take the floor.
You guys,
put the question.
It's a 10-second answer. Nobody needs to kind of like gesticulate. I mean, between Peter Obi and Dave Umahi today, who will you vote for president? I personally will vote David Umahi 1,000 out of 1,000 times.
Okay, that's one.
All right, brilliant. So Larry, the question, your response, Larry.
Yeah, one man. You know, I've always been an Umahi person, so I've always been for Umahi.
So that's two. Arokidigba.
Why you one man now? Why are you even flogging this? Yeah, of course, Umahi. Come on. If Obi is not careful, they won't even know you.
Just said Umahi or Obi. Let's move on, please.
Umahi. Don't stress the question. Umahi.
All right, Jide, you are up next. The question, your response. Jide.
Okay, woman, I will say Umahi. And what I wanted to say earlier was that guy that was disproving everything. They come here and tell us Alex Oti is performing. Is it not the same video of the structures he's doing that makes them to believe he's performing? So for me, Umahi any day will be can go to his beauty or continue with his latrine balls.
All right, brilliant, excellent point. So yeah, Uptown, you're up next. Surprise us, Uptown. If it was a choice between Umahi or Peter Obi, surely you are going for Umahi, Uptown.
One man, do you have a drug for like stomach? Like when your stomach is turning you, do you have?
Look at that. Folic acid is the usual go-to.
My stomach almost wants to jump out. Do you know why? Because it's a survey I've conducted 2 years before now, even before the existence of Peter Obi presidency. And I use my time to challenge Kulata directly.
Vote, Bobo, vote, Joe.
Please, people, vote now so we can continue.
Kulata, calm down. Kulata, I want to use my time to challenge you directly. One man set us a platform. Finally, I found a reason to disgrace Kulata online. And I'm going to do that, and I hope he takes it on. But that's the most mediocre thing you have ever said since I know you, Kulata.
Come on,
vote.
But I vote for obviously Obi. I mean, Umahi, really, guys.
Okay, 5-1.
All right, thank you, Uptown. I thought you would surprise us for a moment there, but I wonder if Enigmatic will surprise us. So Enigmatic, surely you are an obedience. They're trying to. You are losing also. Bring the numbers up. Umahi or Obi for president, or we're talking about.
Yeah, for my love for the Southeast, if they have this candidate in any ballot 1 million times, my over will be 1 million times, no doubt. So no region will bring this guy and be trying to resort to propaganda to help him win elections now. The results are there. The facts are there. Res ipsa loquitur.
All right. Actually, let me push it a little bit, but don't give me an extended something. No, I substitute Peter Obi with Sanwo-Olu, Umahi or Sanwo-Olu. Who would your vote go to?
Well, man, let's finish the votes now.
All right.
Let's treat Bagwell for what he is.
All right. Let's go to Emeka. Emeka. So we already know where Emeka will go. Emeka, Mekus.
But this is undisputable now, right? It should be unanimous. You understand? Who is the better politician here? One, and who delivered better governance? So I don't know why we're trying to. That's why I said play that video. A lot of lies have been said about P2P. Play that video, one man. A lot of lies was spread about P2P, and it is about that time the Southeast and India Anambra speak the truth. Yes, they wanted an Igbo president. They hid a lot of things. They didn't want to expose
One
people
man, are we
so
voting or not?
that people would not say, is this
This
guy
guy
you
has
are
been
trying to
rattling
sell?
right now.
Play
That's
the
not
video,
All
play
right.
the video. Let's shut down this
Emeka,
argument.
hold on,
Play the
Emeka.
video. Let's shut the argument down.
Emeka,
You want
hold
to
on,
play a video
Emeka.
from Dan Olasi?
No,
Please,
I
can you
will
vote?
play.
Let's move on.
Hold on, I'll play the video. But before Prestige takes the floor, I'll play the video. So that's what Mahi for you. So Ajane Koko, I'm not sure if we have Ajane Koko fully. Ajane Koko the choice, Peter Obi or Dave Mahi for president. We're talking about.
Ọ̀tẹ̀lẹ̀ ń ṣe yìí.
Ajane Koko, now why for you?
Ẹ ṣàfẹ́ fojú àwọn ará mi ìgbolẹ̀.
So you have to go to Yoruba language on that. Wow.
What I said was you should vote. You should vote and be merry. That's all I said. So nothing too bad.
Look, it is clear now that other than the Easterner, if there is a vote today between Umahi, if there's a contest for the position of president between Umahi and Peter Obi, Nigerians will go for Umahi.
Who be Nigerian? Agbado be Nigerian.
Now you be Nigerian.
We the Nigerians will go for.
How you will
so
be
Nigerian?
Nigerian?
Am I not a Nigerian?
Okay, but why did you use the word we?
We
Do you understand what you're saying?
We the majority that are leading in this vote now, are they not Nigerians?
Agbado platform now.
So Nigerians.
One man, please play this video and let's move on so that we can.
I am for Umahi as well. I'm standing with Nigerians, so I'm for Umahi.
So that's 7-1. 7-1.
All right, brilliant. So Baba, you're up next. Baba, the question, your response is just a binary choice, heads or tail.
My hand, my head, my legs vote Umahi over and over again. And
What about your head? What is the head now?
My gray hair too, one by one, if you can count it. Wallahi.
Tibiko Baba.
Okay, settle down. That's PG. Kulata, you're up next.
Me. Let's play Emeka's video, please.
All right. To that put it.
I'm voting now.
No. You will have the final word. Prestige. But this video comes with a disclaimer. This is from Emeka. I've not fully watched it, but coming from Emeka, I think we know the direction.
All right, Emeka propaganda.
He hasn't done it up till date.
Well, to the best of my knowledge, he hasn't done it.
That's Chief Danulasi.
Split Anambra State. Those who
religiously. We used to be a homogeneous Christian.
Volume
now you talk about whether you're a Catholic or you're an Anglican or you're a Pentecostal. That is where we are degenerating now, and it's unfortunate. And he studied that politics. But most importantly, I asked him yesterday, I told him yesterday that the time Ojukwu said he will not go for the second term, Ojukwu refused this time Peter Obi going for a second term. A day after he went to Oka, Ojukwu went to Oka and raised, now senior advocate Emeka Etiaba, raised his hand up as the candidate for ABGA. Peter went, if I say he was crazy, it would be an understatement. Ojukwu refused to see him in his house. It took this victim to go to Ojukwu's house and prostrated. Because I called Ojukwu on telephone asking him, why are you doing this? Why did you go to Oka to raise the Emeka Etiaba's hand? He said, over his dead body, that this young man has been so disappointing that I should come to his house. And I came to his house and saw Victor lying on the floor, begging Ojukwu to allow Peter to complete his second term.
We can't verify any of those now.
No, but they are, apart from Ojukwu, he is dead. Victor Ume is alive, and because he was the one who took Peter and went back to Ojukwu's house.
About this particular scenario now,
Yes.
this forthcoming elections and the goings on between the current governor and his predecessor, what do you think went wrong?
Well, I was listening to my friend, and he hardly ever said what went wrong, other than Anambra.
He said there's no continuity.
Well, I don't know what continuity meant, because he was Commissioner for Information. And I would like a situation where you people will bring him back, and probably I'll be around. Because he was Commissioner for Information. Go to ABS, and the newspaper of Anambra said when he was Commissioner, it was a sorry sight. Chamberlain, if you go to ABS now, it's as good. I don't want to write down your station. Your own is a child's play for an ABS in Oka. I'm telling you, it looks first class. But he was there running around because you see, the concept of continuity, the concept of continuity. Oka was a glorified local government for 8 years. P2B was governor. If you're passing through Oka now, over flyovers, you wouldn't know when you pass Oka.
So what is
but most importantly,
what was he saying? Or he said that okay,
well, he has
some of the roads.
That's freedom of expression. I'm coming first. You see, the governor, when he launched his mission statement and vision, he had 4 cardinal principles. One is agriculture, industrialization, trade and commerce, and then oil and gas. But he showed some enablers. You know, by the time Peter was governor, what was rife in Anambra State was kidnapping, armed robbery, all our big shots, nobody came home. But I tell you, in the past 4 years, people in Anambra sleep with their 2 eyes closed. Security has become, you're a journalist, you should know, because you write about this, everything that, until recently when some warlords came in from South Africa and got themselves messed up.
What do you say to those who say that, well, a lot of this, what you've just said now, was made possible because the former governor, from what he said he left over 75 billion naira in the account.
Well,
so
you
the
know, there have been a dispute about the economy, because at the end of the day, it was 9 billion that P2B left. It's not true.
Not over 75 billion.
That was falsehood. 9 billion, and I would like you to invite officials of the present government and invite Peter to tell us how this 9 billion was left. Because the claim, and I saw him claiming that P2B has no property anywhere in this country. That is the greatest fallacy of the 21st century. Peter owns a company called Next International. He's probably the biggest property owner in this country. I don't talk of the big shopping mall in Abuja. His younger brother controls everything he did.
Is there anyone in Anambra?
Oh yes, there's ShopRite he has at Onisha. Everything about ShopRite is P2B. He annexed a land in my town through an offshore company, and he's building something there now.
Let me hear anybody that want to talk about P2B here and that fraudster.
P2B owns
keep quiet.
Go.
You guys are sold Nigerians a fraud. All of them are sold Nigerians, and you hid it. You're all wicked people. Fraud. When we were shouting, this man, I went to Anambra State when P2B was governor. A local government. I went there.
Man,
you guys came and be telling us lies up and down. You brought a fraudster to come and to sell to Nigerians, wicked people.
It's not a megaton.
All right. Yeah, Emeka, we'll come to you in a moment. Kolata, give us your verdict. I think we know where you are.
Oh, me?
Give it formally.
I formally vote. I thought I already voted now. 10,000 out of 10,000 times. They do my now.
All right, the final word then to you.
Even when I'm drunk, God, still Dave Jumai.
Let me wrap up just 2 or 3 minutes. I mean, everybody know where my vote is going to.
You see, the gods of the land cannot allow him to lie.
Prestige, have you been struck?
By the gods, the gods struck his voice.
Be quiet, Emeka, my brother. I was using my phone. Somebody called.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay.
You're a man of prestige. I'm here because you demanded that I'm not here. You are not going to talk about what I said yesterday. Can you go ahead now? I'm here.
I didn't actually hear from you. It was somebody that's not here that said that.
Let's stick to topic. Just address.
Let's stick to the topic. But anyway, yeah. Of course, you know where I'm going. It's a mere formality. I know where this was going to end. Like you said, is that 8-1 or whatever? I mean, it's a mere formality. I mean, because everybody here is Aguado and APC. Because one man, you always feed them with red meat. So what do you expect? The way their narrative is going to pander to, all this red meat you feed them every day, and they're buying it. So it doesn't surprise me. But anyway, let me conclude about David Omahi. You know, of course, I'm going to go for Obi. I've not been to Ebonyi State. I've not been to Anambra State, so I'm basing my point from what I read and
But
everything.
people
So
who
I
have
won't
been
say
there
that.
are telling you not when they went
Let
there
me
during
let
Obi's
me
time.
finish now. It's
No,
my
no,
turn now.
Emeka, just let him
I mean,
finish.
you have the right. I
Land,
mean,
land.
to abuse the governance or whatever, it don't make any difference to me. In as far as you don't abuse anybody on this platform, I'm good with it. It can cause you be. You can say go die. I mean, they are all politicians. But anyway, that's Daniel Lasky. Okay, so you know we know where he stands or you know what he's striving right now. He's one of the elite in Nigeria, so it doesn't really surprise me.
It stood with
Um,
Obi. It stood Obi the last
Okay,
election.
let me finish
Spoke
now. I
positively because
beg.
of the Igbo
Just
president. He
reminding you.
spoke positively
Can I
then.
wrap up?
Wrap up now.
Just stop getting emotional. You all talk during your time.
No,
Let's
I'm
this is
not.
what
I'm not. I'm just
No,
upset
wait
with
a
the
minute.
fraud.
This
let
is
me
all
mute
politics. We are
Emeka,
here
let
to
me mute
enjoy.
you.
Okay, we learn and everybody. Okay, I'm here to learn. I don't know much about Nigeria politics, but I'm learning. So I'm here to learn. It doesn't. I mean, I can make noise or I can raise my voice here. I mean, it doesn't mean anything to me. I'm just narrating the way I see things. It doesn't. It doesn't matter. But anyway. Going by the video, to me, it's a promotional video. Having said that, there are some facts to read because some of them are embellished. From what I have read, about David Umahi and what a friend from Abakaliki told me, yeah, there's some validity to that point that, he provided the governor, that brought Ebony State where they are right now. I mean, he'll be known and go down in history as the leader who changed the face of Ebony State. There's no doubt about it. But did he accomplish what is unbelievable that we be clamoring, say he's going to, I mean, he's not even close to Sanwo-Olu, by no means, not even half. But anyway, of course, Lagos State has a lot of money. So he did okay. I'm not gonna dispute that because if you look at where Ebony State, was before he came in, I think they are second to the last in terms of internal generated revenue and the debilitating condition of that state.
You are right.
Yeah, there's no
You are
doubt.
right.
When he first came in, he did a lot of job from what I heard. I mean, the infrastructure was one of the best in the state. Technology and some other things that economically he was able to boost the state economy. There's no doubt about it. I mean, before they depend on federal allocation, but when he came in, he was able to redirect his effort to internal generative revenue, and he did good. But I'm not going to be here clamoring for it. But the only thing I hate about him was his political jingoism when he come, and make some what I call very inflammatory language, like this ethnic stuff he try. I mean, being from Igbo, he's still playing ethnic. It doesn't matter where you are. If you're playing ethnicity or whatever, try to use it for your own advantage. I'm going to call it out. I never like it. I mean, you say you're educated. Yeah, of course, he is educated, an engineer by no means, which is okay. It doesn't matter. I mean, somebody interview you, and you claim that, you don't know what he's talking about. I mean, just try to play bamboozle people. And why Obi? Why are you bringing Obi into this conversation that, what he's doing to the start is playing some ethnicity? I mean, Obi is not the first person that criticized him. Look at what Atiku said. Atiku was even the first person. Atiku even went further to say that whatever they are doing right now, they are trying to use all this project that is not necessary. They're going to use it to benefit Tinubu. They're going to steal the whole money. How come people didn't go crazy here? Just because whenever Obi speak. But anyway, you all go ahead and keep on hold on, let me land. You all
Yes.
go ahead and keep on criticizing Obi. You're making Obi more popular because if you go to Africa, Obi is probably one of the most popular person. It's because of the good and the bad. Let it be. I'm not mad. I mean, even at all, I'm mad. What do I have to get? But anyway, it's all good. It's all politics. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Percy. So, thank you, Percy. Stay with us. You can push back against Kulata when he comes up after Larry. So, Larry, you're up next. Larry.
Hello, woman.
Yeah, Larry. Alpha.
I'm all right. Good evening, everybody. I think we've done more of Obi yet.
Yes, we're back there again, aren't we? We really must not.
I actually hope we get to that point where we speak less of all this argument Obi versus, because it's kind of like getting to be everyday thing. There are a lot of new things to speak on.
Larry, don't be upset, right? Obi is always on the news, so that's why we talk
Larry,
about
don't look
it.
at it the way you are looking at it.
Obi is always on the
Obi
news.
is selling market here. It doesn't matter.
Yes, I agree with man of prestige. He's selling markets. He's really selling his market. He's the chief consoler and chief condolence of the country, the area father of dissemination of bad news for the country. Always going around, and in short, he has AI and bots with algorithms looking for bad news in Nigeria. That's what they are searching for every day on Google. They'll be looking for bad news, rolling bots and artificial intelligence. If you don't get any bad news, Obi will not pay you for that day. So I agree. Man of prestige, he's selling market, but man of prestige, my brother, don't be upset. I'm not picking on you. You gave valid points on Umaye, someone who has the second to the least IGR, still was able to turn around that economy of Ebonyi State. Ebonyi State in the southeast is, in short, Ebonyi State is an abandoned seed in the southeast. Let's call it spade a spade. No, people insult Abakaleke people. People insult Afiko people. People insult.
Abandon is an understatement. It's just anything worse than that. If you've been to Ebonyi before,
not only have I been to Ebonyi, I know Abakaleke very well. It's just that the Anambra people, especially Inewi people, see Abakaleke people as they are not Igbo people. They are less Igbo people. Less of, you understand? Now going there and transforming that place, putting structures down with the less money he has. Now improving on the IGI he made on that place, and comparing to a man who did not even move IGR for 1 point. All what you have highlighted valid points, positive points, matching with P2B. I don't know where this debate is taking us to, other than emotional discussion here. P2B has always been a fraud. I have not changed my stand. Continues to be a fraud. I will always be a fraud, which is divisive politics. I don't know why we look at that man and all the bad ways and all the nonsense talk that he cannot even complete his statement. You ask him a question, he will go from one place to another point, and yet Nigerians are young intelligent Nigerians are coming to tell us that man is better than the freshest bread in the streets.
All right, brilliant. All right, thank you.
Calm down, my brother.
All right, let's move away from Obi for a moment. I don't think Larry even especially cares for that sort of topic. He wants to talk about economics, and the topic on the screen, Larry. So Dangote fuel now expected in July. So we were expecting it as early as this month, and before that we were expecting it as early as 2 months ago. But then they keep kicking the can down the road. The new excuse now is that they are installing a new set of kits for. So what are you making of this never ending or never coming out petrol that we're expecting from the Mala from the north?
Well, as far as Dangote is concerned, right? Anytime he thinks is ready, he will definitely push it out. I'm not really interested in whenever Dangote said he's ready. For me, I'm more interested in Port Harcourt, I'm more interested in Warri, I'm more interested in Kaduna, right? Because Dangote does not hold us anything, right? If he believes that he's not ready, he believes that, he's not ready to sell petrol, there's little to nothing that we can actually do. So for me, I think it's better if he wants to wait till July, right? Gives us, and he comes out and give us something, a good petrol, that there won't be one or two issues. If you remember with the diesel, I think there were one or two write-offs, kind of like, yeah, the diesel is this, the diesel is that. So I don't know. Anytime if it feels by July, right, we're going to get it. Yes, let's get it. So for me, I'm still more interested in the NNPC guy, right, because that guy has been shifting goalposts almost every time, right? And I can't even, if you ask that guy now, right, he will tell you next week, he will tell you upper week, he will tell you, at the point some people were saying December. And this is a place where we've invested a whole lot of money, right? And that's, anytime I talk about NNPC, I don't know what's happening in that place. So people should not, even Dangote, if Dangote tells you that he's going to wait till December, he has the right to do that. I don't owe him anything, doesn't owe us anything, right? He's just a businessman like anybody that has the right to sell what he wants to sell at any time. But the one that we are interested in is the one that we've seen our Commonwealth go into, right? And we're not even getting the value for that money. Because look at what is happening in Nigeria now. People don't even have access to fuel. And it's really crazy because a lot of people are really suffering. You know, they can't even get it. Queues here and there. Man hour, they are burning man hour, right? That they are supposed to use in more productive things.
You know, the excuse for the fuel shortage is really somewhat annoying. They said is logistics. It has no meaning.
You see logistics. You see, it's really, really, really crazy for me, right? It's really crazy for me. You won't see a serious country, right? Where they will easily see how manpower is being burnt unnecessarily. NNPC took responsibility for being the sole importer of this thing, right? They saw the whole thing. Now, the guy has been telling us, Port Harcourt Refinery is gone through mechanical repair. Mechanical is done. It's gone through so phase. It's gone through. No, that is not what we want to hear.
Larry, that man is just managing Nigeria. He's managing Nigerians. That's just our expectation.
See, well, I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to say he's managing Nigeria. I don't know. Because as far as I'm concerned, that's exactly where, for this government, those are things that I'm not really, I'm not really satisfied with. And these are places where I think they need to come out and let us know what is happening. You can't keep telling us that Port Harcourt is good. At least let Port Harcourt, let's stay on their neck. If it's going to be June, let June be June. This is just like if you have a contract, you're giving some people contracts. Every contract has an end date. But when you said, okay, we've given you money, we've paid you, it's not like we're owing you for all those things and you keep shifting goalposts. At least if we can get 60,000 from Port Harcourt, right? That's going to go a long way. We can't even get 60,000. We can't even get anything from Port Harcourt. And we'll still be in the same place and we are like, Dangote, Dangote. What's my business with Dangote? Dangote is just a businessman like anybody. If Dangote says tomorrow, I want to lock my refinery, there's nothing anybody can do. So the government, as far as I'm concerned, they should just call that guy. That guy needs to come out and tell us the truth. Enough of all these logistics, is supply chain, is this, is that.
I'm surprised that they are retaining him in such a crucial, critical parastatal. I would have thought Tinubu would want his own man in that space, especially the military.
You see, the thing is this: all of them are the same thing, right? All of them are the same thing. Melekari, Wale Tinubu, all of them, they know what they are doing now. Why are we deceiving ourselves? Why are we deceiving ourselves? Do you think there is any sense they are bringing in that sector? They all know themselves in that sector now. If you talk about that sector, who are the key players in that sector? The business guys in that sector, we know the key players in that sector. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm not even interested in whoever he brings. All I'm interested in value for money. We've been spending money on this refinery. At least do one. Let us see. You said mechanical. What is mechanical? Mechanical is gone. You said later they said, they think Nigerians are actually fools, right? You come on like, we've given them crude oil. We're expecting, they kind of
Larry, did you hear that they said they also want to build another 100,000 facility?
I'm telling you, that's what I'm telling you now.
That's when I knew that these people are full of
shit. That's what I'm telling you now. Because every time, these are people, you see, that's why in most cases, when we come here and we're like, we are like this, we are like that. Sometimes I'm more like, it seems we are not really even understanding the key things, right? That people in Nigeria are actually facing. Because when we most of us, if you do a census about people on this platform, right? 70% on this platform are abroad. And when we come here every day to talk about Obi this, Obi that, Tinubu this, Tinubu that, and I'm very sure that people in Nigeria that are watching this platform, they will kind of like, what are these people doing?
Larry, can you give me a second, please? Just a second.
Yes,
I won't take more than that. Just
yes,
to say something. it is, I should let me put it very clear and for clarification. It is not the intention of anyone on this platform, right, to on a daily basis come and speak about Obi because it's a personal non grata in the perspective of Nigeria politics. But when you continually ingratiate yourself into every conversation, this is what was actually disparaged, right? And not really, people said it was not in jail, he now be not. But we saw over time that he actually leveraged on the inactivity of having to respond to his fallacious, perspective and opinion, and then the type of thing he was doing. So it now behooves on Nigerians to put things straight, to correct this assertion. Like when, for instance, just let me finish now. If people could listen with an objective mind, what Umai said, they've been watching him, they've been watching his activity. When you see that when he goes on tantrum, right, on social media, they do not actually, the government and the government apparatchiks and their media people, they basically ignore him. But if Atiku does the same thing, immediately they reply Atiku because they believe Atiku, has more articulation skills than him, and he holds more political project than him. But when this guy comes, while this guy mine was actually, I think, why he needed to reply him yesterday was he was already fanning an ember of a tribalism to what he was doing. They've been talking to investors on that corridor, right? And there are some people on this platform that has enormous resources on that corridor. Government is doing something, but you keep telling the government that it shouldn't be their priority. Who shows priority for you when you were governor? When you become president, whenever, right? Maybe when you go to your IPOB, when you become president in IPOB, nobody should have the right to say, Peter Obi, this should be your priority. The government of the day say this is their priority. Then the best you can do is do your objective criticism and move on, right? So and then when you can see what is happening, like I said, it will come to a point that top politicians from Southeast, they will start replying him because if they will feel that at a point he's trying to incite some sector of that neighborhood against them. Look at what they are doing to Soludo now. Now they've been attacking Umai for what? Now they will pick another victim. So how else does he want to keep doing this and be pretending as if he's not seeing them? So these are the things that we need to do.
That's my lawyers with the man.
On this,
that divisive politics. He did it
on
in
the
Anambra.
national stage, we say, okay, we dismissed him in the past. But now nobody should dismiss him because he has done it beyond Nigeria now. He's going abroad to denigrate Nigeria and to even denigrate his political colleagues. Did you not see when he went abroad he went to Harvard and he was defining Nigerian politicians and appointees, government appointees, as lunatics and gangsters. And this is the same man that was a governor that had appointees. He had commissioners, he had SSAs, he had SSGs. So it means his SSGs and his appointees were gangsters and lunatics. So it means when he was an appointee under Jonathan, he was a gangster and a lunatic. So these are the inconsistencies that people see. Even when you want to be quiet, you have to check him once in a while. So that it's not that people just want to intentionally come over to say this, but because of his pretentious, attitude, and he feigns ignorance when things are going wrong, when he pushes them to trouble already. So how long does he want to be pitching those people against the top politicians in the South? Look at what Umar is facing now. Look at what Soludo is facing as we speak. So these are the things you need to look at.
Well, you see, I understand, right? For me, Obi is just playing his normal game. And he will still play it more. And the thing is, the more we discuss this, right, he will still play the same game. And why is he playing that game? Why is he saying all those things? Because even the government is even giving avenues. There are a lot of unanswered questions. Let's just be candid with ourselves. And the more you have a lot of unanswered questions, right? People will ask questions. even this Obi, that is this not one of the questions that even if you ask, if anybody asks, if you ask any Nigeria today, can you tell us what is happening to any of this refinery? They will tell you no, and it's not supposed to be so, because they are giving us every avenue to ask questions. So because Obi has a voice, he will also ask questions. He will say all sorts of things, right? So that's why for me, right, I'm more interested in.
Bro, sorry, can I interject?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes,
Sorry,
I think Larry wants to move away from OB politics and speak to, but have that interjection, and then maybe you want to move back to where you really want to be. Uptown.
Exactly, one man. Because of course you won't allow enigmatic to interject on that as well, and I won't. I just wanted Larry to ask my friend that just spoke to tell him or try to quote from Obi spoke on the Coastal Highway twice, from the two tweets, to try to quote any line in any of the entire tweets that even mentioned the word Igbo, mentioned the word Southeast, or even try to incite any tribe, not even Southeast, whether Yoruba, Sikh, or anything. If he can tell you, because you need to be asking questions. I'm asking you because I know you're an objective person. You got what I'm saying? So can you try to ask him where and when Obi incited tribe in all his
You can
arguments
ask
about
him the question. Why are you going through corner? Just ask the man the question.
You know, German, who is number one is your friend. So you can ask by your friend, by yourself, but we know ourselves. I mean, you can call me a political analyst or an analyst on the floor, but do not use that friend. So
that's a bit much now. We're all friends here now.
I don't even know you. I don't even know you, and you have so much anonymity.
There was no need. No need. Ask him the question.
It's a civil space. What are we doing?
Egmatic is strong enough to take the question.
No, it's not an enigmatic flaw. It's Larry's flaw. Let Larry just continue with this stuff.
Sorry, I forgot. Sorry.
One man, we'll keep talking about Obi.
No, let's just move away from Obi. I think, go back to the petrol. You are saying it's not Dangote's responsibility to fuel laws. That's the government here. Yeah.
Yes, it's not Dangote's responsibility, right? It needs to be sure, right, that is ready, because I don't want people to rush Dangote. Because what if Dangote, you rush Dangote now, it now gives you one petrol that is substandard or something is, petrol is so delicate. So it needs to be sure, it needs to pass all the tests, it needs to be certified that is ready. And even when he brings it out, they need to certify everything to be sure that it is ready. So I'm not even interested in, even Dangote said at the end of the day, it's going to be December. Yes, it's going to be December. What can we do? We can't force him. Let us work on the one we have power on. If those guys are not ready to open that place, they should lock it up and throw the key away. Let us know that that's what's the essence. You've not finished one. You say you want to go and do 100,000. You want to go and do 200,000. What are we fooling now?
Sorry, Larry.
Yes, I can hear you,
sir. Larry. If you look into the one they are talking about, it's a private company. It's a private company that is trying to seize the opportunity of maximizing the space in that complex. So the private company wants to build their own complex in that same complex. Okay, so it's not like it's NNPC directly going into building new ones.
You see what we are saying now? A private company wants to build. Why is it a government thing?
No. See, those things don't matter. Okay, the major thing is this: when we talk about refineries, we need to understand that a lot of things.
Let me just tell you something. That is not supposed to even be a case. If you are talking about the one that is even close, you can talk about the one in Akwa Ibom that this Abdul Samad is actually doing. That's another private distance. So for me, right, we can.
You don't understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
These things. Sorry,
they want to utilize that space, right? And they want to build. They want to build, not like I'm not even interested in 1-2. What I'm interested in is what do we have now? Because that one you are saying,
let me explain.
in 1 year now.
Let me explain something to you. You see,
Okay.
I'm an engineer, and by virtue of my own profession, you see, I work with a cement company. Okay, and I know what it takes us if we want to flash back our king. These are things that use gas regulators, slam shot valves, and all those things. These things are not just plug and play. Most times we can say, okay, we are starting back the plant so date. But by the time we are done with everything, we run a test simulation and we see that, oh, there's still problem here, there's still problem here. You can't compromise safety when it comes to this kind of facilities. You dare not. Okay.
Bro, let me just ask
So
you.
I'm sorry, please. Wait.
I want to ask you this question and you continue. If you're a project manager, right? This refinery is not the first refinery that is being built in the world. There are processes. Every test or whatsoever you want to talk about, right? It's part of the process. And if you're a good project manager, let's look at it like this same refinery, right? You're a private person, you give them a job to do as a private person. Do you think they will handle it the way they are handling it without even giving you an end date? You don't even have a roadmap of your project. This is just, the Nigerians do not talk and all this. Let us deceive ourselves. There is no two ways about it. We want to do the one test. We want to do this. It's not. There's no value for money. Because we can't do with ourselves.
Mr. Larry. First thing is this: until maybe they come out and say it's not possible to start that refinery again. That's when I can now talk. Okay, we've had the situation in my own company that we're building new structures. Experts from China, Sinoma, came to do their own job, and the date for commission still, we got to that day, it elapsed. We could not commission, and we had to wait some other weeks or almost a month. We've had it where FLS Smith, if you know FLS Slim.
I don't know. Can you guys hear?
No. I think did it drop? Just carry on. Carry on. I want to try and get to people a bit quicker now. So carry on. Yeah.
I think I'm done with this. I'm hoping on the NNPC guy, at least for once, come out clean. Let us know, right? Let us know where we are and let's know where we're going to. I'm not interested in Dangote.
All right. Do you want to give us a flavor on the minimum wage? The unions want 615,000. The government are offering a 25% increment.
You see, as far as this is concerned, I think Labour they're still joking with Nigerians. They are not ready for negotiation. Right? You can say 1 million, you can say this. I want them to, Labour, come up with something that we know, that will definitely make some sense. You know what is going to happen at the end of the day? The government is going to announce something, right? Labour is going to clamor, strike, and all those things, and they're going to go to industrial court, and the government will win. That's why, for me, I think Labour is just still playing some games, right? They first started with 1 million. You see all these things. They should come up with something and let's negotiate on something, rather than leaving it. Because this negotiation,
Larry, are you in Nigeria?
No, I'm not in Nigeria. I'm not in Nigeria. I'm in the US.
Okay.
So I think Labour is just still playing games, right? Playing games. They know what they are doing. At the end of the day, government will announce something, and they will shout. They'll go to structural courts. Government. We know all these games now. So until Labour is ready, even every Nigerian, if you ask an average Nigerian, right, is Labour ready? They will tell you Labour is not ready for any negotiation. They are just, playing with our intelligence. So until they are ready, then we can talk about them. But what I'm still seeing is still some, Labour playing 1 or 2 games, and at the end of the day, it's still going to be the same thing because this is already flat. Woman, any other thing? Let's go to any other thing.
All right. I'm not sure if you want to speak on the on the landmark guy that's put out these pictures of before and after is complex being demolished?
Well, you see, the landmark guy, for me, I think what he needs to do, sometimes you may not be right, but just negotiate with them, and at the same time, look for a win-win situation, because the way it is, they've started it, and as far as I'm concerned, at this point, I'm not even interested in, oh, why did they do it? They are not doing it. They are not this. They started it. I can't stop it. So I think probably what the media should focus more on is how do we really ensure that they are doing what they are supposed to do on the project. And do you know the essence of all this distraction on this project? It's going to make them, want to justify that we're doing the right thing, and they will leave some other places. And I think for landmark, I think they tried for him, but probably all he needs to do is to look for a way to negotiate. And if there's a way, after that, if he can actually still get an avenue to make his business keep moving, I think he can actually do it, right? For me, they told us it's an 8 years project. Then they should continue with it, and let's see how they can actually keep moving with it. And I think another thing that people are not really seeing, I pity Umahi a lot, particularly with the level of sabotage that is actually going by the contractor. People were talking about East-West. I heard him talk about East-West. Him talking about what Julius Berger is actually doing. Those guys, if you listen to most of those things, right? Most of these contractors, they've been cheating us. They come with variation, bribe one or two guys in the ministry. At the end of the day, project that is supposed to be for like 2 years, they end up doing 4 years, asking for variation and variation and variation. So I think at this point, the problem with that particular East-West road is Julius Berger. And Julius Berger is not even ready to do that project. If you remember what Julius Berger did with, and that's the same thing they did with Lagos Abeokuta Expressway. They were either here, not there. Right? They will come at the end of the day, a project that is, that is supposed to just take like 1 year. You might actually see that project, 5 years, we're still on it. They'll go and come back, they ask for variation and all those things. So I think what Umahi needs, if you ask me, all Umahi needs now is people should just start like supporting and let us see things, not from the point of, oh, probably, it's an Umahi. Because
Larry, did you see Umahi's video 3 days ago addressing the contractors?
Yeah, I did. And I've seen.
He even threatened to send local people after them if they don't remove their equipment so that other contractors can replace them. Yeah. I mean, that guy has balls.
I've seen because you remember the sabotage even from the ministry, right? Even from the ministry. The sabotage from the ministry is able to survive that. The contractors are
stirred all of them down.
Yeah, the contractors are coming. And most of all these guys, it's always been business as usual. We all know, right? It's always business as usual.
I couldn't believe it. He said, I will send the local people after you if you don't remove your equipment out of sight.
Of course, because that's what you see in most cases, right? You just see them, they will drop the equipment there, rainy season will come, and then after rainy season, they will say they can't work during rainy season. And at the end of the day, that same project will take months, right? And they are not on site, and they just keep those things to show that they are on site. So I think at this point, for me, right, I think what people need to do is to now rally around Umahi to ensure that the contractors are able to do what they are supposed to do. Let's leave politics, because politics is not going to get us to anywhere. Because I want the road in Edo to be done, because if it's done, it's really going to help those people there. The one in East, the one Southeast or whatsoever, right? So at this point, I think if we as a people focus more on how to really support that guy against people that are exploiting us. These people have been exploiting us for long. Julius Berger and the likes of them, Dan Tata and the likes of them. It's been business as usual. They know how to do it, right?
If you sign a contract for 4 billion, before you know, you won't go to site. After some time, he said it's rain. Later, you come back for variation. 4 million, it gets to 8 million, it gets to 16 billion. And at the end of the day, you're not even doing it. Right? So I think at this point, what I think people need to do is to just rally around that guy. Because if that guy is successful, it's going to help not just, forget about political party or whatsoever. Because when you're applying that road, you are not even going to be putting your APC or PDP or Labour Party badge. You're going to be applying that road. It's going to help your business. It's going to help a lot of things. So at this point, I think it's a lot. It's a lot. And I think Tinubu too, right, needs to come out and support this guy. Let this guy, do what they are supposed to do. If the Ministry of Justice needs to look into some legal consideration into probably suing some of all these guys, right? They can't be taking us for fools. So it's at that point where we spend a lot of things. He said he has to, all the contracts have expired. So what he needs now is come and sign another new contract. If we can't sign another new contract, if we can get local people to come and do some of all these things, if they can do it, let them do it. So rather than us waiting for until Almighty Julius Berger, all these Almighty is nowhere. Because you can't hold us, hold us on our neck and you are like, okay, until we wait for you, which you won't even do in some other places. We all know it. Julius Berger cannot take a contract in the US and do all these things they are doing. So if you are taking a contract, that means you've reviewed the contract, you know exactly the terrain, and you've been able to quote a cost of what is going to take you, and you agreed on it. So at the end of the day, if you're now coming back, oh, probably there is rain, probably that place is, no, that means you've not really done your due diligence before going into that contract. So I think at this point, what people need to do, I understand we want the whole roads to be done, but let's look at how to really support some of all these guys, to ensure that, we get this thing at the end of the day and everybody's going to be fine. It's not party, PDP, APC or PDP. If you want to ply a road, do you need your PDP card or APC card? No, you don't even need that. So that's what I think on that. Hopefully, if this guy talks and at the end of the day, because I still want his business to keep going, right? Even after the road, let him start. I think if we can look at a way to, look at that road, what that road can actually help him, and see what he can actually still do. I want him to still.
That road is never going to help him.
Yeah.
His problem, I understand his plight. His problem is, the road is that the beach itself is part of his attraction, right? When you go to the beach, I don't know if you've been to Landmark, I've been there. You go there, you see the outside pavement, people sit down there to have a good time, eat, chill out, you understand? And the foreigners coming around, they just, enjoy the beauty and the scenario of the beach, and people go in to play with the water, right? The road now would seclude his business from the water, and the draw, the appeal and the attraction, right? That water becomes inaccessible. You understand? So I understand his plight, and then the government is also equally right, because they own the place that they want to build the road on. So for him, he's taking advantage of, this is my business, inclusive of the beach. So I can understand why he's upset, and to be honest, there'll be a drop in his revenue.
That road pretty much destroys his business. If we're being honest, it destroys his business.
It destroys the business completely. It could shut him down. It shut him down.
What do you mean it could? It will shut him. I mean, the attraction is the beach now. And if you
the beachfront is his biggest sell. Absent the beach, that business is nothing.
Because they throw party there. You understand? Other activities. I think there's this guy, this popular DJ who does every Monday night till the next morning, every Monday. DJ Obi. Right, so plus the parties, they it's literally is gone. It's gone. The business he could, like what woman is saying. Why I say it would is that he has a guest house. Probably he might try to convert it to a hotel, and it turns into just a viewing site for those guests and for their own viewing pleasure. But the way that beach is being assessed currently now is done. You can't go there. It's a road. It's an express road.
Emeka, please. I want to ask, don't you think that this man can, employ some engineering solutions to his problem? Because for me, I'm thinking if that place makes you that kind of money, instead of going into battle with the government, you could just liaise for a flyover around that corridor.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, you the engineer.
Probably they should fill that space in front of him with a little more sand. Then he has the beach at the other end, and he can still keep his business.
Exactly. That's
just my own viewing.
That's exactly what I'm really looking at. That's why I said, there are instances that you go into a negotiation with the motive of, win-win. Number one, he knows he can't stop it. And I pity him a lot, right? Because it was so unfortunate. The guy never even intended to bring all this tribal thing. But he got played, right? He got played by the media. And the media picked it, run with it, and even change the whole narrative and make it look like the guy was actually against the government.
Yeah, I agree with you, Larry. He's a businessman crying out, right? Throwing money into that place.
Crying out, those media guys, they were looking for something to feel.
You trust the media.
You can't begrudge him what he's doing, because as big as that business is, I'm sure he's carrying a lot of debt. And to service that debt, he needs that beachfront, because that is what generates the figures that it takes to his creditors to facilitate all of. If they cut the traffic, because his traffic will cut it, because like you said, it will only just transmit into like a hotel or something. And it's a different narrative now. Those 8 million people now, it's cut back to about how many people go to hotels? If they can't see the beachfront, then they just go somewhere else.
Exactly. Thank you, Woman. You just hit the nail on the head on this, because there are more beautiful, luxurious hotels. There's even a 5-star hotel now in Lagos, right? So the beachfront was his selling point. Period.
So that's why I said he didn't play the whole game right, because he's not the only guy that has a beach in that place. Probably if they had actually put themselves together and give a good, reason, probably the impact, the tax and everything. Because if there is
Larry, sorry, just to correct that point, he is the only proper structure on that beachfront, on that road, that Oniru road. He is the only. The rest are running shanties, structures, bamboo structure. Right, there are a few clubs. I think a few clubs. If you go in through the other side, not through him, Larry. Then there's another one again that is beside him. What's the name of that? I've forgotten the name of that place. They throw parties every Sunday. Then Landmark is Mondays. So so that place, he's the one that has the proper structure.
Good
only
beach.
in that beach. Yeah.
Well, it's for me. Anytime I look at this place, I need to be very candid with you. It breaks my heart. It breaks my heart.
It's not too much of a sacrifice for national development. So it is what it is.
Yes. And I know it's not too much of a sacrifice, right? But as a businessman, I think probably I don't know where to stand. I don't know if to stand on this side or this side, because it's something that's huge for.
Hold on, Jide. Let Larry round off that space. Jide, I want to move the conversation now quickly. So Larry round off, and then we'll do 8-minute monologues, because our people have now been waiting for a very long time.
Other people, I think I've spent more than I'm supposed to even spend.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Larry. So thank you, Larry. So we do 8-minute monologues just to document the voices fairly quickly. We kick it off with Kulata, and gentlemen, I'll be very straight with the 8-minute monologues in terms of the interjection. So Kulata, if you're still there, you're up first.
8 minutes.
What can you do?
Let's see if they don't interject me to death.
Yeah.
What's the topic?
No, it's just the usual going round. But Dangote telling us that the petrol now not pumping out of the petrol stations until now, July. So it keeps kicking that can down the road. Union demanding 615,000 minimum wage, which is you can go whistle for that. And then of course there's this one as well, which may not be of interest to anyone, but the mastermind behind the Abuja train attack, he has been caught, and it looks as though the quietly what's his name, Ribado is wrapping up that space, and EFCC giving CUBANA chief priest a soft landing. So come at it from wherever you like.
I'm going to go elsewhere, total elsewhere. I may touch the minimum wage a little bit, but let me go elsewhere. Let me go to Cardoso. So we're in deep doo-doo. Let me just, in deep shit. Cardoso came out, I think today, lamenting we're running out of tools to fight inflation because increases in NPR, does the supply side of an inflation problem. But of course, that comes with its own headache. You can't borrow money for business, right? And he's identifying government government, how do you pronounce that thing again? Palliatives as, and also the oligopoly in the commodity market as some of the reasons that is still driving especially food inflation. And if you guys remember on this platform, we've advocated that they should start importing food, right? All this, we'll go and plant this, plant that, plant rice, maybe 1 million metric ton. We still have like 4 or 5 million metric ton shortfall. So inflation is not going anywhere because it's still getting pushed from the demand side, food. So they are going to increase NPR. Yeah, they get the short-term dollars from portfolio investors, and it fights inflation in just one side, the supply side. But the bulk of it right now is the food, and government buying off food and distributing. Basically, when you say government is buying off food and distributing palliatives, we all know in the real sense, politicians are just buying food and holding it to use it later for politics. So food is not getting to anybody, and it's getting more expensive. They're buying it. Few people control the control the prices. So things are not getting better. And monetary side is doing its own, using all the tools they can use. They're really trying. Nobody can tell me Cardoso is not putting in work. But the Edun side, the fiscal side, is trash. For how long are they going to like coordinate the economy, or do we need someone else that's going to be like coordinating person of the economy and let him just be finance minister or something? Because we are not going nowhere if the fiscal side doesn't do things. And a lot of the solutions in the fiscal side will take time to increase productivity, to increase this, to increase that. That is why some common sense solution like just allow cheap food to come in to drive the price down while you guys still remain focused on doing everything you need to do. To do long-term sustainability in agriculture, for example, or in other areas of production. But we cannot continue this way where the cost of food keeps going up. Politicians, government, of course, the politicians, they pretend they buy the thing for palliative, but it's probably not getting distributed anywhere. So it's not, nobody's feeling the impact. And you still have a few people controlling the price. So that's Cardoso's lamentation today. And I agree with him. Because when you think about the fiscal side, what are the significant things that has been done? Everything is coming. Tax policy, this. Where they should have put something in the bill, or Tinubu could have signed some executive order while we're still waiting for the bill to do something about that, right? Mass importation of tractors is coming. um, how you're going to rejig revenue, nothing. So it's things are getting relatively worse, and CBN alone is not able to fix our problems. So Yawa Day, if Tinubu can't get that fiscal area right on time, and if we can't get it right on time, what about shortcuts? And I see a government, I don't know why they're kind of like stuck on the West, begging, desperate for the West attention. Like the criticism from the obedience is even right, is that they're seeking validation, just going to all these countries that are rejecting us. Qatar rejected us. I don't know if you carry that story. Qatar said they're simply not going to invest in Nigeria. Point blank. That was embarrassing to read. And
yes, I think I saw it. It was meant to be a 600 million something, was it, or something like that?
I don't know how much
they are investing in Kenya, which even surprises even more.
But Qatar flat out rejected us. Come on, man! Don't we have any shame? If we are getting small countries like that rejecting us, we also have to be lying that Emirates, this. Even this Qatar, do you guys remember that was the embarrassing trip that they did not even want Tinubu to come, and then eventually they ended up going? Do you guys forgot? Because they sent something that denied that the minister was going to be around, which was quite embarrassing on its own. And then now, after all this, we still desperately went there stubbornly for them to just come and tell us now, no, they're not even going to invest with us. So what was the point of all that charade? Embarrassing the country twice. It's high time we stop all this nonsense junketing and face local investors. Let the local investors go get money and do stuff. Tinubu's junketing has not been effective, flat out. And you would think the guy should be heading towards China, where they have the opposite problem that we have. They have a deflation. Can we even look for a creative way to export their deflation for our own environment? What's wrong with Chinese builders, Chinese investors? What's wrong? What's wrong with them? Why do we have to be going to countries that will be embarrassing us and flat out reject us? They're not doing stuff right, though. I know I held back from coming here because I've been criticizing too much. But me, I can't. I say it how I feel, how I read it. I don't mince words because this is how I was raised. I can't pretend. They're doing a lot of things wrong. The local economy, we're not getting it right. The focus, is priorities. We've been talking about this road for freaking 2 weeks now. That is priority for obvious reasons. That goes straight to his property, Eco Atlantic. We all know that. So we need action in the fiscal side, and we need a refocus from all this. We're looking for investor. The kind of investor you're going to get.
Is it Wale Edun that is dropping the ball? Who's dropping the ball?
Wale Edun is dropping the ball.
People working in synergy with Cardoso.
I will say between Wale Edun dropping the ball and that Zita's friend, what's her name? I can't blame her. She's. But I will say.
You mean
the problem? Aniti. The biggest problem we have right now is in the fiscal side, and of course the head. I don't like all this junketing the planet, especially going to the people that don't want you. We've not gotten any significant.
We're fighting inflation. On the fiscal side, the government can't do anything there. We are fighting inflation, so that's why
we're fighting inflation with one tool, which is just the supply side inflation. That's the only thing is attacking. It's not attacking the demand side. The cost push. It's not. It's not doing anything to cost push.
There've been lots of money supplying the economy. They have to extract it out first, right? Before government, it's like we are doing a restart.
I don't think you've read that money supply is working.
That is the only way we can get to do it.
That's not the only way. We have two problems.
For now, any other expenditure, we only trigger that inflationary pool. Any other, no, hold on. It's not like the government does not want to. See, the president has come out to say, I want to grow the economy to a 1 trillion naira, $1 trillion.
Now with the way we are going, we're not going 1 trillion.
We are not going with it has not even started. It has not started. Inflation is not going to allow us to do that. It has not started.
Yeah, but did you hear what is
like you have rightly said?
Emeka, hold on. Did you hear what Cardoso? First of all, we're playing freaking politics with these palliatives that they're buying stuff and they're not distributing it, so it's not getting to the economy. It's not getting anywhere.
Not even the palliatives, right? That the purchase of it and you are holding it. The government spending on palliatives is even bad because they are using funds. They are putting funds where the funds should not go. Oh, like you have rightly said, open the borders. Open the borders. Let the let the food flow. It is the food inflation that is causing the problem. Let the food flow. Allow importance to import more food into the country. You are using government money to... Anyway.
Hello. How would the food flow when most of the food that we consume are local food? And you know what? Hold on. And you guys are dealing with insecurity around the countries.
I agree on that. I do agree on that. That insecurity issue. I agree completely.
Import. How many food do we? I mean, how many food do we even import? Is it not?
We import a lot.
We import a lot.
Rice,
cocoa. You know the biggest problem. You know the most expensive part of our food right now is the protein. Quality protein. It's too expensive.
Yeah.
Is it not the cow?
Because just cheap sardine if you substitute is out of reach. Sardines are the poorest food in any country, but in Nigeria it's out of reach.
Mackerel, mackerel, those food
eggs,
oil.
We import fish, yes.
Even eggs, gone safe. We don't produce enough. It's out of reach. Eggs, and
it's bad policy. We should be able to make enough egg for ourselves to eat.
But we can't. And we can't keep waiting till we're going to get magic solution. And
Kulata.
Is this devaluation of the currency that is causing a lot of
and Dangote came out and he spoke on it. He said that was a great error. I agree.
One man, you have to permit me to say this, but fuck Dangote.
Yeah, but
he was the biggest recipient of that arbitrage, and he's coming to come and tell us nonsense.
I agree. He doesn't have the right. Dangote does not have that right to speak on what he just spoke yesterday or today. He benefited a lot from it, so I agree.
Kulata, let me just ask you some few questions because, of course, I've been thinking about the activities of our leader as well. What's his name? Cardoso is moving the needle a little bit, and it's quite evident that he's been trying everything to actually, ameliorate the problems of that, fiscal part of it. But on the part of Wale Edun, right? So one of those things that we believe that could be those tools is, controlling to raising of interest rate, right? Which could actually help to reduce, money supply and to cover.
Yeah, and it has done that.
And he has
it's
done
doing that. Yes,
because this is helping to lower the inflationary pressures now
from the supply side.
On the supply side, but on the fiscal part of it, right? I just want to because from what you say, from what I've been saying to the government they've implemented some fiscal policies now to manage inflation, and I believe
they've not done that.
No, fiscal policy, nothing. No major action has happened.
Zero action. They've not done anything.
What I see, I know you and Kulata. I'm throwing it to the two of you now. From what I've seen, what I conclude by saying they've actually implemented some certain fiscal policy, to manage inflation is they are, I believe, they are controlling the government spending, which they are actually doing now, and then they are including the taxation too. When you look at the activities of FRS as it is, they are trying to have a composite a taxation regime within the government, and then they are in the civil service as it is now. They are digitalizing the civil service to control the government spending, and then by way of increasing expedition and taxes for all these people, so which will help to reduce the aggregate demand. So at the long run, this will help. It will help us to lower the inflation. But when you're talking about the supply side of the policies, right? Industrialization is a big problem now because we have to promote that part of industrialization. And then when we are talking about increasing our agricultural productivity, I do not really have much confidence, if I have any at all, in the Minister of Agri that we have. So this is one of those guys that I believe that there should be a way to check people like that out of the government. So because when we are not promoting industrialization by virtue of where we are and by virtue of the agricultural productivity that we're actually lacking, right? For us to actually get those two, we should boost our supply, right? And we actually alleviate the inflationary pressures, which is caused by the shortages of these two items. So it means our Minister of Agri will have to do something different. And then the promotion of our industrialization will have to find a way to keep speaking with all these manufacturers, all these investors in Nigeria, like Dangote and all of them, to do something different too. On the exchange rate policy, already Cardoso is doing something out there, though he's still fighting the speculators, but here and there they are moving some needles. And they've actually resorted to price control now. So I'm basically reading, reeling out all the things that I believe they are doing so far to actually ameliorate this inflation. But we cannot really get there in a single day. But I understand what you are saying, and I buy the sentiment of your ideas, right? So at the end of the day, if we do not actually take care of those two areas, and then we will not really land on the economic diversification that we need. Because for Nigeria to actually diversify our economy away from oil dependency now and promoting those non-oil sectors, such as agri and manufacturing, and of course even the services that can reduce the vulnerability of the external shocks, right, that will come from these inflationary pressures, which will, of course, can say that is associated with these fluctuations in the oil prices. I don't see a way out of it until they start looking into that. And I hope maybe in the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks maximum, I expect the president to make a reshuffle of the cabinet and to get some completely dead wood out of that cabinet. Number one should be Minister of Agri, and the Minister of Trade. I'm not really impressed so far. So they need to do a good job. And then, of course, Adelabu, they need to move that guy around. So these are the things that I see so far. So if you say, and I want Edo to be relieved of those enormous responsibilities. He has a lot going on. He's in almost 7 or 10 different committees, including being the minister coordinating the economy. So they need to reduce his activities. They need to maybe give him a mandate of just 2 different areas, and then he can focus on the rest. So that's the way I will see that, and I hope you can see that too.
Back to you, Kulata. Yeah. I think Larry wanted to. Sorry, Larry, did you want to? And then back to Kulata.
Can I just?
Right, of course. Yeah.
You see, most of the things that the government is doing, I understand, right? Government expenditure, taxation, looking at that as a way to reduce inflation. But I need to be very candid with you. That will not reduce inflation in Nigeria. Because if it's actually a normal structured society, you can always use taxation, interest rates, government expenditure to bring inflation down. So I think the major thing now, and we all know it, they need massive revolution when it comes to agriculture is massive. Now, the way it is now, right? It's massive. This guy is trying. Cardoso is trying, but it's just that, you know, Cardoso can only try. FIRS, you know, oh, we need to increase, we are increasing the revenue and all those things is increasing. Yeah, good, it's increasing, right? But for them to have that impact, because if you look at Nigerian society, you know, it's majorly informal. The formal part of Nigerian society, you know, if you look at the percentage compared to the informal sector, right, it's huge. And that's why most of the policies, right, most of the normal economic policies to stem inflation, most of those will work in a structured society. So what I need them to do, right, if they need to declare a state of emergency in agriculture, let them do it. So, and you see, blaming the minister of agriculture, I don't think is actually the solution. Because agriculture is not an exclusive, you know, it's not something that is just basically in the exclusive list. So I think what we need to do now, it's kind of like a state of emergency in that
Larry, sorry, I didn't want to stop your flow. If you look, you can go back to the budget and go and look at Ministry of Agriculture, the budget for that. That can give you, it's a tail sign to let you know how the minister is grossly responsible for not doing what is important, right? You will see him, just go, let me not take your time, just go and look at it. So we have to hold him responsible in my view, but go ahead.
You see, well, I always desist from something. You know, we can blame people from now till tomorrow. It's not going to give solution. We can blame the minister, bring another person, we'll blame that person too, we remove it, that person. At the end of the day, it's still the same thing. We'll just be in a circle. So I think the major thing is, we all know the problem, right? Let's face that problem. If we need to declare a state of emergency in it, let's declare a state of emergency and let's all go all out. Because that's the major thing. Because I don't see inflation going down. You can do all the policies, you know, do this. It's not going to work. And we all know it. Increasing interest rates, yes, fine. You know, it's gonna reduce, you know, money supply. Yes, fine. That's in a normal structured environment. But would that reduce money supply? You know, how many people are even looking at this interest rate of a thing? Look at the percentage compared to the whole sector. So, you see, you need to use unorthodox ways to solve complicated problems. And that's the only thing I think they need to do. You know, sometimes, most of the economic policies, we need to localize solutions. That's what I think. It might not be the right thing. That's what I think. And I think these guys, you see, we have a lot of people in Nigeria, very smart people, you know, very smart. They have the solution, they know it. I'm telling you, if you ask an average person on the street in Nigeria, you know, they will tell you some things that you'll be like, okay, this is the problem.
Larry.
Yes, sir.
Yes, on the agricultural part of it, right? Because this minister, I'm not trying to scapegoat, I'm not trying to resort to scapegoatism now. And I'm not just trying to pick only one person. But when Jonathan was it Additional, right? The guy in AFD, that bank now, was he under OBJ or Jonathan? I know when he was
Jonathan.
Under Jonathan. Why the guy became so successful and he was able to, you know, galvanize the economy through a lot of, you know, implementation strategies within the agricultural space, was because of the way he had a good relationship and, you know, this subterranean, you know, cross-functional role with the subnational leaders. He was able to do that. This guy is too lukewarm. It does not have that visionary gravitas of the person who should be the Minister of Agri when the country is going through inflation. What Adesina did differently or would have done differently if he was the one being the Minister of Agri now, it was those things that he did that actually make everybody, that brought him to limelight eventually. So this guy, I think there was a time that he had I think the African Development Bank, gave the Ministry of Agri almost $500 million, and there was another maybe $840 million that was released to the guy. What was he supposed to do? Or what do I expect him to have done? He needs to find a way to diversify crop production. And how do you do that?
You cannot go and accept compliments.
Sorry. So he needs to meet these governors. Look at Bago now, the governor of Niger State, right? His state has been designated as one of the states that will produce, I think, rice, and Lagos State will be the selling point for that rice, right? So each of the state of the federation, they do have one catchment crop that they can contribute to the national grid in terms of agriculture now, which was what this guy did then, additional. So you have the funds already. So he needs to find a way to work with the governors, encourage the cultivation of diverse range of crops from these states. In Oyo State, what do you have? Do you have coffee? Or in Ebonyi State, you have rice. In Bayelsa, in Ondo State, they have cocoa, right? In Ekiti State, they have kola nut. So invest in all these things by diversifying this production, and you have this interaction with the governors. And then by way of doing that, he also needs to invest in the food storage and distribution. There's a problem in that. How are you going to solve that? We have governors who have all the palliatives hidden for elections, and then you are the Minister of Agri. You have the control of the silos. So there should be a way that he needs to think out of the box. We thought Ministry of Interior was just for pronunciation of national holidays until we have BTO there now, who is turning things around. So we need somebody if you cannot get somebody like Adesina in that Ministry of Agri, because either you like it or not, when the country is fighting inflation, you need the Ministry of Agri, right, to do the N'Golo Kante work, to turn things around, because we have the resources. We have
now. I think you've used up all of his 8 minutes. Kulata, have you surrendered your space to him?
What I would rather say is we should scrap the Ministry of Finance and turn it into a board. Let that board support the 36 states commission, the commissioners of agricultures in each state. Support them. Each state should be good at something. Just scrap that ministry, and that it becomes a bond for funding. Fund a boy state to ensure that it becomes the rice manufacturer in Africa, not just supplying Nigeria alone. Support Lagos State may not have that, they don't have enough land, so they can continue with their industrialization and financial services sector and technology too. Support other states, support the North. Look at this governor. Look at what he's doing. What's the name of that governor? Support them. Since they're I think who mentioned, was it Kolata or who mentioned the security issues? Baba Janikoko, security issues going on in the North. It has to stop. We can stop the nonsense. We can stop the rice inflation, which Kolata has said. No rice inflation, food inflation is the key indicator. And how do you address it? Flood the place with food.
Yeah, it was. I think it was which of this country that actually they improved their marketing information system, right? When you are able to focus on even the marketing information system alone, that will drive the support for agricultural development, because by the time you resort to that easily, right, you will have a price monitoring mechanism that will provide these farmers with timely information on the market trends. Then Nigeria will know where to focus on during the summertime, during the winter time, right, and during each of those seasons, and then we'll be able to have the demand supply dynamics in checks. So, and then does anybody even know the name of the Minister of Agric as we speak? So, the transparent and efficient market will facilitate, this decision making for farmers and traders easily. Why are we having different price regime in each of the states? In Lagos State, they sell mudu of gari differently the way they sell it in Abuja than the way they sell it in Ondo State or in Yobe State, right? So it means the guy, he has the funds, but he's not supporting the agricultural business. The agribusiness development is not there. He does not have the mental acuity to do that. So they need a minister in that capacity who can encourage investment in agribusiness, the entire value chain system, including the processing, storage, the storage, the marketing. They need somebody who can add value to the agricultural products, and that will create employment opportunities within. Nigeria we have the land, we have the resources. Just throw a grain of anything.
And Martin, you see, it's very easy to solve agricultural problem. One key problem that is militating against food production in that country is insecurity. If that problem can be solved, investors will troop in. Even from Nigerian in diaspora, they are ready to come and invest in agriculture in that country. And a lot have done so. But insecurity have driven them away. They lost money when the Fulani herdsmen run into their farmland, destroy it, loot it, and nothing happened.
There's a particular guy on this platform that is his lived experience. Do you remember X0?
Oh yeah, X0 one day. There's another guy that came.
He had a huge farm in Oyo, and the Fulanis drove him out. This same X0.
There's another guy that came one day after you left when Mike was handling. We were talking something similar like that. The guy does dumping, and he narrated this ordeal. You will cry.
But Babaja, look at it from this angle, right?
Insecurity. That guy said he has invested almost 100 million. Everything wiped out.
But Babaja, let me tell you this, because some of us too are investors at large scale in all this farming stuff, cocoa, oil palm, fishing, right? All those things, poultry. But how did Adesina? We had issues with insecurity during Jonathan regime now.
No, as much. Not as much as we had it during the time of Buhari.
Okay, will you agree with
Buhari
me?
Rubbish. Buhari insecurity under Buhari, destroy everything. Every fabric.
Okay, Baba, listen to this. Will you agree with me?
In that country,
will you agree that if we have Adesina
all right, let's start navigating back to Kolata, who has the floor, just because of others.
Just imagine for a second that we have Adesina as our incumbent Minister of Agric. Do you think he won't find a way to have a dynamic working relationship with all the ministers that matters, and what do you think he would have done differently? We don't even know this man. He's not even anywhere, and there's no way you can take agriculture out. Agricultural input, the level of agribusiness development, the way it will stimulate the economic growth in inflation. But we are missing.
I want to agree with you. We have not even seen no defined policy on agriculture.
Of course,
yes, under this administration. So I can agree with you to some extent, So, but insecurity is a major problem. If you can subsistence farming and all these small scale investors in agriculture will come in and do a lot of things. you know. But insecurity is just a big problem as far as I'm concerned. But let's go ahead.
The only main policy this administrator is focused on is Lagos Calabar Road, and you can see how they started it with immediate alacrity. So their priorities is warped. I don't know what the guy upstairs is looking at or doing, but things are not working. The US has kept their interest rate at a high level. I don't know how long, since how long we've had it this high. It means for us to keep attracting FPIs, we probably have to keep on increasing our own interest rate. The 5% or so that borrows money in Nigeria, they can no longer borrow because it's too prohibitive for them to borrow. So even that gets dollars in through FPIs, but we're going to have a recession in any sort of manufacturing we can do. All this fanciful agri stuff we're talking about, it will take time, but I don't want people to die before we finally figure out how to kind of like farm or how to curtail insecurity. So I just think we should not waste our time. We should import sardines, eggs, wheat, even rice, any sort of things that will just drive the cost of food down, and they can continue focused on mechanization of agriculture and all whatnot. And by the time we get it right, they can reverse policy. But this is not sustainable. They're not addressing the elephant in the room. And I think the fiscal side of it is too much for Edun to coordinate. He needs help, and I'm not saying it. And all that junketing to Western countries, stop embarrassing us, and Arab countries, please just stop embarrassing us. Qatar alone has given us 2 black eyes. I'm getting sick of that. So
all right. No, hold on, Jide. Kulata, take us to. Sorry, Jide, I want to move Kulata quickly. I know I keep stopping you when you want to interject. It's not personal. It's just I'm trying to work with the time. Kulata, take us to the minimum wage, and then to CUBANA chief priest in one swift monologue, and then we go on to Aroke Digba.
I'll save you guys time. I don't give a shit. I don't give a damn about CUBANA.
All right.
Minimum wage, the 615. I mean, come on now. What are those guys smoking? Like, I mean, all these socialist labor people. They are. I don't know what they're on. I don't know. Maybe they're doing some mushroom.
Our socialists, right?
Our socialists.
But did you hold on, Kulata? Hold on. If you take a look at their breakdown, the way they break it down, I mean, you somehow almost agree with them, if not totally.
I will never agree with them because
look at the breakdown. One man, do you have the breakdown? Can you? You know,
I can't. Okay, do you want me to break my own down and then I give myself billionaire?
This is capitalist. Who's listening to?
Anybody can break anything down now. I mean, you're saying
exploit people and use.
First of all, wage is based on what I mean. I believe that a person got. I mean, you pay a person what that person deserves. Whether you have 15,000 family or you did not use a condom, that's your business. So you can't have some people just calling minimum wage that most likely, if they start paying it, then you have to fire a lot of people because it's going to reduce employment opportunities. I mean, higher prices, continued inflation, businesses will close. Like, I mean, you won't have competitive businesses. It's just kind of like
which Nigerian business can afford this?
Who can even afford that? So because they go and wrote them, because they wrote, are they doing the work they're doing? If I start auditing their work, now, okay, what productivity, what did you do this week? You federal government worker. Isn't all of them, won't they just go there, go and put their head on the table and sleep, and then wake up, go for a break?
Are they not the ones that make you make it impossible? I mean, make it possible and more easier for you to apply for your passport now? You know,
passport. A lot of that is technology, is automation. They're not. It's not them. It's automation. And if they keep asking for this ridiculous amount, we're going to automate all of them and fire them.
It is.
And fire all of them. And use AI. I'm going to replace all of them with AI. AI, I'm not going to pay health insurance for AI now, and they'll do the job more efficiently.
Can I ask an open
One
question?
minute.
What's the figure,
That is
what's the figure?
One got 615,000 naira per month.
Let me land. Let me land.
Eh.
Hold
That's
on.
not realistic now. That's not
hold on.
Baba Jai, they defend me.
Workers, hold on.
They can fire gbogbo.
Ẹ kọ́ máa lọ lé wọn jàre àwọn tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ yẹn.
Wọ́n ṣiṣẹ́ orun wọn lọ.
Àwọn ìka èèyàn. Look,
Baba, can I ask you one question? And
let me land.
Okay,
I'm not saying that yes, they should pay them that 600 plus. No, I'm not saying that. But look, this is their own demand. It is left for government to sit down, negotiate with them, and then they will surely meet at a very, they will surely agree on something.
They cannot meet anywhere. Any agreement is not good for the country now. They cannot meet anywhere.
It's like I go to my job and I say I want to collect $20 million per month.
This is the party. When laborers are demanding, they go up high. Then the government will meet them and they negotiate, bring it down, and then they will agree on something that is reasonable for both of them. That is it.
Okay, Ajani Koko, what is reasonable?
What is reasonable now? I think should be between 150 to 200,000.
Or where?
Okay, convert it to dollar now.
Okay, I convert it to dollar. Is Nigeria a dollar country?
Are you saying that? Sorry,
dollar that run your economy every day.
Sorry, Coco. Kulata, are you saying that's unreasonable? 150,000
for our economy is too much.
Which economy?
It's too much.
How do you want
it's too much.
How do you want to stimulate economic activity?
Baba, what are you saying now?
People is okay, convert it to dollar now.
Forget dollar, Ajani Koko.
Okay, if you want to buy rice in Nigeria, do you grow rice in Nigeria?
No, we are not talking.
Even all the local food.
There's substitute food now. You can eat a bowl. You can eat a bowl.
Did you hear what Yobe government said yesterday? Even those ones they say
even medicine
37K is too much for them.
The price of everything is on the high side. What are you people talking? Do you think it's easy to
Baba Jali Koko, what you are saying now is that 200,000 Baba Jali Koko, what you are saying is
200,000 a day.
What you are saying is that is the minimum.
One voice, gentlemen. Just one voice.
Baba Jaliko, let me explain. Right? What you are saying is that that's the minimum.
Let me ask Kulata one question.
That's the minimum. Each worker must be paid.
Hold on. One voice now, guys. Please now, one voice, just one voice.
Let me ask Kulata one question. Kulata, how much do you spend a day when you are on a visit to Nigeria? How much?
But I'm a tourist in Nigeria. I stay in hotels when I go to Nigeria. You can't compare me with the Nigerian.
Okay. So you don't want Nigerian workers to have Nigerian workers.
Honestly, Cuba, honestly.
Let me tell you one thing.
Continue, guys.
Let me remind you one thing, Babaja. Do you know in Nigeria, right? In Nigeria versus the US, when you work in the US, you're only entitled to that your paycheck. No, assume I don't know how to. In Nigeria, you are, they have ways to make money here and there.
We have indirect social security in Nigeria.
Yes, most of them don't even depend on salaries.
Tip you.
Most of them do not depend on salaries. So when you are comparing those apples and oranges, you have to be very careful. When you go to Nigeria, you do not go to Nigeria to stay in Nigeria for 12 months. You go maximum of maybe 3-4 weeks. And those 3-4 weeks, you've planned it over a period of a time before you go. Unlike then. So even when you go to those secretariats, it's like you even see, what am I even paying these people for? Because they basically do anything. That's just by the side. But you cannot, Nigeria is not, that 150K, your base state government, they are complaining about 37K. Can you imagine? It's a whole state government, and you are talking 615, 150, 200.
I think the mistake.
We are not talking about the government. Let's leave government. What Baba Jaliko is suggesting is that the minimum each worker deserves, that's minimum wage. Each that small restaurant that employs one person, you must pay that person 200,000 naira. Ha. You want to run people out of business, Baba Jari Kuku. Eh? It's excessive
You
for the
don't want
economy.
living wage for Nigerian workers. You want them to
I'm not see. We are looking at it from the civil service point of view. The moment they suggest this and it's being passed into law, you cannot. It's criminal for you to pay anybody less than 200,000 naira. It's criminal if that person reports you straight to jail. So if I open my kiosk shop in Nigeria and I'm trying to hustle small, I put somebody there, and that kiosk shop is not enabled, cannot even raise enough salary to pay that person. I must pay that person minimum 200,000. I can't go lower than that.
Oh, hold on. You see, when you people talk this way, I want to see how you want to. I'll be wondering how you want to excuse the governors that buy most expensive car, live in most expensive houses, and live extravagant life in Nigeria. Those money they are spending, where did the money comes from? But when it comes to paying workers, that is when we have problem. Look, we still have some states, some governors in some states that have not paid that 30,000. And the reason why is just greed, it's just wickedness. They don't want to pay.
They cannot afford it.
No, don't say they cannot.
They
But
cannot afford. Even Nigeria cannot afford it.
Hold on.
Our budget is in a deficit of 9 trillion.
Hold on, forget about deficit. So they can afford to buy the most expensive vehicle for themselves, get themselves well fortified with security men all the time, get their children go to the best of the best school all the time, within the best school within the country and outside the country, paid for with our own money. So all of these things, we have to look at it holistically and then and reason well. This money can be paid if they really want to pay it, but they don't want to pay because paying it to workers will prevent them from looting the way
Baba Jali Koko, the budget is there. Inside the budget, they pay salaries there. We can't afford it. Budget deficit is 9 trillion. Where will they go? Even the 9 trillion is borrow. We want to borrow to fund the budget. We want to still borrow and pay them salary. They will soon release another Euro bond that for 8.2 billion out of 9 trillion that budget deficit. We can't afford it. We go and borrow. We are not going to be borrowing because we want to pay a living wage or a minimum wage of how much. Let's be realistic now. If the government can afford it, we will do it. Government can't afford it.
Government cannot. Anyway, let me just but they can afford to live quality life, but only for workers to live.
You see, you're playing emotional blackmail here now. That's what you are doing. You are turning it to the single person.
Can I just ask a simple question?
One man, please, can I say something?
Sorry, Larry. Before you ask that question, let Jide come in. It's been let Jide come in.
Oh, well, one man, I think we need to review some things. We are just 10 on this platform, and this is almost 2 or 3 hours that we've been on the show, 4 hours now. And that 8 minutes have not gone round. And some of us are staying awake to just contribute and probably go and sleep. It's not everybody that might want to stay. So I think we need to review this timing stuff because the 8 minutes you've given to Kolata, it's not yet he has not yet exhausted, even though I love listening to Kolata. But I think we need to revisit this 8 minutes monologue thing. That's just my point. And I would like to say good night to everyone. Thank you very much.
Hold on, Jide. Hold on, Jide. Before you go, Kulata, round off and let Jide take the floor.
Let him speak. Let him speak.
Yeah, Jide, take the floor. And I take on board what you said. It's the interjections that I tried to pull it back.
I haven't spoken up to 8 minutes in total. But anyway, speak.
Well, woman, I don't want to. There's nothing I want to say much, but I just want to say to Baba Janle Koko, if we take it to 615, what do you think the price of goods will be? You know, Nigerians, we don't like hearing this kind of a thing.
No,
everybody will be viewed. Everybody in the market.
Activities and economic growth, because the purchasing power of the workers
Baba Janle Koko.
high, and businesses will grow country.
Baba Janle Koko, it will not make any difference. Let me say the truth, because what will happen is the person selling the market will view everybody coming to buy as a public servant. Okay? And then they would jack up their own price because they know people are already getting bigger pay. At the end of the day, it will even out. And the increment would not make any sense because it will start from the landlords. The landlords will increase their rents. The transport guys will increase their rents, and things like that will start going. So for me, I think we should just stay on the reasonable side. That at the end of the day, will not put everybody in jeopardy. That's just my point.
So
and I think
what's reasonable to you?
I think 100,000, 120 might still be reasonable.
So
that's just
what you are telling me is, so if they increase it to that reasonable size, the landlord will not increase the rent and
No, Baba Janle Koko is still the same thing. We are in Nigeria today. Some petrol stations sold 2 petrol stations opposite themselves. One was selling 645, but there was so many queue, and the other one was selling 1,200. That is Nigeria for you. Okay, so woman, I yield the floor. Let me just go to bed. Thank you very much. I've enjoyed this.
All right. I apologize to you, Jide. I fully understand. I take the pressure of that as well because I see people waiting to speak. I'm trying to get to them quicker, but as the interjection also part of the conversation. So just off the back of what Jide is saying, we can still allow the interjection, but don't make it a long and winding monologue. And that we just, you have a valid point. Jide, when you come tomorrow, I'll come to you just as soon as you come in. You have my word on that. So I'll sleep well, and then we'll see you tomorrow. So thank you, Jide. So that's Jide, of course, who only came in really to have a few words, and we tormented him with sleeplessness. So that's Jide. So thank you, Jide. I think Kolata may have rounded up. Let's see if Aroki Digba is there, and then we'll be a bit more rigid with the interjections. Aro, are you there? Arogidigba more. I think Larry wanted to say something. Also, we'll go to Larry, and then after Larry, we go to Oftan. I think Arogidigba is pretty much in the space that Jide just mentioned. Yes, Larry, you wanted to say something.
It's not a question. It's a funny question, though. Let's look at this particular salary of a thing, and this is peculiar to all African countries. So do you guys think if peradventure we kind of like democratize that and make some people pay per hour while some people stick to this normal monthly salary of a thing, would that really help productivity? Would that really make some people at least pay the living wage? I don't know. I'm just thinking about it, right? Because this is peculiar to Africa, while the advanced country have what works for them. I don't know. Do we import? Is it going to work in Africa? Do you think we can, everybody can be better off with that than this, salary, productivity to salary? It doesn't commensurate, and I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. So it's just a general question for everybody.
Let me tell you. Let me say this. Look, we have to change this salary of a team um, once a month payment to, you know, hourly payment. You see, let me tell you, the psychological aspect of this hourly payment is that you have to work for your money. The employer will not let you sit down, because when you are paid hourly payment, that means at the end of the day, surely you're going to make some good money, and employer will not allow you to sit down not doing nothing. So this colonial style of, paying workers once a month, I think it should be eliminated in Africa. It's not good. It's not encouraging productivity. It's not motivational. It's not good for anything. People to be on salary, monthly salary payment. It should be people that are highly paid. People that are highly paid, but people that at the at the low level of the ladder, they should be paid hourly. That is how you can motivate them. That is why you can give them that living wage, and there won't be that. We put an end to this every year agitating for salary increase. So I think it's long overdue to move away from this monthly salary payment to hourly. When you are paid hourly, yes, you will surely make some good money, and that will even stimulate economic growth, because when people make money, they surely spend it. They spend it, and when they spend it, it helps businesses. It helps. It stimulates economic activities, and everybody makes money, because when they make money every week or every 2 weeks, they spend the money as they get it. But waiting all once a month for people that are poorly paid, it's poverty. It's creation of poverty. So let me leave it there. Larry, just an answer to your question.
Yeah. That's what I just want, because this is it's been because there's something in Nigeria, right? And I'm sorry for people that are not Yoruba here. Ogota uwalaro akwe, and that's the one of the key thing that's been making us go backwards. If you go to the ministry, it's still the same thing. Nobody's working. Some don't even go, and at the end of the day, it's really crazy. And I think the government too. I was talking to someone in Nigeria this morning that was kind of like complaining, and this is I don't have the fact on this, but that person actually told me one or two things. Imagine majority people living in living abroad, and they are still in government payroll, and government still keep doing the normal traditional thing. Imagine a federal secretariat, doing the same head count, and that person was telling me about like 2 or 3 people, that live in the UK. They rush down to Nigeria just to do those head counts. And at the end of the day, they leave again, look for money, go back to the UK, which means they are still on that payroll. And which is just something that is simple. They just need to invest in normal, tech infrastructure and get all those things, because they keep saying it's a lot of the bill is huge. And you end up seeing that even people that are not even in Nigeria are even still in that payroll. And probably some people are even, some people have resigned, they left, and some people are probably still cornering their money. And at the end of the day, it's still the same thing. Probably if they are able to really get at least the people that are working, right? If they're able to get streamlined that payroll to people that are working, it would be nice to now talk about something, that will definitely go around everybody. majority of the payroll, particularly federal payroll in Nigeria, right, you end up seeing that 60% of that are just the people that are available. 40% of it is going to probably someone that have left the country, either did not resign, or probably someone somewhere, some people getting what they are not supposed to get. So government know what to do. Invest in that, ensure that you are able to audit that as much as possible. If it's something that government cannot do, give it to some of these consulting companies. They will do good job for you. And at the end of the day, you'll be able to pay people what they work for. That's what I just think. Because it's a whole lot of things. I don't see a reason why we keep borrowing every now and then to pay salary. No country that wants to really grow does that. It's not sustainable. I hope they're able to really do something. So that's what I just have.
All right, brilliant. Let's take the conversation to Uptown. See if it's ready. Uptown, the homie. Uptown is no longer the homie. It's what about? Actually, let's go to Suman. If you're ready, you've been coming. Oh, there you are. So Uptown, the homie. So good to have you here, Uptown. So you get your 8 minutes monologue. Do you want to free flow or do you want talking points? I suspect you might want to free flow.
You might want to keep the 8 minutes in UK. What happened to our prioritized Nigerians? You want to keep us?
But you are abroad now. I thought you were on holidays. I thought you.
Did you send me on anyway this summer?
No. All right. I thought you were in some. You people now. You billionaires.
I'm still here. Oh man, this is still me. Yeah. So yeah, I'm here.
All right. So to the conversation. Yeah.
Let me speak to. Let me just start from where Kulata stopped, which is the investor space, right? The economy space. So really, I will align with my brother Kulata. But what really made me happy, I was kind of smiling when he was talking and when others joined him as well. I think King Emeka and some other Agbadorians joined him. I was smiling. The reason I was smiling was because I was like, thank God for internet. Everybody must document their voice. After we are all done, we will know the people that was on the right path of posterity. We will know the people that was on the wrong path. Because single thing we do here when we come here and speak, we analyze, we document our thoughts process and our understanding of our individual private studies. People that will come here unprepared, they didn't study nothing, they just come to back and do things. They're always on the wrong side because they always come out wrong. I said here on this platform that when you guys are done with your mechanical economics, by the time you guys are done running round and round and round and round, you return to where we are. That's if you're serious moving the country forward anyway. I don't know if anybody in APC is serious doing that. But by the time you are done running round and round, maybe you want to start the administration with junketing around the world. Very good. Go and junket. Like Emefiele said, you want to fight? Come and fight. So you want to junket around the world. See the disgrace. We are chopping everywhere. They are rejecting us. We are making jokes of ourselves. We have resorted to creating fake investments just to make ourselves feel good. But really, you won't say that people are not talking. Every day you turn on television, real economists, not be all these ones, this political clique where they carry put for there. The real economists, the people you listen to, they roll out agricultural plans. They roll out, you see how development works, step by step strategy, what can work, our comparative advantages. People are speaking to real issues. They don't listen to those kind of people. They prefer Lagos boys. people that wear fancy suit and ties, no people that don't know how to roll up their sleeves. Let's go there and start manipulating the boards. Hey, he's coming down. No, he's going up. Oh, this week, Socio-economics. Thanks to Professor Wale Soyinka for introducing that word. I think this is the time the word is very important. But governance, you might be fantastic with politics. I give it to you. I'm not going to drag you, Chichi. I think you've done well. But it's time for governance. They'll say, this is time to show working. But then, again, what you need to do is on the space. So let's even forget about politics now. I'm done with my political banter. What you need to do is on the space. People speak to these things. A lot of people, you're talking about agriculture. You can go back now and access a lot of documents that Akinwumi Adesina prepared when he was here. You could read through a lot of the plans. So even if you don't have the brain to come up with your own, there's a lot on the shelf. But these guys are incompetent. And then there is no clear leadership. Like Baba Ajali Koko said, there is no defined till today, no defined agricultural policy. No defined agricultural policy, and we are wanting to move from the oil economy. And even on the oil, it's not like you're doing anything very super significant about boosting the volume of production, fighting oil thefts. I remember the word he used in Chatham House. I'm talking about the president. He said, there is a giver and there is a receiver. A lot of people call that rubbish. But me, I placed a meaning to it. I tried to say, okay, this guy is going to take it from double fronts here. That's where he ended. He ended in Chatham House. You're not boosting the production. Oil is selling for over $100 now. But we're not benefiting in anything. So it's really simple. Like even my principal said, it's funny enough that most of the things I say here, my principal say it, either I say it first and he says it later, or he says it first and I say it later. But once you have a clear governance ideology, if you and I, one man, has the same governance ideology, it's most likely that if you lock us up in two different rooms and ask us questions across different stratas in terms of methodology or strategy or way to attack development, it's most likely that we'll answer very similar, we'll give very similar answers, even if we didn't have meetings together. Because it's an ideology thing. And I know when I speak to some of the things, people don't like me calling Peter. I mean, he's my principal, and that's my leadership alignment. And because there's always an example from that space, I always carry this uplift the example to use it to make my own personal point. December last year, Peter said to them, because I hear some of them coming here to say, oh, they did not reply him. They reply him a lot of times. The other times they don't reply because they're dumb. They don't know what to reply. Because what he's telling you is as clear as heaven.
This would be that wow.
No, bro, allow me, sorry. So, because what he's saying is clear as this thing. December last year, he said clearly, junketing around the world will end in disaster. He was very clear about it. He didn't mince his word. If you quote Vanguard, what did he say? They say seeking for investors abroad will be a waste of time. He says nobody goes around searching for foreign investment in a situation as ours. And then he went ahead to use the honeybee analogy. He said, come back home here. You have to come back home here. The work begins here. And if you listen, which is still my stand, and anybody that listens to me from even when this administration started, I just somehow I wish we can go and be reversing through our other videos from back so people can actually be, but then we just talk and then the next day we move ahead. I said it clearly. Why is this guy going around the world? There's a lot of work here for you to do. First, you have to send a signal from home first. Like my principal said, he said, I'm going to begin my presidency if I become president today by touring the entire 36 states. That attracted me because I understand that is a way to go. Tour the entire 36 states, make your plans for each state very clear to them. What I'm coming to do is a national tour of what? Hunting comparative advantages across states. Number one, so once you do that, no president has ever done that. That's first of all, you're sending a memo to everybody that, hey, I am in your state, I am in your state, I'm in your state. This is the plan, this is the plan, this is the plan. Governors, we have agreed on this. Draw up a plan. We're going to come in as federal government. What is the comparative advantage of Niger State? Are we going to focus on dates? Taraba, are we going to focus on flowers? What metric ton are we looking at per year? How can we come in with the Bank of Industry? He said in Kaduna that he's going to make Bank of Industry the biggest bank in Nigeria. He's going to put effort to make it the biggest bank in Nigeria, getting other stakeholders to partner with that bank to actually do very constructive loans, very low interest loans, and very specific fundings and finances. And it's very clear across states. You go to Anambra, go to Ebonyi, everybody knows what their duty is. You don't even need to wait for National Assembly to do some fancy legislator on restructuring. We've been saying that since 1999. Get down to work, roll up your sleeves. So it's very simple. Tour the 36 states, talk about the comparative advantages, partner with the governors on one-on-one basis, let their states members know exactly what the direction and the policy direction of the federal government versus their state is on production. That's the point of consumption to production. Then security, immediately declare emergency on security. Immediately deploy forest rangers at least to our agricultural base and agricultural zones. Immediately secure a watertight security, at least beginning from our agricultural zones. That will immediately boost confidence in that sector. Farmers are going to return to farm immediately. Remember the investors outside are seeing this, so don't think they have their eyes here. You can't go there and tell them lies. They have their eyes there that is reporting to them every single morning. You understand what I'm saying? Explore that. Focus on your local investors first. And also outside, focus on your diaspora base. A lot of nations use their diaspora base to uplift their nations when they were in similar situations that we find ourselves today. So explore diaspora base, build diaspora confidence. If anything is going to ever take you outside, by the time you are done with 36 state tour, let it be diaspora tour to your nation, people of your country living across the country. Draw up a roadmap for them that can instill confidence in them, and they trust you, and they begin to remit this money, but remitting it not for consumption like they've always done over the years. They are now remitting it directly to the real sector. They are now remitting it directly to production because they have your confidence that, hey, security, I'm holding it down. I've declared war. You are seeing every single day. You are seeing me out there. I'm not sitting in Aso Rock. I am out there, and I said, this is protected. Diaspora will start getting confidence. At least that communication, that one-way communication direct, this versus this versus this, just like collecting a class captain's number. We don't know how to solve. We can solve complicated situations by simple means. If you provide the right leadership, if you understand how leadership works, that's why a lot of our politicians should be attending more executive programs and leadership classes to know how psychology of leadership works, how to ensure trust, how to do marketing and all that. They don't know these things. They just play politics of grabbing ballot boxes and winning, aligning with South and North and West and East and whatever it is, and then win votes and all. That's not going to give you the governance. That's going to move the development in this. It's not going to do that. Diaspora, security, stimulate the real sector. And clearly, my principal already say how he's going to do that. Is attacking immediately 6 million MSMEs, 1 million per region. We have 6 regions, 1 million per region. For the first year, immediately inject money into the real sector, use Bank of Industry, and then form a very strong monitoring team immediately to reboot the real sector. Not giving out monies to governors indiscriminately, and they're using it to spike up the FS rate, driving inflation, nothing is working. Nobody has a policy document. Nobody has a strategy document. By now, we should have a strategy document of this is how we intend to implement. There is a renewed hope agenda, but what is the implementation and strategy document? Like the strategy document for the implementation of the renewed hope. One thing is to have an agenda or a plan. Another is to execute, monitor, strategize, and implement effectively. The way that people come in and they see what you're doing. Stimulate real sector, fight corruption immediately. What was my principal stance with immediately putting in the indiscriminate flotation of Naira, unguarded one? It is all on record what he said there. He said you cannot indiscriminately just open it like that. It's like building an ungated house in a criminal den. That's what you're doing, and it's akin to disaster immediately, especially if you are pairing it up immediately with something as sensitive as subsidy removal, which he actually supports. What are we seeing now? We're seeing the same thing. People are now running helter-skelter. Fight the corruption side. You can devalue to their level, but fight the corruption side. What they are now doing months later, chasing after all these guys, all the crypto guys. You should have done from this something events that should have started from day one. You had even 3 months from handover, from winning election to handover. 3 good months. Did they put a transition team? I doubt. What was the job of transition team? Did anybody put together a document like Shopee, what Goodluck Jonathan did? Shopee, a complete document of step by step how this removal of subsidy is going to go. Look, I don't
They did put up a transition. I didn't want to break your flow, but they did put up a transition team.
That's why I put it in a question mark. That's why I didn't say it automatically. That's why I say if they put up a transition team, what did the transition team do? Did they put documents? If you know that the first policy direction is subsidy, this thing. Did you put
No. The transition team will be to synergize. Will be to synergize with the sitting government so that the transition is seamless.
That is normal. Transition teams. That is normal work. I'm talking about a transition team looking strictly at the economic side, trying to know what are we inheriting, where are we heading to. How we're going to link it immediately, and then how we're going to hit, I'm now hijacking his phrase, hit the ground running from day one. So that we'll not take some kind of steps that will take us 2 years to control. If you know you are not ready, which surprised me that he was not ready to float his cabinet in day one. I mean, prepared for 30 years. That surprised me, but then I don't even want to go to that space. Fight insecurity, fight the corruption, and prevent corruption. All these palliatives that are doing, that hijacking palliatives, you shouldn't allow it. It shouldn't be allowed.
All right, start to bring it up, man.
Yeah, so these are the things you have to do. Then silos, storages. Immediately, our silos are not working. They are not working. A lot of what we are producing from the farms do not get to their destinations. A lot of them, almost half of them perish. Our silos has to come on board immediately, start erecting them, the storages immediately. And that draws us back to the coastal road issue. Some of our major economic corridors, the road linking our major economic corridors, are debt traps. And you are building a fancy road for your business partner to go through Atlantic Ocean and then whatever else you want to do there. It's fine. We can get to that point later. But there's a fire emergency. You're not acting like there's a fire emergency. Like someone that fire is burning his house, they're going to cultivate flowers outside to prove that you have arrived. That's not how development works anywhere in the world, especially for a third world country that want to come out of big problems. You get what I'm saying? So for me, what I said tonight, it was just first 1 minute that had anything to do with politics. Every other thing I said is me really being genuinely concerned. Genuinely concerned. That's why I said the last time I came to the platform, I didn't even go detailed to start speaking. I just said from my books, from everything, we just showed that these guys have misdiagnosed the problem, and they are heading in the direction that woman. So that's my information, please. Let me not take all that people's time.
All All right, brilliant. I still want to hear from you about the minimum wage, but like you said, let me bring other people quickly, and then I'll loop back around to you. Let's see if Aroki Deba is ready now. Aroki Deba, are you ready now? All right, let's go to King Emeka, from King Emeka to Ajanle Koko, then Patrick. Mekus, hopefully you're ready. Ever ready. Yes.
Well, I just, I today I said I was going to promise the platform that I would not speak about Obi again, except probably you asked me to talk about Obi. But I just got a bit tempted, and I will try as much as possible not to talk about Peter Obi. I will try. Uptown, I don't know if you were campaigning. Politics is over, but I don't know if you were campaigning. Like we wanted the conversation to flow, and you were saying things. There was transition thing. There was a transition document. Everything was intact. Okay, so let me hold my tongue on this part. Let me not pivot. Woman, roll out the headlines.
All right. Do you want to kick it off with the minimum wage? I think we've labeled that somewhat unrealistic expectations versus unfeasible offer.
Yeah, true. We have to be realistic, right? I can understand that the prices of the general prices of goods and services in the country, especially food, has gone up. And a 615,000 minimum wage will only push the inflation further, right? Not only that, it's not realistic. The government can't afford it. Go and look. We have a 9 trillion naira deficit that we need to go and get external borrowings from. Whether we want to borrow from Nigerians or we want to go and borrow outside, but the government has said they are going to borrow $8.2 or $8.7 billion, right? The president actually said it when he was reading out the budget. So if we are saying we want to pay civil servants more, definitely, because the people pushing for it are civil servants, not the regular business individuals or the corporate individuals who are also a part player in this, because they employ laborers too, they employ Nigerians. So the civil servants are pushing for a minimum wage of 615,000 naira. A minimum wage, once it goes into law, is something that everybody must pay. Everybody must pay. So, but it's not realistic. It's not doable. It's not feasible. Things have gone up. It is just not feasible. We need to come down to earth and see how we can do it. I think we've made proposals of 100,000, 200,000, just for the civil servants alone, because I know businesses cannot afford it. So what they are negotiating for, let that increment be on the side of the civil servants, and if the government can afford, to push the budget a little bit to get to 10 trillion to afford paying more salaries, that's acceptable. But this is just too much. I don't think. I believe the Labour Congress could look at ways to come to terms with the government to bring it down. Yeah, woman.
All right, brilliant. So Dangote Refinery kicking the can down the road. Now July, and of course, when it gets to July, it will only we only say that because it's been kicking that can now for what, 4 years.
Yeah, I don't know, right? But when he started, or before he started, he said he gave Nigerians the snippet of how he's going to roll out supplies. He said he's going to start with diesel, jet fuel, kerosene, then fuel would come in later on, right? So I don't know whatever is going. I think, Larry was hitting or expressing my opinion on that space, that's come July. Maybe he's been pressured to ramp up refinery for fuel or petrol, why shouldn't he take his time and let him not just get things and just do it wrong because he wants to address the concerns. And then in my view, right, I think we discussed this 2 nights ago. The NNPC has no excuse for the fuel scarcity in the country currently. It's a shame to them. It shows a lack of planning. You can't begin to make such blunders and giving excuses like, the Europeans are doing a turnaround of their refinery. You should have planned your inventory to cover for that, and they would have, like, I think, Woman, you rightly said that in on that space, that the Europeans would have communicated to you long beforehand what their turnaround maintenance period is going to look like and how long it's going to last. So whatever went wrong is now an evidence with the fuel scarcity in the country, and it's a huge, huge disgrace and it appears every year in that country there must be fuel scarcity, if not like 4 times in a year or more than. We shouldn't be hearing of fuel scarcity at this point in time. Even the fuel itself, when the supply is regular, is expensive, and it's not scarce. You are not driving that price to go up. It's adding more pains and challenges to Nigerians who are suffering. I read on the paper, in the news that a soldier shot someone in the filling station because they were dragging who should put their can first. This situation should not be. We cannot continue adding so much pains to Nigerians who are suffering. It's a shame. You understand? And in my own point of view, until people begin to be held responsible for decision making, I think we will not move the country forward. We've called for the resignation of the NNPC group CEO, right? Decisions like this, if it happens in the West, he would have resigned or they would have fired him. Let's be honest. Scarcity, where people are looking for gas, looking for petrol, everywhere they are fighting because the supply is. They would have called for his resignation. In short, he would honorably just resign and move on because he has failed. So that way, that the CEO, the group CEO, would sit down. Right? And when the press asks him such questions, he's telling Nigerians, poor suffering Nigerians, middle class Nigerians, and Nigerians in the diaspora that the reason for the fuel scarcity is because the Europeans are doing a turnaround maintenance. Oh, Jesus Christ, come on. So now it appears we are putting all our hopes on Dangote for him to launch the refinery of fuel into the economy. It appears. That's why when Kolata was saying, I just spoke, I said, was it Kolata or Larry? I think it was Larry. I said the guy is managing Nigerians' expectation. That's what Kyari is doing. He's just managing Nigerian expectations, coming up with excuses of refineries, maintenance, and the entire hope is on Dangote working. Why they themselves cannot focus on selling crude oil either to Dangote and some to international markets. That's the goal. If you ask me, they want Dangote to take over that place and begin to run it efficiently because it's a colossal failure. Colossal failure. So if Dangote come July, which is just 3 months.
Moghalu actually came out, I think yesterday or the day before, to again repeat that NNPC just must be sold. We're getting to that point where that decision has to be made. We clearly cannot manage it. So
the selling is, I think, is completely out of it now. So they are trying to build that place up to go into the public market, right? Selling it now is a foregone decision. So maybe due to the listing requirement coming, or I don't know what market they want to list their shares, whether it's London Stock Exchange or Nigerian Stock Exchange. I don't know. But the rigorous listing requirements would probably get them to do things proper. Because for the very first time in a while, well, they just became a corporation in not too long ago. They released an audited financial statement for the very first time. At least Nigerians could go in and read that financial statement to even have an idea of what is going on in the NNPC. It opens up their book, it opens up their business strategy, it communicates to Nigerians what they are doing. And that's going to list to the market. I don't know if it's, I would be hoping and I'm praying it should be the London Stock Exchange where they can hold them to very stringent listing requirements rules. Will only make them open themselves up and, you know, discuss the hard topics that they have refused to want to tell Nigerians on. That place is just an opaque, like you are talking to a wall. Nobody really knows the inner workings of NNPC. Is there, you know, are they what pricing are they even doing with the crude, that the crude oil is not flowing with regular international markets? What are they doing? Fuel price has gone up as a result of the crisis going on, but yet we're still, what pricing mechanisms? So those dark holes, it will just make them discuss more about it. So the sales of the refinery now is not going to happen. It's done. It's the forgotten deal.
All right. Do you want to take us to the chief priest phase? Kulata dropped that because he's more interested in, but we like celestial stuff.
I think I'll do that and do landmark, right? Olga was saying we didn't talk about that. Chief CUBANA, right? In my own opinion, I know we definitely will have to compare him with BOBRISKI because that is where a lot of Nigerians were saying it was not a fair game. It is an evidence of you having the right lawyers, getting good lawyers, right? When BOBRISKI was invited to the EFCC, I don't know what gender I can refer him to now. Let me use he, because he said he's a male. The judge asked him and he agreed that he's a male. He went there. I think he went with a lawyer. I don't know, but he got in there and instantly they didn't allow him to leave. From EFCC custody in Lagos straight to the court where he pleaded guilty, right? So with the evidences the EFCC brought before him, they probably he just got scared and petrified and he decided to own up. But you have another individual who you know, similar situation, if not worse, because this guy was literally throwing money, you know, on several occasions. It was just they were stoning themselves. So the guy, you know, he decided to arm up himself. He went with a lawyer to EFCC, and definitely they will be, he's entitled to bail. It's a bailable offense. So you can't just keep him. You can't just keep him. So he went with a strong team of lawyers, and he came out. From there, say, okay, we'll go to court. He met them at court. He pleaded not guilty initially. And what do you expect? They saw, you know, the team of lawyers are already making their case, and EFCC is probably looking at the situation and is getting weaker for them. And not only are they saying they are actually settling out of court, not even are they going to even take him? They will withdraw the matter. They are settling out of court. It's not like he's going to plead guilty and it's a plea bargain and then he's pleading guilty but with lesser sentence. Probably him not going to jail, but he probably paid the fine, and that will go into his record as a criminal, as a convict, whether he serves or he doesn't serve. And that has a huge repercussion for him, especially traveling out of the country, because he's into entertainment and he goes around. So that will instantly, nobody wants a criminal coming into their country. That shut up. But with what you are seeing now is that the possibility of withdrawing that case from court is close to 100%. And then maybe they would have reached a settlement in the sense, I don't know what settlements, but my opinion, I might not be factual, is him contributing to certain programs for the EFCC, just contributing, and then like, okay, fine, you're good, don't do it again next time, and he bounces. But that's my own guess, because what is the out of court settlement you are trying to do here? That's what I want to understand. So for one individual, he didn't go with the right lawyer. The other one went with a team of very good lawyers. He went with Sans, right? That's an intimidation. He was coming right there too. And you know, you have to give respect to Sans. Already they are bringing out their experiences and the knowledge of the law and looking at striking a deal between the EFCC. So it's just a clear case of you having some good amount of money, and you're good to go. Then for Landmark, you see, I feel very sad for Landmark. You know, doing business is very difficult in Nigeria, right?
Just on a human level, just if we set all of the politics aside and put yourself in that guy's shoes, man.
It's a painful
and I think he's handled himself with a lot of dignity. I've seen his imagine. It could bankrupt him now, if not almost actually will bankrupt him. This
you know, with the news going on now, you know, Nigerian patrons or his Nigerian clientele, you know, they will not want to go in there anymore, even though the road construction has not even started, but they've broken the shanting and the overhead cover, right? So the place is attracting a lot of negative publicity. And to the mindset of like, okay, I think the place may be shut down. Let me look for somewhere else to go hang out. It's painful. The man was expressing his pain. You know, you're putting money into a business, you've invested heavily, and not just you're investing heavily in that business, you're also trying as much as possible to keep that business sustainable in a very difficult economy in Nigeria, right? Keeping people employed and keeping your clients happy, trying to break even and stay profitable, because the lifestyle, recreational, and what do you call this? The food business is highly competitive everywhere in the world. There are now talk of where you are in Nigeria when interest rate is like crazy. You understand? And then with the level of poverty, because the markets he's selling to are those who are doing well. The market he's trying his clientele are people middle class to the elite within the island environs, and possibly those who are on the mainland who can afford his services will come over. So it's a sad reality. And, you know, like I was trying to be very conservative with my words, but I think that road will kill his business. It will run him down. It will run him down. So,
it's an inevitability. Let me remove this thing from let me make it a bit large. If you see, so it's showing us a before and after. Yeah. So if you look at it now, it's just a sprawling edifice of fun and debauchery on the seafront.
Yeah.
And all of this, you see all these buildings right there. So the only thing that all of these buildings, all these structures that he has put up, the only thing that supports them is this water, is because it's an aquatic resort, isn't it?
Exactly.
That's the view. And then you go into the sea. So this is what it looks like. But after Dave Umahi's visit, this is what it looks like.
Oh wow!
That's the end now. It's finished.
It's done.
There's no.
Like I said, the ocean is his key selling point. That's if he's trying to raise capital, that's what he's selling. Not just raising capital alone. The people patronizing him, that's what they enjoy, you know, not just for the view of it alone. It's also you get engaging with the water itself, right? Enjoying the ocean breeze. You understand? You're eating, you're listening to music, or you're dancing, and you can go around and play with the water and you come back. That's the beauty of it, especially if you're a beach lover. But with that road, I think from that place, there are a lot. How many beaches are there? It's still the same scenery, right? From here down to the aquatic, you curve over to VI, even down to Ikoira. But you have like 4 or 5 people operating different gates, not but the landmark gate is really standard. Then you have from the Oniru side, from the Elegushi beach, then you go to some clubs, some nice settings, some just still very whack, but it's still that same water, right? Providing that, yeah.
Elegushi is not on that corridor.
Elegushi is not under what?
It's not on that corridor.
Where's Elegushi?
Elegushi is the other side.
Elegushi is behind, is at the back, right? Sorry, you're right.
Oniru.
It's Oniru Beach.
Yeah,
Oniru Beach. Yeah. Elegushi is at the back of Lama. You're right, the Lekki area. So within that point, that place, right? So I don't know if you throwing in money. I don't know if that man will survive this situation. It's done. So his fight is not you demolishing my business. His fight was you are killing my business. Putting the road will kill my business. I think was it Jide that said they could do a flyover. Even a flyover alone, the sight of it, vehicles will be plying that place to and fro, right? Yes, a lot of people who want to go to Lekki would, instead of using the main Lekki toll gate, and I believe this one might be free, they would, I don't know if they are going to do some connectivity anyway. I believe the Lagos state government will want to connect it to the this road. They will be plying this road to go to Lekki, and it's going to be a very busy road. Very, very busy road. So I don't see people with a flyover, with the noise. It's different. You can't even. I wish him the very best. I know some opportunistic people jumped on the news. The media also jumped on the news, turned it around, made it look political. But I think it was plainly business. They've labeled him, because he's an Igbo man, or no. I don't. For him, I believe it was purely the loss of business that made him express himself.
I saw him on an interview. I think it was on Arise, and they were trying to guide him towards an ethnic. He said, "No, now don't do that." It's quite clear that he's just fighting for his business and nothing else. He is not. I've seen about 2-3 interviews of him. He's not ethnicizing anything.
No,
he's
not
trying
at
to
all.
save his $150 million. That's what he's trying to do.
Yeah, and I think he said he just got the fund, right, to expand. It's a sad thing. It's a sad reality. Oh, it's really painful. Let's be honest. It's painful.
One man, the favorite camp, the Agbado camp. They're taking him to the cleaners, saying he's current ethnic, this whatever. I was now asking this: where did Paul ever say anything ethnic since this thing started? But they are taking him to the cleaners on Twitter.
No, it's ignorant people that will be making such comments.
No, I think it's because Obi ran commentaries on him. That's why. Because Obi seems to be
technique. So
but Obi ethnicizes most things now. So when Obi comes in, then it becomes ethnic.
Can you give an example of what he ever ethnicized before? Just one.
Is that not his politics?
No, I just
hold on now. No. So Ludo told us Umahi told us that's his politics now.
One example, one.
Dog whistling. No, don't worry. Don't worry. It's late in the day. But
you're just behaving exactly the way those guys that are dragging Paul on Twitter is behaving. Because
it's because I don't want to get into it.
Because if you have it on top of your head, you always say it. Because when you engage them and ask them, can you give me in all Paul's commentary about this coastal road, can you give me where he made it? They will start insulting you.
No. I'm not saying anything about Paul because I understand, and Emeka expressed it eloquently, that this is a man fighting for his empire. And to his credit, he's not, in fact, not only has he not ethnicized, he actually recoils from it. When people try to ease him into that space, he pushes it back quite heavily. But that's different from Obi. Let's take the demolitions in Lagos State.
Okay.
When Obi came, what Obi does is he will ethnic themed ethnic
Example.
theme. Well, I can give you examples.
Yeah.
Don't badger. Just if you want the conversation, you can have it.
Okay.
When what Obi does is it will ethnic theme something. It will nationally theme rather something, but with an ethnic overcast, and that's what it does. So I think that's the best way to
You're
express
speaking
it.
English now. You didn't just quote him now. Say that demolition Igbo people.
Well, what are you eating? So at this time of the night, you're going to lose that 6-pack very soon. No, that 6-pack you're going to lose it very soon.
One man, I'm a sports person. I can't lose it. But for one man, it's really unfair. You can never quote Obi when he said demolition. He didn't even say Lagos. He said demolition across states in Nigeria.
Yes, but under what currency? Under what flavor? What was the flavor when they were saying that?
What do you mean by flavor? I mean, like I'm supposed to like put it on my nose and smell the tweet or what?
No. The flavor then was there was demolitions going on in Lagos State and
also in Anambra.
Hold on.
Was demolition too.
There was demolitions going on in Lagos State. Now I wasn't even aware that nobody was, but there was certainly demolition going on in Lagos State, and especially in Festac, which took an ethnic coloration, and Obi then leapt into the media space and then made a broad national statement with that always that ethnic overcast, and he did the same thing with this chap again, that he made a broad national statement with an ethnic overcast. And that is his raison d'etre. That is his talking trade. He makes a national statement with an ethnic overcast.
Is a conversation.
Yes.
We asked for this conversation.
Oh, hold on. Folake, do you want to jump on? We've not heard from you for a while. So if you're awake, Folake, I can see you in the comment section, jump on, maybe to break up the testosterone in the... Yeah, but carry on.
We have a Folake. Wow, I wanted to leave, but I'll stick behind a little bit.
The last time she came on, she was bullied by who was it, Ganiu, and she never came back.
Folake, you're safe with me. I'm here for you. So one man of all this English, Oxford Dictionary English you are bringing in is just to use to back up something that is not factual. I told you, can you give me a quote where this guy ever spoke to demolishing Igbo people's house, Yoruba people's house, or Efik people's house? So that means that there is nothing in this life that Obi will do that somebody will not pull it into an ethnic whatever, just like what Umahi did, where somebody constructed a tweet clearly pointing out what his grouses were in terms of prudence, in terms of timing, in terms of visibility studies, and so many other things. He was clear what he did there, and in terms of scale of preference, where he scaled it with other major roads also and all that, he was very clear and objective and everything, very presidential. And the only reply he gave to that entire thing was to drag it to ethnicity. And I love what Peter Obi answered him. He told him, I won't concede as low as people that are flourishing themselves in ethnic politics. And that was how he ended that reply. He didn't even mention Igbo or try to reply him. There was no Igbo written on his tweets. Southeast was not written on his tweet like he always does.
You know what's going on? The vultures are circling around that Obi space.
They are now. We are seeing them now, very huge ones.
No, because you know what, have you heard the phrase "the jig is up"? The jig is up. JIG. It's a sort of palongo. The palongo is
one man. One man. If I ever for one day doubted Obi's natural wisdom in navigating,
people have been complaining about people eating and speaking on this platform. They've been writing me letters.
I think this is better I commit the crime anyway, but what I'm eating is so nice. But
what are you eating? What are you eating? If it's good enough.
No, it's just a toast bread and a very nice drink. So yeah.
Well, what's the spread on the toast?
So it has this tuna fish on it. Fish.
Is it canned tuna fish or grilled one?
No. Grilled.
Oh, okay. All right, but you know that sound there. People have been complaining about it a lot. Somebody wrote me an essay, not from you, but just in general.
Yeah, my own comes out sexy. It can't be. They can't.
No, don't worry. The place is filled with the place is filled with men, so you can keep your maybe when you meet Bobrisky, you can impress him with that. Or
Now I have to be preparing myself. Remember, Folake is coming on board. So
have you met him actually, Bobrisky? You are in show business.
I've never met him before. Nothing have crossed our paths. So he's into cloud chasing. I'm not in that space.
What is his official business designation? What banner does it?
Influencer.
Is that the title of it? Because usually they have a shop, don't they? Does it not have a shop or something?
No. You're an internet influencer, so you influence for businesses, all that. So you also help to shape opinions online, and also you also collect your pays from your online engagements as well as influencing for brands. So that's literally what he does. So they feed off.
Right. You know, a brand actually contacted me once, but I didn't quite know. I don't think I handled it. But carry on.
But you can. Why not? I mean,
I didn't know what to do with them, so I pretty much told them to. Anyway, carry on.
To not disappear. Well, it's a good depending on the brand anyway. Depending if it's something you can infuse into your niche.
You know, it's a food. Anyway. I'll tell you about it offline.
Okay.
Carry on. Yeah.
Okay, sure. So 1 month, yeah, going forward for the interest of the country. I know you guys have been making attempts since 2000 and by you guys, I'm not speaking directly to you, but people I'm speaking to knows themselves. They're also on this platform. They're making these attempts to get this guy to get into the whole tribal whatever since 2022. This is 3 years now. You mean give it up? It's not going to happen. Obi is too smart to enter your trap, because even when before he declared clearly, he made it clear to them in Agolo where he declared that I don't want to run this race because it's turn of the Southeast. I want to run it strictly on my records, and that's what I'm going to do. He also told Umahi when they went to Enugu, when they did the Afeni Ohani Ferry, a combination of Ohanes and Afeni Ferry, whatever they did in Enugu to promote Igbo presidency. Ngige went there, Umahi went there when they were all running for primaries.
You mean Ohanese?
No, Ohanese and Efeni Ferry did something combined they called Ohani Ferry, if you remember, before the primaries. Also, it was hosted in Enugu, where they invited all the people, all the Igbos running for presidency in their different parties. That's before primaries. Ngige was running, Umahi was running APC, people running in PDP, Ekweremadu, a lot of them. Peter was there as well. Everybody came to the podium to advance, Rochas too, to advance why it is turn of the Southeast. Only Peter, the guy they love to hate, he's the only person that came to that podium and told them, well, what you guys are saying is good, though. But for me personally, I insist that my declaration and my running, I want to run it completely on my record. I don't want anything to do with tone. You can go back and watch it.
There's one thing Peter can say.
This guy was clear.
There's one thing Peter can say. You know, you've been all about him, and I keep holding myself not to speak. He could say something, but the outlook of it is quite different. He's clearly, and he has been clearly labeled an Igbo campaigning president, right? The election also reflected that. So whatever he's doing, and you mentioned about the Tinubu administration junketing about looking for funds. Similar thing, Obi is still junketing around Nigeria campaigning. Whatever he's doing, and the people he's getting advices from to go do what is the stuff and the news.
Look, I prefer this your tone of voice. It's more chilling. Can you just keeping on to this? I mean, that whole shouting now is very nauseating. But yeah, that just me completely.
That's tiredness, so not toning down. Rebecca is just tired. I think it's probably in bed now.
So you know, the things he's going around, discussing with people either from the north or whatever, is never going to make him win the election. Let's be very factual, right? Let's be factual about it.
He should travel to Dubai or
It doesn't matter whether he wants to go international, but it's up to him.
no, I don't mean international, like travel, like vacation. You know, the article thing now just disappear and appear
I
whenever
don't
else.
know. I don't know. You see, but I just feel he's, like what woman has said. Not only just woman. I think a couple people of the
Yes,
panelists
indeed.
echoed the similar opinion.
Mm.
They are coming at him. You said they are said that he's not going to fall into the. He's clearly falling into the trap. They've been keeping him quiet. He's going to write a tweet that I'm not talking about arrest. You saw Charlie Boy saying, "Oh, there are plans to." No, I don't think the government intends to
Yes,
arrest him.
I saw that. I wanted to bring it, but I thought it was too weak. Yeah, Charlie Boy saying they want to arrest him.
I don't think they want to arrest him. But what I think they will do now is
that's a nonsensical tweet anyway.
they'll begin to call him out of some of those things, right? Not the big weights, but the smaller junior politicians will start to call him out, and possibly even from the southeast. You see, there might be the pressure now. Umahi has said,
Emeka, have you forgotten?
Sorry, Uptown. I want them to be. I don't want them calling him out on ethnic lines, though, because that will rally. It's too divisive one, and then it will rally some sort of even people that are not loyal to him. They will feel okay. We're being attacked, so we're. I want like the way they called him out on.
Thank you for giving them that advice.
No, hold on. The way they called him out on this just the rank, because he has a backdrop in governance, so he cannot now rebrand himself. So the way they called him out on this particular demolition thing, when they went to bring out clips of him demolishing,
exactly,
and there was a bit of glee in his voice as well,
exactly.
as though he was delighting in it. And I would not give you, with real venom.
We
now
also
he's now a man of the people, so that they can get him with, but the ethnicity, no.
Also, with what Reno did, right? Calling him out, not building any school, not starting and initiating anyone, right? That the press.
That ended.
Sorry, Uptown. You know the person that will ultimately demythify Peter Obi, do you know, is going to be Reno Mockery.
Yes, because they are going to use Reno. They are going to use Reno to do the work.
Reno has been on that space since 2022 now. What are you saying?
No. Get the point.
He's been firing from all cylinders since 2022.
Get the point. Get what I'm trying. Get my flow. I'm not saying I'm factual, but I will be factual, right? I'm expressing an opinion. I said those politicians, especially those from the southeast, someone like Soludo who tried expressing his opinion and they came at him during that election period, may want to channel information to Reno to go at him. And what will happen? The press will call him out again on those kind of questions, and it will now show a weakness.
There's no information. There's been 3 years. There's no information. If there is, it will be flying around. They hate him so much.
We're not talking about. Hold on. We're not talking about him stealing money. No.
Whatever information they have.
Did he steal money? Yes, he did. He was clever about it. Confirmed. So what I am saying is those weakness in his governance period in Anambra State during his 8 years, that is what they are going to use against him.
Well, Emeka, let me reply you here. With the way obedience are against both Soludo and his handlers online. If Soludo had material, Soludo is the pettiest politician. I hope you listen to Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala's letter about Soludo. Even Dora Akunyi. He's the pettiest person you can ever meet in your life. He's very petty, like a nursery school person. If Soludo had the arsenals that in that government house in Oka for against Obi, be rest assured that it will be every single place in Nigeria by now. Every single place. See, when Obi talks with confidence, you must know that there's something that fuels his confidence when he challenges you with his full chest. And he told you, even in this last rebuttal he gives Umahi, he beat his chest also on that tweet and say, I stand by all my governance records.
You know, Wachuku was asking a question on the comment section that how would Obi win? Let's be honest. 2020, 2027 is gone.
2027 is too far now. Why are we discussing
It's not too far. It's gone. It's gone. Obi can't win that election, right? It's gone. Then once you know the 2027 electoral cycle is over, the shift will move to the north. Where is Obi coming in this equation, in this matter? So Obi
Emeka.
can, you see, Obi had, in my view, Obi had the upper hand after losing the election, especially when the president extended his hands, right? Obi, in my opinion, had some fighting opportunities there by taking that invitation and saying, okay, I want you to do this, either do certain things for the Southeast or either do certain things that give certain conditions that he wants the president to do. But
Conditions as a freedom fighter as well.
I don't know. I don't know because the president extended his hands of fellowship and it was ignored. So he has lost the election. He has lost the election. Whatever I would say if he's trying to make constructive criticism in the sense that because the governments are going to give him that opportunity. Actually, they are even doing now because they are failing on specific things. Yeah.
Emeka. First of all, I'm very happy we're having this because this is the first time we will ever have a conversation. It's because your voice is so low. And please, Biko, can we do this more often? Biko, I beg. The whole shouting. I mean, we've done that during the election. The election is over. I beg. Let's have conversation. So yeah, I'm enjoying this. If you go to Obi's tweets, and I know you have your political views, I'm also even probably personal views with him. I don't know the encounters you have with him, but I'm not interested in that. But the thing is that
you'll see my tweets, eh?
if you try to maybe you lock yourself in the room and then you read the tweets. I've counted up to 7 different times Obi commended something that Tinubu did. 7 so far.
Okay.
Yes, and that is fair enough because if you count Article Zone, I've not counted up to 2. So for Obi to have done 7, that means that okay, he's trying. Or even the ones he criticized, for example, even this last workers' day, yeah, if you watch the articles tweet versus Obi's tweets, Article used that workers' day to use it to be doing the politics of, hey, you guys don't want to increase workers' salary. Hey,
that's how they play that politics.
But
Article is the experience. That's how you
want to make a point.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to make a point. But if you notice what Obi did, Obi tweeted about the issue of salaries before. I'm sure he's still going to tweet it later, but he tried to remove it from that workers' day, and then he used that workers' day to just speak directly to the workers, hailing them. So he didn't want to add anything like, hey, Tinubu's government or federal government or politics or whatever it is, which I felt was brilliant because that was opportunity for him as an opposition to start vituperating unnecessarily, which is still okay if he does. But for the fact that this guy tries to mellow it down, compare it to the kind of opposition we had. Honestly, let's say the truth, under APC. El-Rufai coming to fire from all cylinders, saying that even if Jonathan does something good, that is their duty to say that thing that is good is bad. We have this in videos, that those kind of oppositions. I feel these guys are playing a little bit of more tampered. I mean, people that hate Obi might want to say things that does not happen, like Umar coming to say inciting Southeast in a tweet that has nothing to do with Southeast. But the point is,
to be fair to Obi with Umahi's case, right? I think Umahi, when I don't know, I'll compare it to someone who has been looking at what you've been doing, and then he's been looking at what you've been doing and just keeping his mouth shut. Then you now try to encroach into his own affairs, and he got upset. That's the way I see.
Yeah, but even in that tweet, both the first one Umar replied, even him replying to Umar, everybody thought he was going to go ballistic on Umar, because Umar said something about his governance. So everybody thought maybe he would refer to. I mean, Ebonyi is the poverty capital of South. He didn't even say anything about that. He didn't even mention Umar directly. He just kept to that issue. Just said, okay, this is what happened. This, and just, which is
You
really
see,
very civil for
Uptown,
somebody
Uptown,
that has been
Uptown,
provoked like that.
Uptown, let me
So
be
let's
honest.
give it to him.
Uptown, let me be honest. Obi is too seen. Obi is too head. What Obi is doing is what the Labour Party should have be doing, except maybe he's trying to leave the Labour Party. The people advising him, I'll be honest, politically, they are not. I think they are not well exposed to Nigerian politics. He's everywhere, and then you are getting people are looking at you. The places he's going to the north to go and visit, right? The northern brokers are looking at him. So he's always writing. Yes, things are bad in the country, and nobody is disputing that. But you're always writing.
But Emeka, if you have followed Obi's politics at least from 2016, when he left office, do you know that in that PDP, PDP was accused of being a very weak opposition to Buhari, which I feel is one of the reasons Buhari failed. So I partly blame PDP for Buhari's failure. But then if you look within that PDP, if you were following, I don't know if you were following as much as I was, because it's a space I was really following a bomber to bomber. If you, from 2016 downwards, the only person in the entire PDP party that was really, really, really speaking to the issues under Buhari's administration. So it was two sides. Wike was in reverse, but Wike was more like a ballistic, opposition of insults and, challenging and all that. Obi was speaking to every single policy that they are bringing out, speaking to the borrowing, speaking to the printing of money, speaking to the education policy, their agricultural policy. Obi was always on the Rise TV. If he's not on Rise TV, he's on the platform. The platform was what gave him the biggest exposure in 2016, because that speech
Well,
went
we're
viral.
not talking about
So
what he
he's the
did
one.
in the election.
I want to draw a parallel with what you're saying,
Okay.
for you to know that he has always been that person that he can't shut up as far as what's going on. So for you to know that he didn't start now that he declared for president and he's an opposition leader. No, when he was in PDP, he was always the one that would do the Channel TV interview, do the Arise TV interview, go to channels, even speak abroad in platforms. You know what I'm saying? Speaking to Buhari's policy, saying that, okay, this is what you guys are doing. He spoke a lot about borrowing under Buhari. He carried that in like akara for his head.
No,
If
wait,
you go online.
hold on. Sorry. Are you saying he didn't? He only did it during the election, and he's doing it now. But Obi was
No. He was very, very consistent with that from
no.
2016.
Obi was
Everywhere.
because he wanted to run for office.
Platforms.
Because he wanted to run for office. Obi was never that critical of government policies. Don't
He has always been now.
Don't forget. He was part of Jonathan's inner caucus. He also played a simple role with Obasanjo administration. Obi has always been playing
He didn't play any role with Obasanjo administration now.
a minimal role.
Obasanjo, no. Actually, no minimal role. Do you know why? Because Obasanjo's in-house boys were actually the ones directly against Obi in the entirety of his tenure.
No, that was when he went. That was when he was trying to run for Anambra State PDP ticket.
When he was
lost.
governor, actually.
No, hold on. Before he became governor, that's what I was saying. Then when he went to run for PDP ticket initially that they didn't give to him, he clearly showed where his ambition lies, that he wants to be a governor. It was CUBANA, the Ubas that they were now fighting him.
It was ABC ones who that brought him into politics.
Exactly, but Obi had been a part and parcel with Obasanjo administration minimal. Jonathan, he played a major role in the economy. He was part of the economic advising team. He was part and parcel of government with Buhari. During Buhari's tenure,
see what happened in that space here. If you check when Obi was given appointments, he was appointed as the special advisor on finance to the presidency. And because he was a sitting governor, I don't think it's very lawful to, for you to be a sitting governor, also be having an appointment role. So Jonathan had to put honorary there, I guess, to make it kind of so it won't break the law. But I think what Jonathan was doing there, if you see when Jonathan came to commission Sabmila in Onitsha, he was engaging with the stakeholders. They're telling them that I heard this your son says when he's done here that he's retiring and going back to business, that we in the federal will not allow him, and we are going to steal him and take him to Abuja. So what Jonathan did then, because Obi was really serious about retiring when he was done, Jonathan said, okay, I'm going to preserve this guy for my second tenure, to be part of my team in second tenure. And the reason why I'm going to preserve him, which PDP people fought against, because I mean, Obi was the biggest nightmare they have. Obi made them lose Anambra forever. So they were against that. So Jonathan had to bring him into his economic team to save him, to hold him from slipping off his finger, so that second tenure he can be part of his administration in terms of finance and economy and all of that. That's what he did. Sadly, they lost the election. But Jonathan really, really, really valued him. And if you listen to when Reno was talking about what immediately they said, hey, who is going to... Jonathan said, I mean, there's no excuse. Just go and pick Peter Obi. That's all. There's no choices anywhere. So he respected the guy. He felt this guy would be a valuable asset in my second tenure, because I'm sure the plans they had, if you even see people like Akimumi, additional, with the plans he had, the agricultural plans he had for the second tenure and everything, that second tenure was going to be okay, but Nigeria politics happened, they left office, and that was the end. But then the point I'm making is that before election, most of the things, why I get most of my predictions right in this platform, especially when it has to do with Toby, is because I followed this guy for 13 years. That's not 1 year. So I'm usually able to predict what he can do, what he's able to do. That's why when you guys were assuming that this Obi will end after February 25, he will go and rest. I told you guys, if you remember, I don't know if you were in the platform, I said, but he does not have that antecedent of leaving the scene. And I assure you that he's not going to leave the scene. Why? Because even when he didn't have the official toga of an opposition leader, he was literally the only person playing opposition in PDP. Saraki was none of the top PDP members were speaking to economy. None of them were speaking to anything. Everybody was just waiting for the next 4 years to come and start holding big rallies. Obi was the only person gallivanting. And if you remember, that is the reason why 2019, the most viral debate in the history of Nigeria happened. And that debate was not a presidential debate. It was a vice presidential debate. And that was the first time Nigeria will ever host a vice presidential debate. Why? Because Obi came into the race. And because Obi already had a kind of a youth, youth already love him through, especially from his performance from the 2016 platform.
Yes, he has always been going to the platform.
Yes, and some of his diaspora performances. So he already has a kind of a diaspora affinity already. That's why when
that was how they packaged him now. The people at the platform,
so they already bought into his governance philosophy, ideas of how leadership should go and all that. So because of that, immediately he declared for vice president. Youths were interested. And if you go to Channels TV on YouTube, you find out that debate with Osibanjo, Peter Obi versus Osibanjo, is the highest viewed live stream that Channels has ever done since that page was created years ago. Till today, nothing has no view has ever beat that Osibanjo versus Peter Obi vice presidential debate. And also, he also had the highest trends ever politically on Twitter. You get what I'm saying? So for you to know the impact he had, that was years ago. Obedience was not existing then. So I knew what was coming. You get what I'm saying? I knew if it was when I was in my former Twitter, I would have come and I would have brought out some tweets for you, especially in 2020. When I was saying, see, there is a future with them. I know we might not like the entire political class, but there's actually one guy that we can actually follow. There's actually one guy that we have a future with. I say that, but I'm sure, I was just one voice in the wilderness. But also, I knew that this will align somehow. Somehow it will align. And eventually align because I saw it clearly that he's the only person that had that affinity. And when it aligned, I was happy
what do you
because
mean by align?
like naturally the youth base to align if a youth base chooses to align with a politician already
Oh,
within
you
the
were
system.
making a prediction.
Yes, I was making a
Oh,
prediction.
okay.
Yeah, I was making a prediction. So
Could
I
I
was like,
could I
if
interject?
if they're going to align, it will automatically be this guy, and it happens
Emeka
later.
is telling you that you will align with them. That is a matter of time.
He's saying that I would align
No,
with.
that's not what I'm saying.
No, that's not what he's saying. No,
That's not what I'm saying. So
he's making a prediction. I think he's explaining what he predicted in the past that happened, right?
Emeka,
yeah. So why I'm explaining that is for you to understand why.
Uptown, you're working too hard. I
Yeah,
mean,
Pansat, you can come in. It's a free flowing conversation, but let's maintain it in that just convivial manner that is going. Yeah, good to see you, Pansat. Carry on.
You too. Let me say hello to everybody here. And most people, they come on and they make a prediction, and there's nothing wrong with a prediction. But we cannot forget in the past. I know we want to be cordial, we want to be respectful, but there's nothing wrong with pointing at some of Emeka's past activity in the last election. That was something like anybody. Yeah, hold on. But Emeka, your problem is that you go into it like you're clairvoyant, like you're some kind of prophet, like an astrologer. You're some kind of Nostradamus.
Oh my goodness!
A day in politics is a very, very long time, right? So you don't take. I mean, let me just be blunt. You're not a first year.
He wasn't listening to anthropologists. That is his problem. Now, anthropologist is speaking. Let's listen.
Look, his prophecies and his divination, his prognosis, his augury, right? His auspications were all wrong, but it's like a joke, really. When somebody come out and they say, look, Peter Obi is not going to win any southeastern state, and then the person wasn't doing it with some kind of grain of salt or something like that. They're being haruspects. Everybody was laughing at you at the time. So now, why should we take him seriously now? This is supposed to be a serious show. I know you want it free flowing. One man has run away. Every time I come in, he runs away, right? But still, everybody on this platform right now remembers what you did. You have to apologize. If I'm gonna take you seriously, if I'm gonna be here kicking it like one of the guys, and we just running our mouths, trying to get along. But the point is that when we're discussing this thing, sometimes we're very serious. When we're looking at what's going to happen in the future of our country. If I asked you right now, Nigeria is a three-legged stool. You have to capture two of those legs to stand. Right now, Peter Obi is doing very well in all areas. He's not winning everybody. He doesn't have to get 100%. He's made no errors. Virtually everybody who voted against him is regretting it, if they have if they have any brains. Now, one man, I'm very disappointed that he ran away from here, because I came in yesterday and I was talking to one of the guys he has here as a lawyer, and I gave him a bunch of stuff in the private chat so he could then look it over, so you could actually see what's going on with Tinubu. I can tell you now, I'm not going to take forever. I'll talk for maybe another 2 minutes, and I'll pass it back on to you guys. What I'm saying is that Tinubu is in deep trouble. Now, if he's just running to govern for 4 years and give it over to Shetima, perhaps, but because it's not covering up anything he's doing at all you have to go on Google, and you're going to see the depth of nepotism and corruption, including this road here. I gave one man all the links yesterday. If you guys want, I'll give you links. Go into Mr. Shagore and High Tech. And this Mr. Shagore lives in France. And that's why he's going to France. And the corruption stinks to high heavens. So now the Hausas are not happy. In essence, I was saying three-legged stool. You have the Igbos, you have the Hausas, then of course you have the Yorubas. And sensible Yorubas don't want them. If you go to the marketplaces, market women, taxi drivers, the youth, nobody is benefiting from this man. He's not doing anything.
Emeka, listen to Pansato. It's actually true what you say. I think he has people on ground.
No, it's absolutely true. There's nobody. The only problem we have is now we're not a united country. So it makes it very partisan when somebody is identified as coming from the Southeast and they're speaking. You know, it's like you align with Obi. You know, ever since I've been going on platforms, I've never actually gone to a platform to defend Obi or claim Obi. I'm a Biafran. Obi is a Nigerian. Obi coming in is not really good for me. Tinubu doing good, it's not good for me. I mean, doing bad, it's not good for me.
You've been speaking. You have several times. You spoke in favor of Obi. You defended him. You promoted him. What are you talking about? What are you saying? That
I have. When I'm being up. Hold on. Let me tell you the difference. Listen, look.
Doing in Nigerian politics. What's the interest of Biafra in Nigerian politics?
Woman is back. Woman is back.
Yeah, very good. One man, I wanted to talk to you, so I'm happy you're back. But what I'm saying is that there's a difference. Hold on now. I'm gonna answer it. Hold on. You ask your question, but don't tell me how to answer it. I'm gonna answer it. You heard what one man said. Let's be fair here. There's a unbiased, objective observation, and it's non-partisan, but you still have to tell the truth. Because if you don't, then somebody can poke holes. One of the best gifts I might give you is to come here and lie or say something that's not true, like Emeka does, right? It's a foolish thing to do. Because if I come in here and say 2 + 2 is 5, you can actually prove that I'm wrong. Do you understand? So I'm going to avoid that at all costs. So by your question, though, what you mean to say is that when somebody says something good about Peter Obi, that person has to be from the Southeast. Now that's not logical. I said 2 minutes. Let me ask for an extension of another 2 minutes to address one man. One man, yesterday I came in here and I gave you a bunch of links to credible sources, some of them firsthand, responsible people who gave. I mean, I am stunned that you were not shocked at what revelation is out there. What this Tinubu is doing is so foolish.
What you gave was Wikipedia, and then you gave something to the State House, which I think we've addressed. Chigori, I think, is this something to do with lobbying American elections or some towards whatever it is? But
yeah, what I'm saying, like Chagori, like saying the owner of the high tech, right?
You didn't give us anything that was potent or anything.
Do you want me to proffer them here and you show it? Because that's a subjective thing. Okay, let me ask you this. If I gave you a link that shows that Shagori Group owns High Tech, the one that's constructing that road you're crazy about from Lagos to Calabar, right? If you know that Shagori Group owns that company, High Tech, and that Tinubu's son was just appointed a couple of days ago a director. Do you understand? And that Shagori is in the state departments where he was convicted and he paid a bunch of fines for all kinds of stuff. And he lives in...
convicted for what?
Number one, he gave money. He disobeyed the laws of the United States elections. He gave money and he was convicted for that. Now, in UK, that's not a big deal, but here it's a big criminal offense.
Right.
So in Nigeria, it's not a big deal, but
yeah,
here...
It's subjective now.
Excuse me?
You just said it's subjective. It's subjective to the United States.
No. I'm saying that if somebody gives you a link and you look at it and say it's not really heavy stuff, that's subjective.
I'm going after what you said, the Shagri stuff that you're mentioning. That I think he lobbied, right? That was the stuff. I'm not so clear about the news.
What do you mean?
It's not a crime it's not a crime in the UK, like what you said. It's not a crime in Nigeria, but it's a crime in the United States.
It's a crime in the United States. I'm saying I don't know if it's a crime in the UK. It has to be, because you should not interfere in any country's elections. They do it to us, though, right? This Shagori. Now, you have to know, one man, this Shagori was also like an ambassador for some islands, right? So it's a common thing that he does. He's doing it in our country. It's not like he's a citizen. He lives in France, but he's also been like ambassadors for other.
He's Nigerian born. He was born in Nigeria. He's a Nigerian Lebanese.
Right, but I'm trying to say to you that he holds those kind of ambassadorships for other islands, other countries. In the
Yes, it's a ceremonial. It doesn't have the citizenship of that country, so they are leveraging his influence to. So where's the smoking gun? Where's the killer?
Okay.
Where's the killer?
First of all, let me post over here. So you could do a show on him if you have energy. We could do it tonight. I'll post some for you right now. The smoking gun is that he violated our procurement laws by going and having this the guy that we're talking about yesterday that you featured here today, who is insulting OB, do a no-bid contract, right? And that's a violation of our laws, and gave it to this Shagore guy who's been convicted of all kinds of things. Now, he might have built certain things. There's nepotism involved because he has his son appointed as a director in this company, right? So now he's a known character. I posted something there for you. Now, if you want to do the show tomorrow, or if you want to do it tonight, I want to give you all this stuff because I gave it to you yesterday. Maybe you didn't look at it because you would have been stunned. There's nothing else to talk about because you would say, why would Tinubu be going to France?
Pansat, you're giving us Wikipedia.
Yeah, Wikipedia.
Yes. Yes.
There's something we call over here in the United States the best evidence rule, right? Now, I'm giving you this. If you have something better, then you proffer it. But if you don't have anything better, this is it.
Yeah, but what are we? Yes, sorry. What are we meant to be gleaning from this? What's the
background? His background, where he lives.
Oh, all right.
Right?
Okay.
You have to tie it in with Tinubu going to France because usually our presidents go to UK. Right now, this time around, our president is going.
Hold on. Let me give you what you. It says
how does this relate to the topic we are discussing?
Hold on, we're gonna boil it down. You want a background before we get to the heavy stuff? Go ahead. Let's boil it down.
Ajale Koko has not had the floor yet. I keep calling you Kulata Pansa. So,
Aja, would you yield to me to bring this to the? Let's make this interesting. Let's other people quote this show this time. I bet Rudolph will do a show based on your show.
It has nothing to do with the topics of the day. So let us just
but look, Shagori Group is the concerned with that road, the construction of a road. Right?
We all know. We
have priority.
So what does that?
This is a heavy adult stuff. If you don't want to talk about it, then let's go ahead and talk about Peter Obi and
you say it's the adult stuff.
Yes, this is about our country. We are in trouble. With the priority is not in order. It's not our priority.
Has been in trouble for a long time. Even
that's true.
Is one of those that have put us in this trouble too. So what's the big deal?
Okay, well, look, I am not uptown, right? If you say something bad about P2B, it's none of my business.
Yeah,
I don't. I'm not. You've never seen me championing P2B. I believe
champion him several.
Hold on, listen what I'm saying.
Why are you turning around? Is it because of the new video that came out yesterday where they counter him? You
fought me severally because of P2B.
I have, but I want to tell you the difference. I'm saying I am not. Listen to me. I am not gung ho about anybody, right? I am more of an ideology related kind of thing about our progress in the country, including breaking it up if it's the best thing for us. Obi will not be for anything like that. I believe that if we could get a unified country is the best, but if we cannot, we have to break it up. Now, my first the way I was going about it last year was I went about it like somebody who's seen the movie already. I already know what's going to happen in the country, but I'm way ahead of everybody, light years. So now I have to slow it down, right? I know that the solution to this thing is war. That's the solution. All this trouble, I had a guest.
You said the solution is what?
War.
War?
Yes, that's what the solution is. We shouldn't be going through all this nonsense we're going through. It's the long route. I told the guy, it was a what do you call it? A guest to Rudolph Shaw, who's like a pacifist, and I was telling him, I said, you know what? War's been given a bad rap. You know,
who are the people that are going to fight this war? Who? War between who and who?
I hold down.
No, listen to me.
Between who and who? War between,
look, one man, I was gonna say, Ajahn Lekoko, listen to me, right? War has been given a bad rap. We're in a state of war. We suffer what other countries who are at war suffer. As a matter of fact, certain countries are having fun. You see, a lot of people think that when you're at war, you cannot get on the internet or get a girl or get an email or send one.
So
right?
war is a good thing.
It's not true.
To you, it's a good thing. It's a good thing to
No. If it's avoidable, but it's not a topic tonight. I'm just trying to tell you what the solution is. But it's okay. A lot of our people were not in that mood. All right. You see, one night just talking about we need security. We do this. We do this. Now, I wanted to remind him yesterday. I said, you're looking to get security. Countries such as the United States are dealing with what's called neutrinos. I don't expect you to know what that is. These are particles that have mass close to zero with half integral spin. As you see there right now.
All right, Pansat. Ajahn Lekoko has still not spoken. He started the session with me. So
let me see if he's going to yield to me now.
I was just enjoying what he was talking about.
Ajahn Lekoko, would you yield to me with right to ask me questions and interject?
Go ahead, Pansat. Go ahead.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that you have the United States who by now.
Go ahead with your double standard. I
don't.
Tomorrow you'll be for Obi. We will put it.
No, you misunderstand me. As far as I'm concerned, Obi is the best candidate that's emerged in the
history of the country. Oh, in Africa.
In Africa, and then because of that, the best that's emerged in the world. Because I believe we're better than the rest of them, right? Well, who have they produced here in the United States? Obama, Clinton, Bush, all these people. They have a screw loose. They're unfair. But Peter Obi is the best we have coming out of the country. He's fair. He's a Nigerian. He's non-aggressive. He's non-threatening. But he's got a jaw of chin, right? A jaw of steel. He's a man. So, but he believes in Nigeria. He doesn't want too much trouble. He doesn't want people to die in that kind of sense. Besides, he knows his stuff. He goes and he studies it, especially the contemporary issues that we have in the country. He believes that China did it this way. Egypt did this way to get light. Just your bread and butter stuff. He listens to UN, right? I differ with him in certain things, including listening to UN, but he does. And he does it by the book. I wouldn't do it by the book, right? I will be more aggressive than he is. But as far as when you look at a picture, a dictionary, you go to a dictionary, you're looking for the candidate for Nigeria to solve the problems that we have right now. Peter Obi is the man. There's no doubt about that. It's not even something to be debating. It's nothing.
But Pansat, you don't need to go to dictionary. There's already a letter of Obasanjo, the best president we ever had, already wrote very detailed on that. He's still insisting that Peter Obi is still the best as far as he is concerned from his experience as president and what that space needs now.
Yeah, so nobody needs convincing about that, and I normally don't debate those kind of things. Okay, there are a couple of things I don't do. If you notice, when I go to any platform, I'm the same. Last time I went to a platform, went to backstage, and one of the guys says, now we're backstage. And I had to admonish him. I said, I'm no different backstage than I am in front of the stage. The reason being that number one, I don't debate facts. And 99% of my presentation are facts. You seldom hear my opinion. Very seldom. I just gave a journalist a snippet. One of them is that I think we need war in the country. Even if all these punks come out and say, look, we surrender, we're not going to do it again. I don't want it. We have to conquer these people who are destroying Nigeria. We have to do it. We have to punish everybody who's been complicit in killing a lot of our people. Do you know how many people lose in that country daily? Scores.
Mr. Pansat, I hope what we are conquering is the corrupt politicians, not any tribe.
No, it's corrupt politicians. Yeah, I'm not naive. I cannot put. I don't want to.
You're stuttering about who you want to be. You want them to conquer.
Pardon?
I said if I was asking if you were stuttering about who you are looking to that you want to be conquered.
No, the way we do it.
Sorry, Pansat. Mike, are you there?
Yeah. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So let me bail out. Hand over to you, Mike. Mike, Ajale Koko has not spoken at all. He started the session. So as soon as the window opens, go straight to Ajale Koko. I think your guys are starting to assemble. So that's my cue to leave. Lato Rich comes in there. Ayo, as you know, we always mention. Just Emeka enjoyed Enigmatic so much. He just couldn't help himself. So that's Just Emeka right there. AB passed by Man of Prestige, Super Charts, Ayo, of course, again, and Man of Prestige. I think he was enjoying Larry so much he had to do to Super Charts as well. So thank you to all those. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. I'll get to Ajale Koko as quickly as you can. As the conversation carries on, Kampasa, keep it 100. You know that Mike's threshold for tolerance is maybe not as much as mine. But carry on. I'm in the background.
Thank you very much. As a matter of fact, we're gonna let's dial it back to actually why I was here.
But sorry, I have to also exit alongside one man. So thank you guys. Especially thank you to Emeka. This is the first time ever we'll converse. Please let's do it more often. So thank you guys. Thank you, Mike, as well, and wish you guys
thank you. Please don't bank on that. Emeka is quite a character. You know that next time he come, you know exactly what he's gonna do. So, and I hope you don't try to have a truce with him. It's not good for the platform. Anyway, so let me dial it back. John quickly. Looks like you still have to speak. What I wanted to talk to Just Emeka about is that because of your woeful failure and your vaticinations, your auspication, you should probably just be guessing. If you say, hey, look, I'm here to guess what's going to happen, nobody's going to, somebody like me, I'm not going to care about that, right? So you predicted that P2B would not win a single southeastern state, and he won them in the 80 and 90 percentile. He won all of them, and actually took a nibble at the major Yoruba states, including Lagos, Abuja. So first thing you should do is to, first of all, come in here and confess it and apologize about what you did. You shouldn't be piling on, talking about 2027. So with that, I'll hand it back to you. I'll have a more serious discussion when one man is rested up and he wants to do a real show and show those things on the screen. Without it, it's a waste of time. Thank you.
I think that was just it. You let Pansat express his opinion. I think Pansat is a bit upset. Me saying P2B is not going to win the 2027 election. And is really not happy about that. But let's be factual, right? You see, if you are very knowledgeable about Nigerian politics, you'll be able to tell and predict right how 2027 is going to go like. So if P2B is still looking at attempting, that's fine. That's okay. That is right. But is he going to win the election? No. Many of us already know. P2B clearly, I think he knows. So what I think P2B is doing that always writing all the time, it's reducing the influence, that personnel, that's mystique. You express your opinion at certain times. The government failures would give you that opportunity.
Who's Obi gonna run against in 2027? Who's gonna be the main candidate he's gonna run against?
The president.
Okay, where is he right now?
What do you mean?
No, just answer me. I want to know if you're keeping up. Where is Tinubu right now?
What do you mean? His physical location or what?
Yes.
That's a rock.
No, he's not. See, I posted a link for you. He's hospitalized right now outside of the country. He's in France. So when you are prognosticating on a daily basis, you have to.
What are you saying? Like,
let me land.
What are you saying? Are you saying that the president, his health is so bad that he's not going to run in 2027? Is that what you're saying?
I would pray, like I'm one of those. I don't pray for anybody's demise. Period. However, when you have to be a realist when you're making predictions. You don't have to base it on your emotions, what you want. You have to make it based on the actual Tinubu you have, not the one you wish you had, right? If you don't even know where your president is, you don't know his whereabouts. I posted a link for you so you know that he's in a hospital in France, right? So let me land now. Let me land.
Yeah, I'll let you. The question will let you land very well.
Sure.
How do how does this news now affect 2027? Please relate it.
Okay, because it's a long time from now. And when you are making predictions, you have to put everything into account, right? Because 2027 is a long time. You have Northerners who are not happy with. Let me land.
Okay.
Let me bring political.
Go ahead.
For example, I haven't been verbal in my prediction. I don't think, unfortunately, that Tinubu is going to be there by the end of the year. It's not going to be P2B's challenge, right? It's going to be others, including Shetima. What they've been doing, listen, what they've been doing, if like I was yesterday, let me tie it together now with what I've been doing yesterday. I was showing you that Tinubu is not hiding what he's doing. He's doing nepotistic things that are just unbelievable, foolish, right? He's pissing off people that ushered him into office, right? So, for example, he's abandoning Wike with Fubara. He's abandoning former governor of Kaduna State, Rufai. He's abandoning even the Kano, the chairman of his party. He's more into getting contracts, money. And like in the Calabar Road, Lagos Calabar Road, he phased it into 3. And the very first one, he's got about $1 trillion just for that alone. So now, what an analyst would do, such as myself, I will look and I will see what's going on based on all those factors I'm giving you.
Pastor, I want to pull you back, right, to what you said on the president's health. Are you saying the president is going to be like? I'm not saying you're making the prediction. Are you saying the president is not going to contest the 2027 election?
Okay, now listen to me. Let me answer that delicately because it requires a little respect when you answer that. By the way, did you click the link that I gave you? So what I'm saying to you is that, unfortunately, now do you think Americans are stupid? They don't have their president coming and lying down in a Nigerian hospital and going through intrusive surgery. No country does that. It's a high risk thing, right? National security. This Chagori that he's dealing with is a bad character. Bad. He was like Abacha time. He's probably complicit in Abacha dying and all kinds of things because he's already got the loot outside of the country. So, he's got the loot. See, what they do is once you have that dough, if you're Noriega, if you're any of those people, Saddam Hussein, once the loot is out with the international bankers, right, they can deal with you. But especially if you don't go and lay in a hospital outside of the country, like European hospitals, where they could do intrusive surgery on you. Now, somebody like Tinubu, they got him. He's gone. Forget about that. Especially with this Chagori is coming. Once they get that dough in the first term, he's done. Okay, he's basically a mumu. Even if he comes back like Buhari, right?
What
Like
do you mean
Buhari.
that? What do you mean? What do you mean that is gone? What do you mean by that? You
Now,
explain.
what I mean by that is that, and they've perfected this over the years. I'm dropping names for you. I just told you about Abacha and all those kind of people. What kills them is that they got the loot outside already. We're still recovering the money that this guy had outside, okay? But in the case of the French, what they're doing here is actually alien to Nigeria. They've never done that in Nigeria. That's why I don't know why Britain would let Tinubu pull this off. But Tinubu is a very, Tinubu is like Omahi. It's like what is it? Former governor of Rivers State. You know, they're like they're not really into the cabal that's ruling Nigeria. It's like Jonathan. It's like Omahi. It's like what's his Wike, right? They're usually very bold when it comes to us, to dealing with us. He's giving away the store with bravity. He's bravo in giving away all our money to these people. So, but the mistake he's making is that he has nothing in the back to let him be there for 8 years. Once he gives it to them, he's done. He's done. You're not gonna see, I'm telling you, he's not gonna be there in 2027. Now, that's my prediction. I may be wrong. That's my opinion. But I'm kind of giving you, I'm pulling it back to show you. Now, when the president is going to a hospital, he normally will address his country and he's gonna say, "Hey, look, I'm gonna pass this thing over. I have some kind of ailment. It's not serious. It's not life-threatening, even though it's a lie." Okay, these are Western head of states. They would tell a little lie. Okay, but in Tinubu's case, he's not even going to tell us where he's going. He's not going to tell us.
Where is the president now, Pansan? Do you know?
I just posted a link for you. Check it out. Click on it. If you cannot click on it, then Mike, show it. I posted it. I could post it again. Actually, if you want, I could post it with headline. I just posted the link.
What of the listeners? Can you tell us so that the listeners can enjoy it too?
Okay, let me post something on the real the other. There won't be any link on the public section. I'll just post this from Sahara Reporters. Okay. Oh no, I'm banned over there. So let me post it here for you, so you could then post it over there.
Sahara Reporters boundary.
Yeah, it says Tinubu lands. Sahara Reporters is a credible source. Now they lie a lot sometimes, but not about things like this. Tinubu lands in France for medical reasons, as presidency keeps mute on his whereabouts.
When it comes to B, that is when they lie. But when it is on Tinubu matter,
look, I've told you, if you try to wind me up with OB stuff, I'm not an OB guy, right? I only talk about OB objectively. If I'm against OB, which I am, the way you are against OB is the way I talk. You're not against OB when you come and say he's corrupt, because you look stupid when you say that. He's not corrupt. You cannot come and say OB is IPOB. That makes you look stupid. OB is not IPOB.
Is OB a Nigerian or Biafran?
He's a Nigerian. Okay, so you listen to me carefully. You won't answer that question.
Why are you Biafran supporting Nigerian?
I'm a Biafran with a difference. I'm not like Nnamdi Kanu or Simon Ekpa. I believe that Nigeria is a part of Biafra. We got the independence in 1960, so I'm not going to let you come and take it from us. It's our birthright. We brought the country about. It's our country.
You said Nigeria is part of Biafra, or Biafra is part of Nigeria.
Nigeria is part of Biafra.
Including Yoruba land, part of your Biafra.
Exactly.
Yoruba land, west, southwest.
If you wanted Nigeria, you should have fought for it.
No. Answer that question.
Here's the question: if you wanted
southwest, are we part of Biafran?
You are part of our Nigeria. You're not part of Biafra.
But you said Nigeria is part of Biafra now.
If you wanted Nigeria, you should have fought for it.
Are part of Nigeria.
Yes.
Nigeria.
You're part of Nigeria,
Uh-huh.
which is our property, right? But
Yoruba people are part of we are owned by Biafra too.
you're part of
We are owned
Nigeria.
by Biafra. Eh?
Yes. Do you remember
Right.
Nnamdi
You are
Azikiwe?
doing something tonight.
Do you know who Nnamdi Azikiwe is? Do you know who that is?
Zik of Africa.
Yes.
Self-acclaimed Zik of Africa.
why are you abusing Zik now? Make you just stop for me now. No, abuse Zik. What did he do you now? Zik is Zik of Africa. With help of others, he brought Nigeria about, right? He went all over England, America, and argued and wrestled the bridge to the ground. Now, there are some Obomedia kind of guy from the South that.
So he was the only one. He was the only one negotiating for Nigeria, right?
Basically,
only Zik, right?
Yeah.
Only Zik.
Yes. But he had help.
No,
Ajale Koko. I just told you there is
where are you coming
Obomedia. Listen to me.
Midnight propaganda.
No, listen now. Let's not deviate. You were asking me about Tinubu's whereabouts. Don't you care about Tinubu? Read the thing now. Make we do them one by one. The point I'm making is that I'm not.
I think it's just here to lie. Okay, continue your lie.
No, but let's.
Oh my
you
God,
guys,
what kind of man for God's sake?
listen to what I'm saying. If you hear what I'm saying, you know it's good. It's good for. It's
Honestly,
good for you.
I'm just enjoying it. And the way Pastor is flowing with these lines, I'm enjoying it.
It's good for you because, for one thing, I'm for all of us being one. I'm a Pan-Africanist in essence. I want not just Nigeria, but I want Ghana, Cameroon, all those people to come together as one country. But we have to do it the way United States did it. See, in the case of the United States, they started off with 13 colonies, but they were so successful and they had soft power and they had a constitution that was fair, that it attracted people to apply. So, okay, I'm going to join you. If you go to Nigeria right now, you build out Nigeria from Lagos to Aba, from Aba to Zamfara. You build out northeast. Nice roads, we can afford it. Nice hospitals everywhere, right? And you give students the money to go to school, build fancy laboratories, right? And construct everything that you need for the elderly so that they will be taken care of. Pay good, nice wages, but secure our borders. And then you left it open for Ghana, Cameroon to join, apply, and they meet certain standards. And we say, hey, look, if once you have XYZ and you remove XYZ, you could join the union. You could be a state. They will do it. You don't have to fight. You have to do the right thing. Same thing I'm telling people in the Southeast. All you have to do is to build out that country very well, get the lights in there, get students to go to school, put in laboratories, nice hostels for students, nice barracks for the police, get the firefighters working, get nurses, get hospitals working. Once you do that, a lot of the, Igbo goes all the way probably into the heart of Yoruba land and goes all the way to the north. Igbo is big, but they're denying it. Nobody likes.
You just keep quiet.
Hold on. Nobody. You see, success breeds success, right? If you Mike, please.
Can you bring
Mike,
another topic, please?
Mike,
we are tired of all
could you
this.
mute this guy
Mike, are you there?
until he's recognized?
The topic. This is not sitting.
You're gonna hear the truth today.
All right, Bastard. Yeah, you're doing a monologue here. Let's hear from one of you.
I know, but what you give me 2 minutes warning if you're gonna recognize somebody. That's okay. Then I'll land.
I got 60 seconds. 60 seconds. Go ahead.
All
Finish
right,
your.
Okay, so
You know what? 30 seconds, man. 30 seconds.
Don't go crazy now, right?
Just land your point and let's move on to the next question. Man.
So
talking
what
five. We don't know
criminal like his forefather.
What I'm saying to you is that once any region gets it right, a lot of people are gonna say, "Oh, I'm from there." They're gonna start wearing those hats that go with that tribe. But in our case, in the national level, if you get Nigeria working very well and remove all these terrorists and make school mandatory, get it going good, these other adjoining countries will join us. And that's how you're going to bring about Pan-Africanism, which is actually the solution. Now, I have a lecture that I want to give, but I want Niger to be here when I do that because it's going to be on security. It's going to be way over your heads here.
Thank you. So Nigeria is hearing you. You will come in a few minutes.
If he comes here, I want you to schedule the debate between he and I. Go ahead
If
and
he
hear from
comes here,
other.
I'll give 2 of you 30 minutes to kill yourself. So
That'll be good. I'm looking forward to it.
I don't know the difference between 2 of you. Maybe I'll figure it out tonight. But anyway, Remy, go ahead, Jerry.
So what's the topic, please? Because we are tired of all those.
I don't know if people come and start asking for topic. It's true.
Let him quiet.
No, Remy the law.
Okay, let me go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I've been listening while I was a little bit awake, not to Fansat. I mean, during Kulata and the rest, talking about the economic situation of Nigeria and something like that. Everybody have a good point, but one thing we must know is that it's a rot of several decades, and it cannot just be upturned in just 1 year. Some of the policies they are churning out there are right policies. Some they need to work on, and some they need to introduce. And somebody mentioned of orthodox situation. I always mention here that we are saying we don't have, the problem of Nigeria is not because they don't have food. The purchasing power has been reduced by virtue of the removal of subsidy and other policies. So me, I say that all those times that we go for youth service, maybe instead of spending 1 year as a teacher or 1 year as in anywhere, we can push people to 6-month farming. And where we can force all these state governors to give us like 100 acres of land in their domain. And every year we have people that will work on it. It's part of national service. But if we just want to continue this democracy, it's only about policy. And the guy writes, I think it's Larry, he said, Nigeria is predominantly informal sector more than the organized sector. So when you look at it that way, we cannot totally copy the democracy of the Western world. We must find a way to push our people to farm. And we must find a way about the insecurity. And unfortunately, because of democracy, the president can only appeal to the governor. He told them, you have forest guard. Let them man the forest. None of them is listening because they are just stealing the money. I think maybe the House of Assembly should help us to dissect it, or I don't know, because first, everybody is right. Insecurity must be taken care of as quickly as possible. And this central policing is not also working. If you want to regionalize it, or probably you want to put it to 3-state command, that you are in charge of 3 states and you do everything by yourself, you don't need to go to the IG of police. Maybe that will also work. So for me, I think we must use carrot and stick because we have huge population. And most of them are docile, they're not doing nothing. We can force some percentage of them to farming. Probably, even if we are giving those people 100,000 every month, it's even better than this civil servant. Then they don't work, they don't go to work, or most of them just sign in the money and off there. They didn't do nothing. So we can push our youth to farming, and from the proceeds we get, we can also export. So there must be in short, there must be a national, a national cohesion and national support from every region of the country. And when we talk about minimum wage, as I said, they are working, yesterday I said they are working towards 100,000 Naira. But the point is this, we should sit down and ask ourselves, some states are paying as little as 17,000. Some are even paying 10,000 as minimum wage. And when you ask, how many people even constitute the civil servant in a state? Are they up to, the highest civil servant state in Nigeria will probably be your state and Lagos State. How many are the others? So in terms of minimum wage, I think anything like probably 70 to 80 to 100,000 will be fine because of inflation also. Because you cannot, then the private sector cannot pay 100,000. I'm not talking about organized private sectors. Organized privates like banking, insurance, they're already paying a little bit above that. But in our informal private sector, a person that have a small hotel or have a small business of just employ 2 or 3 people, you want him to pay 600,000. I don't understand. So in terms of minimum wage, probably between, I would say from 80 to 100,000 will be okay for now. And with a caveat that in the next 3 years, they can also increase it if things improve. And Kulata and the rest talk about the fiscal policy by the what do you call it, the Minister of Finance. I don't know, maybe the work is too many for him, but we hope that probably they find solution to most of this problem. But as I earlier said, it's a problem that has been there several decades, and I think with time, little by little, if we all give our support instead of castigating one another. Today, Umar is doing a wonderful job. If the so-called OB have supported him, at least you want to rule this Nigeria. Are you happy seeing the country going down? Because every time negativity is from your side. Why don't you support him as your clansman? He's my man. Let's support him. Why not you support him? What he is doing is fine, and what he has done in the boy is good. Why don't you support him? Nobody is even commenting about the proposed road from Aba all the way to the north. Nobody is talking today about Aba to Port Harcourt railway that I've already commissioned. No one is talking about that. All those roads that they penciled down, also a lot of highway from the east to the north and from the east to the south, that they are going to start drawing the design and probably pass it in their Federal Executive Council sooner or later. None of you is talking about that. You are just here talking about who is Obi. Obi is just, I'm sorry to go
let me interject you. What's your name again? Remy.
I don't want you to interject me.
No, hold on. Just for a minute.
No. I don't want to talk to you, please.
You're not talking to me. I want to interject you.
I don't want
Mike, mute him so I can interject him, please.
I don't want interjection from you. I don't want interjection from you. Just keep quiet.
How long are you gonna talk?
Pastor, you have to stop, man. Let him.
Okay, but how long is he gonna talk? Let me see if I have that kind of time to wait.
I'll let him talk. When I'm ready to let him stop, I'll tell him.
I will conclude in less than 60 seconds.
Okay, if you lie, I have to interject by force.
I don't want to interject me. Just keep quiet there and go and sit down. So Obi
I can reach out and not
can you just keep quiet for God's sake? This man, is there something wrong with you? Keep quiet for God's sake. Are you the only one there? So in conclusion, Obi is not the Messiah Nigeria need. He's a pathological liar. He's a corrupt guy. He's a pretender and 200% an opportunist guy. So I rest my case on that.
Okay. Good morning, everybody.
Oh, brother, we have to go. Simba after Remy. We can't even. No, but Simba, hold on. Let me. I wanted to.
No. You've been talking, Pansat. Now you've been talking. I've been listening to you since now. So let me see what I want to say. I just want to ask a question. Don't be.
That's what we do. You know, wait. Let's be fair. You know, Pastor is a big guy. So if we attack Obi,
I'm not even talking about Obi. I'm not talking about Obi.
No, I didn't say you. I say Remy call Obi something or something like that. Talk about Obi. So Pastor, you got 30 seconds to just respond. No, we don't need long story. Whatever you disagree, just 30 seconds to just whatever you disagree, just say it, and then we'll go to Simba because you already had your floor. So that's your interjection, okay?
All right, hold on. I'm not an Obi guy, but I'm a fair guy.
Oh, okay. Let's move on to Simba. Say, okay. All right. Since you're not a big guy, then.
I was
okay, guy, fair guy. I got 15 seconds. Then. Be fair.
You know, Mike. What I want from now on, as you carry on, I want everybody to know that if somebody is attacking Igbos about roads, if you
do your 30 seconds is going. No, Simba is waiting.
No, listen to what I'm saying. If you build a good hospital road in Lagos,
when it's your turn, you can do all that extra talk.
It's good for the Igbos. If you build it in
okay, fine. All right, thank you. 30 seconds is up. Simba, let's hear from you.
Okay,
Simba,
good morning, everybody. Yeah, sorry, Remy, you are talking about the purchasing power of Nigeria. What I want to ask a question. It might sound foolish, but I want us to look at it. Is it possible all this money that we are spending on subsidies in Nigeria, subsidies on education, subsidies on health, subsidies on petroleum and all those things, to remove all those subsidies and increase the salary astronomically of Nigerians, so that that one can increase their purchasing power. Because all these subsidies actually, to me, especially the one of petrol, we are wasting a lot of this money, and it's not only Nigerians that are benefiting from this. So is it possible to do it like that, so that even private sectors, you can even sell your goods even at a higher price and people will be able to afford it? Because if you look around, if you compare the price of goods and services in Nigeria, it's actually very low. It's only that Nigerians doesn't have purchasing power. So is it possible to increase their purchasing power by removing all this subsidy money, pay it to people as salary, maybe use it to also, help the local industry to grow and all those things, and then let us see how it goes. Is it a reasonable thing?
No, Simba, if you want to do that, that means then we have to change the total method of Nigeria. We have to let everybody push them into organized sector. So if you are selling something in any market, you have to have a company and a tax number so that everybody will have a record. So you cannot just go there because, okay, I'm selling
I'm not saying we should be giving people free money, no.
I understand you. If we remove the subsidy, then we must have a good accountability, and we must hold people responsible. For example,
no, what do you mean by accountability? We are not spending money on something. We are spending.
What I'm trying to say is very simple. Like, for example, what you mentioned, you remove all the subsidy, but when you remove the subsidy, we want it to be in an organized sector, so that if we remove all the subsidy, even if we jack up the price to whatever you want in your mind, then how do you?
You don't understand what I'm saying, Remy. I'm not saying you should jack up the price of things.
No, I'm talking about the minimum wage. You said that they should leave it at
yes,
whatever. So if you do that, there must be an effect immediately. Because if I know that the public servants are receiving 600,000 per month, you know your people now. Immediately the market women will also jack up their price.
That's what I'm saying. No, just hold on. If you look at it this way, wait, Remy. If you look at it, what is the price of a bottle of Coke in Ghana? Is like times 3 the price in Nigeria. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you look at even just recently, Ghana increased their minimum wage, the salary of their workers by 23%. And so if you look at the wage of an average Ghanaian worker, is far, far, far higher than the average Nigerian worker. And if you look at the cost of living in Ghana, is actually also very high. The cost of living is higher in Ghana than in Nigeria. But if you look at it relatively, and that's the same way what you experience even in developed country. You cannot compare how much do you rent an apartment in Nigeria, how much do you rent it even in Finland where you are, even here in Saudi Arabia. The one-room apartment, self-contained, I'm spending like 350,000 naira, paying 350K per month.
But Simba, can I ask you?
So that is just wait. That is what you pay for a year in somewhere in Ilorin, Nigeria, for an apartment for 1 year. What I'm saying is, because to me that one will stimulate the economy. Because all this useless subsidy of it, and people don't even see the effect. Give the money to the people. Let the people have it. Let Nigeria have the money.
So my point of contention with you is very simple. What is the percentage of civil servants in Nigeria?
Let me tell you. It's not about civil servants. It's going to spread across. Let me give you for example. I think 2 days ago, I was having a discussion with Kaizo on this Kenya issue. And we are comparing the cost of labor in South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria. They said at least an average laborer in Kenya earns about $11 per day. You understand? But if you look at it, how much did they earn in Nigeria? Maybe probably $3. You understand what I'm saying? So if people can afford to pay for, if people have money, then the laborer, the people that are rendering services, the one-man business, everybody will be able to increase their home services, cost of their services also. It's because people cannot afford it. That is why everything is low.
Simba is going to be very difficult, man. There's going to be hyperinflation. You can't just increase their minimum to how many percentage of the whole population. How many percentage of people working in the organized sector in Nigeria? What about the rest?
It don't seem. It's like you are just fixated.
720,000. The 10%
What
of
I'm saying, even the people that are
15%.
working in the informal sector, they still depends on the people that earn salary. That is it. If people do, if the government don't pay salary, those people also don't have work to do. That is it. So if government increase salary, okay, when during Obasanjo regime, when the salary was increased, people were buying cars. That was what led to the proliferation of dealers, car dealers in Nigeria, and they were selling. So don't just look at it and say, okay, what is the percentage? What I'm saying is that if the Pansat is in US there, can you compare the price of goods and services in US? How much do you earn per hour in US? How much do you earn per hour in Nigeria? How much do you rent an apartment in the US? How much? Because in US, people get paid and they can afford the price, and that is why the price is high. So if Nigerians can pay, the government can pay all this money that they are wasting on subsidy, let them pay the people, let the people have the money in their hands, and they can decide what they will use their money for.
Even if they want to go that route, it's not going to be from jump of 30,000 to 600,000.
I'm not. It's just I'm not. We are not. I'm not debating what they are talking about. I just raised the question so that we can even think about
let me
it.
also tell
Don't
you
get fixated.
I'm not fixated. Most of these countries you also mentioned, they also subsidize a lot of things in terms of benefit and others. For the those ones that they didn't meet the threshold, government support them a lot. So when you want to say something like this, is Nigeria ready to pay like 50,000 for unemployment support for our young graduates for the next 5 years, or for the next 3 years if they don't graduate, if they don't find a job? Where do you want to put this chunk of each population? Where do you want to put them that they don't have work? So how are they going to survive?
Do you let me tell you, let me ask you, Remy. Do you know how much Nigerians pay on all these subsidies, subsidy on education, subsidy on this, subsidy on that?
I know it's
subsidy
huge,
on
but there's also
electricity.
corruption in there. Now, it's huge corruption. I understand you want them to release it so that no more subsidy. But what I'm trying to tell you is that you have to factor in your country as a whole. Is it well organized? No. Is capital? No. Even those people that are not in former private sector, are they organized in former private sector? No. No tax, nothing. Nobody is doing. Everybody just manage with whatever it's making. And those ones that just come up with 10, 50, or 100,000 worth of business, which is a low scale. So how do you want them to survive? And people that just build a small factory, maybe employ 2 or 3 or 4 people. How do you sometimes you cannot just factor in the civil servants alone. That is the biggest mistake that country has been doing for decade and decade.
Let me interject again, if you would accept interjection. The point is that you cannot just start trying to kill what you're proposing is good, but the point is that we can afford it. Our oil wells are taken over by individuals. See, Nigeria has to do certain things first in order to achieve those kind of things you're talking about, because we have the money. The oil wells, our oil, just forget about the one that admitted is being stolen. It's owned by private individuals who don't give a hoot about the country. Somebody has to come in there, either if they want to go through the course or whatever. We need to take those oil wells back. That's the only thing we have, is that oil. Somebody has to come in there and make the case that they were acquired illegally, because it's very easy to prove that they were acquired illegally. These military dictators give it away to their friends. If you get all that oil wells back into Nigerians' hands, and let's own it, like Saudi Arabia will own their oil, Aramco and all that kind of stuff. Because once we have that oil, then we can start going from consumption to production at some point. But we cannot go from production to consumption to production when our oil wells are being held by individuals who have nothing to do with the country. If you get that money, you could match United States dollar for dollar, whatever they're paying for labor. At some point in 1980, it was one Naira was $2, right? So we've done it before. We can do it again. We need somebody who's gonna come in there and stop the madness. First of all, make $1 to one Naira without looking into economics, whatever it is. Seize all those oil wells, jail them. Not only just take the oil wells back, but grab all of them, throw them in jail, shake them down, and get all that money they've taken illegally. Now, if you could show that you own that oil well legally, you get to keep it. But if you cannot show, just like you come here insulting that Igbo guys whose house property was being destroyed by the beach, it's the same thing for those oil wells, right? You're not supposed to own that oil well unless you can show your certificate of ownership how you got it. It cannot be willed to you. That was our oil well.
I think sometimes you are not abreast with what is going on in that country.
Where's your brain? Where's your brain?
They already gave them the license. It is being gazetted. They signed document. Not that okay.
But wait a minute.
It's not that way.
Did you hear me? Listen to me. Did you hear me say it has to go through a judicial process? There should be due process, right? Just like the guy you're talking about, he claims he has a certificate, but you don't even care. Have you seen his certificate?
No.
So what I'm saying to you is that, let me just hear me out. Hear me out first. You, who is a super patriot, right? Right now, you're talking nonsense, right? You're the super patriot that wants the state to take back stuff, right? Okay, let's love Nigeria together, you and I, right? Let's love that country. Let's go and take our oil wells back and jail all those motherfuckers who claim ownership to them, because that is our oil wells. Nobody should own that oil well unless there is a due process way that you got to own that oil well. Because look, we can afford everything. We already know that Saudi Arabia, right, can afford, they have so much money. Why? Because they own their oil wells and they divest it and they invest in other things. But that you cannot go and touch that oil. So why would you be talking nonsense about somebody's property and his sea and not the oil well?
Who are the people that took your oil well?
Okay,
who are the people?
Tell you.
You just mentioned the name.
No, let me get the list so that Mike can put it on the screen.
I know you are sick somewhere. Your brain is not working at all. You just come on the platform saying nonsense.
No. Ganiyu, what he's saying, I don't think he deserves to be abused. He's talking now, so if you don't have anything contrary, let him express yourself.
Talking, you never allow someone to talk.
You don't engage in an argument.
Never allow anybody to talk. It's just talking rubbish. It doesn't allow anybody to talk.
Okay, you can talk.
They're taking your oil well. They're taking your oil well. Which oil well they took?
I'm posting.
Who took your oil well?
Here's the list. It's on the private chat. Now, Mike, you can show it on the screen for everybody. Now, Ganiyu and Remy, you come here to insult me. That's okay. Remember, I can be your dad. Right? So if I curse you, you're gonna be gone. I'm an old man. I got the list. Mike,
everybody, hold on. Everybody, include here. Look, Ganiyu, this is going to be the last time you'll do this. The next time you do this, I'm not going to let you on the screen again. Why are you abusing the guy? Every single time you come here, you're abusing somebody just because they don't share your politics. Make this the last time you do it. I'm just imploring you. Just make it the last time you do it. Disagree with him, but why of Mama Boo now? For goodness sake, man.
All right, thank you. Mike, I posted who owns our oil wells. That's from this day, right? And they will tell you.
Passat. But for the fact that individuals own oil well, that does not mean they have stolen it now. Does that mean that they have stolen it?
Yes, because it's a national thing. You don't
But
go.
let me tell you, maybe there are some things you don't understand. Even the country that you are referring to, individuals, even the families owns oil well in those countries. So what are you talking about?
No. Listen, the
The
point I'm
ruling
making.
family. So what's
Their
your point?
the genesis of their oil might be different, and you don't compare the Saudi royals, where democracy, right? In their case,
For example,
yeah,
in America, if they find oil on my property, that oil will belong to me.
right. In the United States,
United States.
it's a capitalist country like that, and it's been there for a long time. But in our case, we initially owned it. You understand? Oil was discovered in Nigeria in the early 60s. It was actually late 50s, but it was reality in the 60s. So at that point, Nigeria owned the oil. So there's an ownership established. This is not like you started your thing, you bought a house, and then you hit oil. And US is different from Nigeria. Now, if they went about it with due process, and there is a complete lineage, trace of how you came about the oil, fine. If you say you're Obasanjo and you willed out your oil to somebody, and then when you left office, then he gave it back to you or your son, right? Or if you're Danjuma and you say, okay, I'm not gonna run against you if you give me oil well, and they give it to you. See, it's not theirs to give. You follow me? Just like in January, and I posted a link not too long ago for one man where Tinubu's son, nephew, I forgot his name now, with the Eni, and there's an oil well French related, where now they got that
The owner of your hand.
OPL 245, right? So now that's one of the most covetous oil wells. Now he got that. All those oil wells belong to our country. Now, how do you imagine that we're going to be able to do welfare for our elderly, for people to go to school? So why talk nonsense about anything else, but to get that oil wells back from them, but not only get our oil well back, capture all of them, right?
The
We
concept
need to
behind
capture
it.
them, throw them in prison, right?
The
And
concept
shake them
behind
down
it
and
is
get the money
very
back from them.
simple. Can you let other people
Let's
speak?
love our country, right? Patriots,
The oil
patriots,
wells.
arise,
Can you let
arise.
other people talk? For God's sake. The oil wells given to all this set of individuals also to develop them, create employment. Somebody is making noise somewhere. The oil we're giving to some of these guys are also to create employment and also to be developed. It's for the good of the country. Some got oil wells and they never touch it. Some get oil well, they never find oil. Some were lucky, they find oil, and some of them became billionaires today. And they also pay
I know, but you're not listening to what I'm saying. Let them tell it
what
to
you are
the.
saying
Hold
to
on.
me, what you
Will
are
you
saying,
be quiet? Please be quiet. I'm
let
saying
me finish
let them
first.
tell it to the judge.
Let
However you
me
got it.
finish first. Grandfather, let me finish first, okay? Grandfather Panza, let me finish first. Some of them strike oil, some did not. And giving them oil well is not that at least they still pay tax and whatever royalty they have to pay to the federal government. Instead of lying low, nothing is being done there, it's just there. So everything is about risks of life.
Okay.
Even
So
those super companies that come to Nigeria to drill oil on behalf of the government, some they found oil, some they did not.
okay, but I'm not
It's a lot
talking
of,
about.
it's a
Hold
huge
on now. Hold
investment.
on, Remy. Hold on. I'm not
No,
talking about that.
I'm not
Success.
debating you. I'm not. You
I
can say
don't know,
whatever
baby.
you
Please
want to
be
debating
quiet.
you.
I'm not just talking to you. There's a lot of people on the
You
panel, and
also keep quiet.
there are
Mind your
people listening
language.
to us.
You
So
should mind your language. You this
hang tight.
grandfather, okay?
You
Mind your
said to
language.
me, "Let me finish," and then you talk, and I
Yeah,
did.
mind your language. Mind your
Okay.
language.
All right. So
Grandfather.
here's what
Mind
I'm saying to you. Let's be super patriots today. Let's love our country, Nigeria. Let's get our oil wells back. Don't you love your country?
Back to who? Back to who?
To Nigerian states. We'll get the oil now. Like he's saying,
But
some people.
do you know how that business is done all over the world?
Yes, I do. But
So,
I
so
don't
if you
care.
know, if you do,
Now,
if you
Ajale
do,
Koko, let me ask you, Ajale Koko, you want welfare for the whole country. You want free education, for example. You want good hospitals, good roads. You want the government to care for the people. How else are we gonna do it but to take back all our resources, include? I mean, I'm talking about everything. I'm a capitalist by nature. I don't believe in government. I don't believe that government is very good when it comes to running a business and that kind of stuff. However, it depends on what kind of country you have. If you have a capitalist, pure capitalism, right? Adam Smith type of capitalism, fine. But we don't have that. What we have in Nigeria is a lot, you hear us talk about it here, a lot of subsidy, a lot of this. So we might as well at least start from scratch, get our resources back, punish those who have stolen it over the years. It makes no sense to be going after Yahaya Bello for mere let's just say $1 billion when you have $1 billion being stolen every day, right? We should get back. If we get our resources back, I can promise you one thing, right? Nigeria would leapfrog.
Are you referring to resource control?
Yes.
That we give individual state and city their own resources and not the federal government.
All that too.
No, it's not referring to that though. It's
No,
not
but
even,
that's true.
it's not, what he's saying is not clear. What Pazat is talking about is not
I'm
clear.
trying to
I don't
make it
think there's
simpler.
anybody that understands what he's talking about.
Okay, first, okay, let me ask you first.
Trying to make it simpler for him. Maybe he can,
Do
flow
you
with
support
what I'm saying.
Yeah, do you support Nigeria getting back its oil wells? All of it. Get it back. The ones that are stolen.
yes. The only way we can get it by to give it to the original owner, the people where the community where
where it come from.
Where it come from is to be
I don't
owned
agree.
by
I
them.
don't accept that. I want it back to the Nigerian federal government, the states, all of it.
What are you talking about? Is it not federal government that own it now? What are you talking about?
No, it's not the federal government that own it now.
Who
The
own
army, the soldiers, the army boys who took off their uniforms, right? After 1999, when we have democracy, they took off their uniforms. They went and took over all our oil wells by nepotism, right? They own it, they give it away
So
to their.
what you are saying, Mansat, is that our oil where people started acquiring after 1999, is that what you are telling us?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that the army,
where that they have distributed since 60s, 70s.
I know, but then they took off their uniform. It's still them, like Obasanjo, like Buhari. All these guys are still the army, right? All they did was to shed their uniforms and put in some dashikis, right? 1,500, but they're still the army. So now what they did is they took that oil well and not give it to the indigenous people of the states. Now, I'm against giving it to the indigenous people of the states. Now, I used to be to give it to them, but I believe that we should love our country, take all that back.
Which country you are talking about?
Nigeria.
If you look at
Nigeria.
the United States, the oil in Texas, is it owned by federal government of United States?
No, they're owned by individual and companies. But it's not the same thing with us, though. It's not the same thing.
Look, no. I said it earlier.
Yeah.
If oil is discovered on my property, it automatically belongs to me. It's not left for me.
You only be paying royalty and tax.
Actually, sorry, Ajale Kuku, point of correction. In the United States, if oil is discovered inside the ground in your property, it belongs to the government, not you.
No, it belongs to me. It's my property.
Go and look it up.
No, go and check it.
I think Mike is right. I think Mike is right.
Hold on, Mike.
But Ajay, you're making.
For once, I agree with me. Now I'm correct, man. Trust me.
It's my property.
But look, Ajay Kuku, you are making this very difficult. There's no nexus between Nigeria and the United States? Nothing. They have nothing in common in what we're talking about.
That is the way it used to be.
No,
Hold on.
no, listen
Hold
to
on.
what I'm saying. A state such as Texas joined the United States in 1845, right? Do you know when California joined the U.S.? The United States started as 13 colonies. These individual states, for example, California is bigger than the whole Africa when it comes to wealth, right? And what they can do. You cannot be comparing United States with Nigeria. It just doesn't make any sense. US,
No. We are talking about talking about resource control. That is what we are talking.
right. But
Who
in
own,
any,
who own,
don't mention Nigeria. Don't mention US. Now, what I'm trying to do in Nigeria, the
uh,
way we started off, who owned what, there should be due process, right? I don't care if the people of Nigeria at some
if you
point,
are referring to the way we started off, that is
yeah,
the way it is practiced in the United States today. When we
I
were
know, but you
practicing
see,
the
you're not
true federal.
understanding what I'm
Hold
saying.
on.
Yeah, you don't
In the
understand what I'm
First
saying.
Republic, hold on.
Yeah.
In the First Republic, when we were practicing the true federalism, the way resource control, the way we had resource control back then is the same way that is being practiced in the United States. The city where the resources is discovered get some percentage, it gets like 50%. The region we get like 20%, and then the federal government is giving 20%. That is the way it used to be back then.
Okay.
So
But we talk oil.
if we don't
Chemba, could
return,
you mute yourself until you're talking? It's making noise.
if we don't return to such, system, then we will never get it right in that country, because the federal government owning all the resources across the country, all the mineral resources across the country, cannot manage it well. It's too big for them. It's too much for them to manage. So that is where corruption set in. And they can't manage it well. And because we have vast resources in that country, one central government cannot manage it effectively, prudently, and to the best interest of the people. Corruption will set in. Cabal will set in. And all this,
I know,
what
but
do you call it?
But
All of it will set in.
here's what I'm saying to you, right? If you look at our section 44, subsection 3 of our constitution from 1999, that's amended. Our Land Use Act of 1978 and the Petroleum Act, it vests the exclusive control and management of our oil and gas in the federal government, not the state or the local government. So we're gonna have to start from this democracy, which is our 1999 constitution. That's the one we have now. I know when we had cocoa in the southwest, we had granules in the north and all that, and they were doing it that way, right? But that's not the constitution vests this stance, the management of it, the ownership of it in our Federal Republic of Nigeria. It's there in the Land Use Act of 1978 and the Petroleum Act, the exclusive control. So now how can people come and own it? These are de jure ownership of that oil. It's undeniable. Niger Delta region, where the oil is found, is only a de facto. The de jure is from our country, Nigeria. So I'm saying, not only should we go get back our oil, we should punish those who have stolen it for so long. I don't mind if they go in that house and they debate, right? Since we have a representative government, they could campaign and say, hey, look, we're going to make this in a federation. We're going to let every state own whatever is there. That will include Zamfara with their gold. But it has to be constitutional. You just can't go and take over oil and you're stealing some and you're selling some, and we don't have enough revenue to take care of our problems. Like Remy was proposing things to be done and said we cannot afford it. We only have 720,000 civil servants, right? we can afford it. We need to take back that oil. Forget about what states are doing. Now, I'm looking for those super patriots who are here talking about taking back a beachfront property and say, for the good of everybody, take back that beachfront property. Why should an individual obstruct a road? Okay, I agree with you, but don't stop there, because we need to go get that oil, those oil wells back, seize all their assets, throw them in jail. Some of them actually need to be face public execution for the way they gather oil well, because they basically just stole it by nepotism. There's no trace of ownership where they did anything and paid for an oil well and got a certificate and say this is your oil well legally. Nobody did that. So that's what I'm proposing. Once we have it, we can fund education, we can fund so many things. We can invest the money in artificial intelligence. We could build laboratories in every village, or at least every city, that is world-class laboratory. Launch satellites into space, train out at least 5,000 engineers, 5,000 or 10,000 doctors, just from taking back our oil wells. These crooks, when you see them, they're not even in shape.
It shouldn't, Bansat, it shouldn't, the control should not be in the hand of central government. That is what I'm telling you.
Well, you have to change the constitution. I've cited you the section of the constitution. It's section 44.
Oh yes.
Subsection 3.
Yes. Oh yes. And that is why you see people like Baba Ayadubaya be calling for us as a country, as the people, to sit down, rewrite constitution that will, give that resource control to the indigenous people in their own land. So, and what the federal government just do is just to, have a regulation, set up a agency of government that will formulate that regulatory, policy, and collect taxes. And federal government wouldn't have to give this federal goddamn allocation to every state again. So whatever you have in your own state, develop it with the assistance of the federal government, develop it and use it, to the best advantage of your people.
I know, but that's the law now, right? Well, that's what we have now. Let me just conclude by telling you that in the case of
that is not what you have now.
That's what we have. The payment derivative funds that we have, right?
No.
Let me land now. I'm going to quote you the court case. I'm going to quote you the case.
Up, man.
Yeah. Let me quote you the court case. What do you mean?
Resources in that country, natural resources, belong to the federal government. So federal government give license to, whatsoever, those with the capacity to go and develop those resources. It doesn't belong to the state. The state doesn't own nothing when it comes to natural resources.
No. Let me give. Here's the case. If you see Attorney General AG Federation versus AG Abia State at 35 Oz 2002, right? And Attorney General River State versus Attorney General Akwa Ibom and Oz 2011. If you check out that case, you find out that that's how implicitly the court, now this is the court ruling because that's the Supreme Court when it rules, that's case law. It's even more potent than the law that's passed by our National Assembly. So it's a recognition that the primary ownership of the people of the land in which the oil resources reside. But what they do is to give them some kind of derivative because it's coming from there. So you're right in part and then you're wrong in part. What I'm saying to you is that notwithstanding all this,
it doesn't belong. They just give that derivative is just like compensation.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
it doesn't belong to them. It still belongs to the federal. But for the fact that okay, we are taking it, and you people are crying, oh, you need more money. They are taking these resources belong to you. Okay, let's just give you compensate you, have more
Okay,
money.
but how do you get to my point
Yeah.
though? What I'm saying is that even though the federal government owns it, but let's just say de jure, but de facto it's the state. How does individual such as Danjuma get to own vast oil wells? There is nothing that should give him legal
That is army
impetus.
arrangement now.
That's what I'm saying now.
That is
I'm
army
saying,
arrangement now.
okay, so
That's fella,
yeah,
fella. You forgot that fella song.
that's right.
It
That's
is
what I'm saying
money
too.
jam together. Army arrangement. Mathematician put them together. Army arrangement. Multiplication. So that's army arrangement for you now.
All right, I appreciate that. What I'm saying though is that we want it back. We have to take it back. All that belongs to the country. It's not, first of all, it's not fairly divided out there. 83% is owned by Northerners, Northern Muslims, and it's not even in their land. It's not in their state. And when they find gold or whatever they find in Zamfara, they keep it. But that's a secondary issue. What I'm saying is that as a patriotic Nigerian, we cannot let these imbeciles come and take over our oil wells under any guise. Right? They need to be arrested for pretending and for fleecing the country. We don't have any revenue to take care of the things that we want. When we had that oil, it belonged to the country. Our money was $1 was $2. So right now we are being humiliated like Zimbabweans, carrying dirty Naira notes, 1,400 to $1 or more. If you're in a party, you want to tip somebody some money, you vertically have to throw a whole box of money at them, and then you'll be arrested for abusing the currency. So what I'm saying is that these people have humiliated us. A lot of hubris on their part. They are all criminals. These are big criminals. For those super patriots that we have that go after Igbo businessmen who obstruct the road, imaginary road construction somewhere, they're being lazy patriots. Because where we need your patriotism is to recover our oil wells. That's what we need. All that oil wells should go back into the Nigerian purse, so we could use it to solve our problems, but not stop there. My thing is that all of them who own oil wells now should be captured. All the monies they've ever made on that, we have Price Waterhouse come and audit it, find out how much they owe us. And anything excess of, say, $10 million, they should be tied on a stake and shot for stealing that magnitude of money and having our people die. Our students cannot go to school. Our country is gone all the way down. They have no soul. They have no mercy whatsoever. Pitting one little tribe against another one. So that's my proposal. What do you think about that, Ajan Lekuku? Why don't you chime in? You're a communist, right? This is your time to talk about stuff like that.
I told you my own the way I like it to be. I want those resources be given to the indigenous homeland where they are discovered, and not the federal government. The federal government should just concentrate on the monetary policy, on the defense, and external affairs. And yes, external affairs issues, and that is how they can, effectively run the country.
But that's not fair. What about countries that don't have oil? Like if you go further north, some northern states need help for people to go to school. They need infrastructure. They need education of this, most especially, and they don't have oil. So it's not fair. What I'm saying, you have to go back. You cannot go back to the beginning, unfortunately. You cannot put back the
Let me tell you this.
You follow what I'm saying? You gotta be fair about it. Besides, these are thieves too in those states. They're not gonna manage the resources very well. They're gonna do exactly what we're accusing the federal government of doing, which is to have individuals steal our oil wells. If we're not going to nationalize those oil wells, we shouldn't be together. We should divide the country, because there has to be a reason why we're together. We're gonna own things together. There has to be homogeneity in developing the country. I don't want a country where the southeast is so beautiful and then the northeast is not. That's not fair. A country cannot sustain itself that way. We have to take a hold of our resources for now, all of it.
Is it the oil? Is it only oil that we have as natural resources in that country?
No, let's start with the oil, though. Let's start with that.
We have a lot of more resources in the solid minerals in the north than any other part of that country. That look, in Nasarawa today, they are mining lithium. Do you know what lithium? Do you know?
Exactly. I know what it is.
Mining it. They have many.
It's a new
mining
goal.
Industry that are mining. They are refining it to pure lithium.
Right.
Battery now to be ready to be exported.
We don't even need to export it. We can use it. See, the point. That's the point, though. If you don't take back these resources and centralize it, right, then they are so lazy because they're getting fat on that oil. They don't want to develop the other resources that we can also get our hands on. Do you understand?
Let me tell you this. You see, it's a psychological thing, because everybody rely on that federal allocation. So they don't want to, work hard to develop what they have and develop themselves at their own pace. If nothing is coming up there, they will look for a way to develop themselves. They don't have to wait for nobody. They will look into all those resources within their own territory and, look for investors to come and invest and turn it around, to generate revenue for them.
Okay, I'll meet you halfway. Here's my proposal. I'll meet you halfway. You take a long time to make your point, especially when you don't have anybody opposing you, right? I don't even think you and I disagree on anything.
To speak, you said it took me a long time to make my point.
No, but we agree. I'm saying I'll meet you halfway.
You've been speaking for years.
But now I have an idea. Here's my idea. We take back all the resources to the central government for 99 years.
Come on, man.
Let me land now. Let me land.
It's impossible for the central body to manage it. It's too much for them.
It's not.
They have the human capacity that can do the job.
We do. Do you know Philip Emeagwali? Have you come at that name? He's the one who developed with a supercomputer the physics of petroleum, how to get it out of the ground. And he has a lot of inventions. His name is Philip Emeagwali. Go ahead and Google his name. That's a Nigerian. Have a lot of Nigerians with all kinds of expertise. But this is not even...
that guy you're talking about is a private business owner. He is running his own business. It doesn't work with the government.
I'm saying he's we have a lot of. I'm using him as an expert.
What I'm telling you is
Nigerians have a lot of a lot of resources in human resources we can manage.
We,
Where
we
we
do.
can't, we can hire somebody as far as it's the state. Once you make it known that nobody can own a private oil well for 99 years, and after that, then our legislators will be able to find an equitable way. Either it's going to go back to the states, but by that time, we've trained out a lot of people, build some infrastructure, at least have the basics, right? We cannot have a bunch of crooks take over our oil wells,
No,
right?
I don't want to support. I don't want to support. You know, I don't want to support. I don't want to agree, rather, with what you are saying. That when a resources is recovered in my own part of the country, it should be used to develop other parts of the country, while my own part of the country doesn't get enough benefit from that resources being taken away. No, that is unfair.
But
That's
hold on now.
injustice.
Okay,
That
but
is
hold on.
wrong.
No, but
That is
that
why the
hold
country
on
is
now.
even. Hold on, man. Hold on. Let me make my
Well,
point.
you have
That
to
is why the
go to the
country.
constitution to tell me what you're saying. You look
Hold
at
on,
where
man.
where
Let
you
me
quoting from
land
the
my
constitution.
point. Or I will just yield to you to be speaking, talking
No, but what
alone.
I'm saying, let's make it a dialogue. When you speak, I speak, then you speak. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I don't like it. I think it's unfair to my own people because I'm not getting enough revenue from that to develop my people. When in actual fact, they have their own resources under the ground yet to be tapped into. They're reserving it for the future. So that is a country is never run like that. It is unfair. That is unfair, and that is why you see problem everywhere. So you can say what you want to say. Let me just leave it there. But I don't agree with that kind of system where resources is taken from one part and they share it among several states, deny me the full benefit of what is being taken out of my land. That is wrong.
Okay, but unfortunately, you have to deal with the country you have right now, right? Right now, that oil belongs to the federal government. But if you're a state and there's some, they find those natural resources like oil, then you get a derivative, some kind of percentage up to like 13%. Not all of them get the 13%. The larger ones like Bayelsa and others, they get the 13%. Edo, Rivers, in that order, right? They don't all get the same thing. But if you do a careful perusal of our section 17.2D of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended again, it says, if you quote there, say, in furtherance of the social order, exploitation of natural resources in any form whatsoever for reasons other than the good of the community shall be prevented, for the good of the community. So this trusteeship of the natural resources under the guise of the federal government has been stolen from us. Now you're fighting to say you want to keep the whole thing for the state, which is going to require a new constitution or a constitutional amendment, right? You know you're not going to get that, not without a fight. So we have to be realistic. At least go by the law we have now. The law says that the federal government owns this land, but economists will come in and make arguments and say, hey, look, it's better that we privatize these things, they run better. But that's only in a capitalist society where the laws are in the books, right? Where the laws will make sure that they do the right thing. There'll be no nepotism and all that. So we don't have those things that go with a capitalist system. We have to go just as we are now, without any constitutional amendment. Somebody needs to take the oil back into the states where, according to our constitution, the trusteeship is in their hands, right? We need to, nobody should own an oil well, an individual, without a constitutional amendment or a new constitution.
That is why we have to. That is why we have to work hard for that constitutional amendment, to happen. If we don't fight for it to happen, what we have today, the situation we find ourselves today, will be worse off tomorrow, because nothing is going to change. And I've lived so long in that country since I was a little boy, growing up to where I am today. The country has worse off every year in and out. And I don't see how it's going to get better in the future if we continue with the arrangement that we have today. The way we're running the country is not working. We have to sit down, write a new constitution on how we want to live together, how we want to manage our resources, how we want to live, run the country for the good of the people. It's not being run for the good of the people today. And whether we like it or not, and in the next election cycle, it's the same set of people that are still going to win election. It might not be the present party. It's going to be another party, same politician, same way of reasoning, same common purpose is to loot the resources of the state. It's not going to change. So, but if we rewrite the constitution that give the resource control to the indigenous people in their homeland, I tell you, every part of that country will work hard for their own development, because they are not getting allocation for the federal government. They will develop themselves at their own pace, and that'll be better. And they will have that, the constitution will give them that power to secure their own indigenous place. So they can have their own security outfit to fight against criminality in their own, to fight against terrorism or banditry, because they want to survive. But as of today, you see all those power, security power, the economic power, all the powers that run the state in the hand of the central government.
Okay, Aja, please let me
cannot
come
do
in.
it.
Let me come in, because this is what we're talking about.
Imagine.
Let's be clear on what we're talking about, though. Please.
Hold on.
Yeah.
How do you think United States will look like if we have the same arrangement in Nigeria running the United States? If we have United States being run the same way Nigerian government, Nigerian state is being run, centralized power, how do you think this country will be the worst country to live in? Who want to go and come here to live? It's going to be worse off. Security, all the apparatuses of security in the hand of the federal government. Say it is the same way it's run in the United States. You think we can live in this country? It'll be hell to live here. So, but
Okay. What I'm surprised though is that I think that I thought you would have been for securing those all oil to the Nigerian government itself, so that we can then hold them accountable, because 1% of Nigerians control the oil. Now I could give you that. I cite blood oil from VanityFair.com, May 2nd, 2007. It has a very nice article on that to give you the stats. So there's rampant corruption in Nigeria. I know you agree with that. Since 1960, it's estimated that over $300 to $400 billion have been stolen by corrupt government officials. Now, I am citing blood oil from Vanity Fair for that. I think that's woefully small, but let's go with that. There's corruption in all the highest levels of Nigerian government. There's too much poverty in our country and chronic underdevelopment, right? A lot of Nigerians live on $1 a day, less than $1 a day. So now we have this oil, and former military dictators, some they stole when they were military head of state, and some when they went into politics. So what are you talking about? Because the states make money, make noise, not because they just make noise. Some of them went to war by fighting the government to a standstill, and then they were able to get some kind of derivatives. But the deal they pretty much cut is, okay, we'll give you 13% and we'll take the rest and we'll steal it. So I'm saying we should start all over, because these oil wells belong to us. It's not equitably distributed. They did not do it by fair process. I don't even see how any patriotic
The
Nigerian.
oil that you keep on chanting belong to us does not
Yes.
belong to us. It belongs to the indigenous people where that oil where they found or
Okay,
they
you
explored that.
interrupted me. You interrupted me. Hold on, just before you land. Hold on, let me say this to you, because
yes,
you've interrupted me twice to make two wrong points. Number one point that you're making is that it's the people who want to own the oil wells as individuals that need to go and change the constitution to allow them to do that. It's not for us to go and change the constitution to stop them from doing it. They're doing so illegally. That's one. The trusteeship is in the federal government. So if they want to own oil wells, let them go and get a constitutional amendment or write a new constitution to allow them to own oil wells. That's one. It's them that's violating the law. Number two, the oil wells do not belong to the states. I just read you the constitution and the rulings by the courts, Supreme Court, that allow them to get some derivatives. So if you keep arguing by saying that it belongs to the indigenous, it's you who should go to court. You should go and get a new constitution to allow those things to be that way, where the states own it. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you have to make your argument within the confines of our constitution. Don't go asking me to go and get a constitution to allow what I want. What I want right now is the law. If you don't want the law whereby the federal government has a trusteeship, owns those resources on the land, that's the law. So if you don't want that to be the case, you have to go and change the constitution or
yes,
write a new one.
that is the fraudulent law that we have today. It's a law. It's a law that the military wrote to corner the resources of the state to their own advantage and not to the advantage of the people of Nigeria. They took it.
Yes, I agree.
Hold on. They took it, forcefully took it, wrote a document to back it, what they stole, put it in there for the people of Nigeria, which is not actually for the people of Nigeria, but for themselves, for the military. And that is why you can see somebody like Danjuman, so rich, own some oil well, and the man swimming in billions, billions of naira, if not dollar. So what I'm telling you is that and that's the arrangement we have now. And that is what we are going to continue, except we take our country back. And the only way we can take our country back is to dismantle the constitution, rewrite another constitution, give the ownership to the indigenous people the way it used to be before the military came to, before the military came to take it away forcefully from the people, from the indigenous people, and annex it in the name of the state, in the name of Nigerian state. So what they are doing is, they successfully annex the resources belonging to the indigenous people and using the Nigerian state as a cover to benefit themselves and their cronies. So look, it can't continue like this. When we had it back then in the ownership, when the indigenous people owned these resources, it worked well for them. It worked well. There was rapid development in every region.
Jack, could you hold on 1 second? Mike, can you show on the screen this last thing that I posted for you, so if everybody could see who owns the oil wells in Nigeria and how many oil wells they own? Because sometimes when we're talking, people who love Dangote, they may say, "Oh, it's Dangote, he's trying to go after Dangote." No, there are the people who own our oil wells. It's unbelievable, and how many oil wells they own. The list is right there right now. If you can show it, so our watchers can see why we cannot get anywhere unless we get those oil wells back. Ajay, go ahead.
I'm not on my computer, so I can't show anything on the screen right now. When I get on my computer,
what I'm telling you, to get the oil well back is to give it to the indigenous people who originally owned the land. The land does not belong to Nigerian state. It's a fraud.
I know, but if Nnamdi Kanu cannot get the constitution, is that you that's gonna get a new constitution? I'm not waiting to wait that long. I want the oil was taken now. I don't want to wait till you get a new constitution. I want you to obey the laws we have now.
It's not going to work.
It is going to work.
If you are saying giving it to the federal government, the people running the federal government today and that will run it tomorrow, is going to be the same.
No, I disagree with you. We're gonna take our country back, Aja. This time we're gonna do it. This time we have not. Okay, let me talk for a minute. You've been talking the whole time, and you're wrong. I'm not trying to wait for a new constitution. I'm saying let's enforce the constitution we have right now. The trusteeship.
It's a fraudulent constitution.
I know. I mean, hold on. I like it. I like the constitution, right? I love Nigeria.
You love fraud.
Can you let me talk? You've been talking for the last 10 minutes, and I don't even know why you
love fraud.
No, I don't care.
Pastor, let me ask you, Pastor, are you related to Agui Ronsi?
No, I'm not.
Because you say you like the constitution because that's what he wanted to. He liked it too. That's why he created it. And you guys look quite alike, though, man. To be honest,
I've heard you say that before.
I put this picture up, man. It looks like you a little bit. I'm sorry. That's why. And you share his ideology. What kind of constitution is that?
This oil well, I want people to know. For example, Shell alone owns 2,678 oil wells in Nigeria. 2,678. That's Shell. Mobil owns 843 oil wells. Agip 548. Elf 526. Now, these are, I mean, you could go down. I haven't mentioned a Nigerian here. You go to Exxon, you go to Adax, you go to MRS, right? You go to Total, which has 122 oil wells. You go to NNPC. It used to be ours, but it's like a private company now. It has 122 oil wells. Our own NNPC, right? Now, there's no Nigerian there so far. Now, when you come to Nigeria, there'll be a bunch of Northerners, right? So what I'm saying is that how can you let that happen? And we're crying that we don't have any money. Are we really that stupid? Are we really that crazy? A country such as Angola has overtaken us now in producing oil in the country, in Africa, actually in the world. They've overtaken us, Angola, and they've exited OPEC. So we're like a captured people. You have all these foreign countries owning thousands of oil wells in our country. So every time somebody bring it up, those who are jingoists, they say, "Oh, if you do it, then one tribe is gonna lose." It's not a matter of tribe, man. Look at the list. You don't even see Nigeria in the top 10, but not even the top 15 before this military dictators start coming in. So I'm saying it should be nationalized. Take it back. Now, I'm doing so at the risk of my life because these guys are not playing. They know that once we do that we're fine. We'll get our country back. We used to beat them before. 1 Naira was $2. I remember that. I remember carrying 7,000 Naira in my pocket, travel, go through Frankfurt. And when I went to change it, they gave me a lot of money. That's just my pocket money coming in. So why are we then fighting anything else but that? If an Igbo man is erecting a hotel in front of a beach, you are super patriot. But you did there, somebody come carry your whole resources. You be like Mumu. Top 15, no Nigerian. Not one oil well, not two oil well, but thousands of oil well with one foreign company. Why not? They're heartless. Generation after generation. At least take some and then get the hell out. They don't want to do that. Instead, if we talk, it'd be like Congo, they begin to kill us. As I talk now, they're gonna say, okay, this guy, if his voice can't reach somehow, you go do this. They want come after me, but thank God I'm strapped. They will do so at their own peril. So that's why
You know how they took over your oil? It's called divide and conquer. When when they did a deal, when they took over your stuff, was when Gowon and Ojukwu decided to fight each other, and that's when they took advantage. You know, they say, okay, for me to win this war, you guys got to strike a deal, and that's how they got this the deal out of you guys. You know, so if you're gonna blame anybody for this, you have to blame Gowon and Ojukwu, especially Ojukwu. You know, because Gowon didn't want to fight that war. Ojukwu was the one that was a warmonger. So hey, you know,
okay.
that's what it is.
By the way, that if let me grant you that right now. Let me talk to you about this because you talk about that a lot. As a country, let's just say the Nigerian military of 1965, 64, 65, 66, they did something wrong. Let's just say all of them are Igbos. All of them. 100%. And they did something stupid. They did something foolish. They did something unpatriotic. They did something wrong. What does that have to do with Igbos or contemporary problems and solutions?
What it has to do with it is that hold on. The children of you asked the question now. Can I answer?
I want to make it so that you can really deal with it because
okay, go ahead, finish up. Yeah.
So what I'm saying to you, remember now, I'm stipulating to you. Okay, let's give you that 100% of Nigerian soldiers in 1964, 65, 66 did the wrong thing. Violent, kill people that they said they were prejudiced and they did the wrong thing. Could you tell me now what the nexus between that and people of today in Nigeria, Igbos, for example? Go ahead.
The fact of the matter is nobody today is holding action of somebody in 1960 something against anybody today. We are holding action of people today against them. When you just give example, the people that made decisions from your ethnic group, they are gone. But you still have their people from their children and people of this new generation of their same extraction trying to make the same mistake and doing exactly the same thing. That's what the problem is. When Ojukwu did something stupid, the landlord is in his mess, and he got now they kind of try to do the same thing, and so you have the population still support. I mean, making the same mistake, the same mentality. That's what the problem is. So it's not the past that people like me is holding against your region. It's just the fact that people of your region are still reasoning the same way. Those people that made the mistake, the landlords in this condition, were reasoning. That's what the problem is.
Okay, but let's be
Like
specific.
even you,
Hold on,
you
hold on.
say the
Hold on.
same thing, the
Okay.
same mentality Ojukwu had, the same thing you say when you open your mouth. It's like when you talk, I don't see the difference between the way Ojukwu talk. Everything Ojukwu was saying, you say exactly the same thing. Even though Ojukwu failed, hopefully, and you didn't learn anything from that.
Okay, hold on. Let's, you should be happy then that I really am bringing this to you because you use me as a typical person like that. Okay, good. So the question I'm asking you, don't discuss it in the abstract. You have to name what Ojukwu did. I thought what you said Ojukwu did, right? Ojukwu and Aguiyi and others, is that they committed a coup and they killed people of other tribes.
I didn't say that though.
No, okay.
But go ahead anyway.
Okay, no, but go ahead. Because I want it tight. Let's talk about that right now. What is your problem with the Igbos? What is it that they did before that they're doing now? What is it?
Okay, what you did before is the idea that you think you're the only one that exists when it comes to discussing issue of society or making addressing problem of society or whatever agenda we have to carry out. You think you are the only one that exists. Everything is about you only. This is what I want, and this way it must be, and everything must burn now. My way or the highway. That's my problem. That was the mentality of Ronsi. That was the mentality of Ujuku. And that's the mentality of you, Nnamdi Kanu, Ohaneze, all the people representing your ethnic group. That's the same mentality they have. The Igbo way or the highway. Everybody else can go to hell no matter what they feel about what you want. What you want is the way it must be. For example, you say you want all this territory where most of the territory also belong to you. You say you want to take it and create a country. Anybody that's against that, to hell. You must have it, your way or the highway. And people from the territory are claiming tell you that no, you didn't consult us. You know, how can you say I'm a Biafran? I'm a Niger man. Have you talked to me about I'm a Shekiri? I'm a Ogoni. You haven't start with me to say you say they must shut up. You say if you don't get that Biafra, Nigeria must be Somalia. You must have what? What are you talking about? That's just self-centered, selfish, and that's the same way Ojukwu was thinking. He just took people's territory, say it's a new country called Biafra. So that mentality they had is the same mentality you're having today. And I'm like, what have you learned? Even though at the end of the day, you suffered almost a Holocaust, and you still didn't learn from that you can't be selfish. When you share a country with the people, everything can be your way. You have to compromise. You got to discuss. You can't just be your way or the highway. That's the problem.
Okay, so that's it. Is that it? Or is there something
That's part
else?
of it.
What else? What else? I mean, what you're saying is that the problem you have with the Igbos is that they're saying is their way.
No
or
one
the
said the
highway.
problem with the Igbos. I'll say the problem with your leadership. So your leadership represents you. So of course, if we're going to address you, if it's just one entity on the street corner talking like that, no one will care now. We say, okay, that's just one.
But here's the problem.
But those that represent you, your leadership, those you all choose to follow, that's their view. That's their mentality.
Okay. All right.
So we have to say, hey, that's the
Mike,
view of the people.
Mike, you talk this nonsense all the time. All the time. I thought you have you have it in
okay, tell me the part that's nonsense. Tell me.
If I just said to you, if Ojukwu and Aguiyi or any of our past leaders, these are Nigerian soldiers, right? Because when you're talking about 64, 65, and 66, these are all Nigerian soldiers. They're not Biafran soldiers, they're Nigerian soldiers. And they had their ruckus and led to the division of the country. So I'm saying to you, even if those people did something wrong, we're not trying to judge whether they did it wrong, but I just give it all to you. So, okay, even if you come scientifically, you come and you determine that they do, what does it have to do with an Igbo man of today? Why do you have problems with Igbos? Hold on. I said, why do you have problems with Igbos? Then you say,
I said I have problem with your leadership.
With the leadership, okay, hold on now. You included
And
me.
and their followers that follow them.
I know, but wait. I'm trying to understand, because there's one thing. First of all, let me see. Do you agree that if those Nigerian soldiers in the 60s did something wrong, number one, it has nothing to do with people today in the Southeast? It has zero to do with them. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Two, do you agree that I'm not elected by anybody, by the Igbos to speak for the Igbos in any capacity? I don't speak for the Igbos, and I've never claimed to be speaking for the Igbos. Do you agree with that? Even if I say something wrong, even if I do something wrong, even if I attack you, right? Even if I sound like somebody who said something in the past that you don't agree with, you do agree today that I am not elected by anybody to sound like the way I do. You agree?
Yeah, I agree. Yes.
And you yourself is not elected to anything, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So now, the point I'm trying to make is that our leaders in the past were not infallible. They made mistakes.
So what about your leaders in the present?
Our leaders in the present make mistakes, but because of the way leadership is selected in Nigeria, it's mainly by rigging, especially in our section of the country. That's why I came out the other day and I'm supporting Yahaya Bello in one of the forums at Dr. Damages, right? And everybody's shocked and say, hey, why are you supporting Yahaya Bello?
Pastor, land your point, man. What is the point trying to make?
That's what they do. They support bad people in our...
What are you trying to tell me, man? Make your point to me.
The point I'm making to you, by you making those concessions you made tonight. Now remember, if I ask you 10 and 8, which one is greater? You say that 10 is greater than 8. And now you agree that 10 is greater than 1, 10 is greater than 2, 10 is greater than 3. Do you understand? So once you agree to something, then we have to determine mathematically what does it mean. You tonight have stipulated that those leaders and the mistakes they made in the 60s has nothing to do with present day Igbos. You tonight have agreed that I am not elected to speak for the Igbos. I'm not an Igbo leader. And I assume you also agree that the leadership of the country is brought in by rigging. That the people who purport to represent the Igbos are not really Igbo leaders. And the people who purport to represent the Yorubas are not Yoruba leaders. Well, I mean, those who are elected, we're talking about here. And then those who represent the Hausa Fulanis, they're all riggers. They rig themselves into office. They're not representing anybody. Truly, we haven't had a plebiscite that we can trust. But then we do have agitators, such as Showere, Nnamdi Kanu, Iboho, and so many others, including Ojukwu at some point. These people agitate, and due to the population, they have the right to choose to support their cause if their cause is just. It's not a plebiscite, it's not an electoral thing. It's just you make your case. If the people don't want to follow you, they won't follow you. Now I can. Yeah, now I can hear you. But so I will let others chime into it, but I am at least happy that you made this.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Who would you consider to be the leadership of the Southeast today?
We don't do things that way in the Southeast. We're Republicans.
Okay,
we have
cool.
not had a thorough election.
Wait. Okay,
Yeah.
who makes decision? Okay, who do you send to make on your behalf? To maybe let's say the Southeast have to make. Okay, for example, let's say you have to discuss Biafra today or whatever you want, the agenda. All of you can't go there now. All 40 million of you can't go there. You have to send either an individual or a socio-cultural group or whoever, right? Group of individuals there, right, to represent you. So today, who would you say? Who do you consider that will speak, or is really the voice?
I would say, based on that last election, right? The way I saw that, I
Just give
believe
me
that
name. Just give me name.
Peter Obi would be
Peter
one of
Obi.
the people that, due to the way what he won, the way he won that section of the country. I believe that he could speak for that section of the country.
Okay, before the election, who?
Before that election, I really can't tell you. I would say me.
Okay, so now you are the leadership. Okay, identify.
I would say me. I would represent myself.
Now I'm trying to identify. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But why isn't Peter be good enough for your question? I'm saying that based on the election, he would be somebody who the people went out there and voted for. He won like 93%.
Let's keep it simple, man. Since you just want to complicate things.
Okay. No, go ahead.
Okay. When we look at your region, we look at who the people are following. That's how we determine who the leaders are.
Yes.
And if you ask me, the people that I see that the people follow,
yes,
it's two entities. Before Obi came, now I see people following Obi. But before Obi, the people I saw that the people were following, one was Ohaneze, two, Nnamdi Kanu.
Okay, in your region, who would those be? In your region, who would be the equal people for that?
The equal people in my region will be the kings.
Okay.
The Obas.
Okay, good. Give me one.
What do you mean? One Oba?
The whole Yoruba will follow. That the whole Yoruba will follow.
We'll follow on each. We have kings. And
no, but there has to be. You have to give me one now. One that the whole Yorubas will follow.
Okay, the Oni of Ife.
Oni, are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Remy, is Remy here? Remy. He wouldn't answer if he's here. But anyway, I don't agree with you that there's one Oba that the Yorubas will follow. I mean, you may say.
Well, anyway, let's move on. Please, you guys, move on. I can't get nowhere with you with this, man. Just forget it.
No, but it's okay. Ekene could come in and then you come back again when you have better
I'll
thought.
leave you guys. I'll leave you guys alone, man. You guys continue. I'm doing something.
No, but
anyway.
I want you to change and to respect the Southeast.
Bros,
you just agree that they have nothing to do. They have nothing to do.
Let me tell you about my position.
Yeah.
I respect individuals, right? Individuals from a society. But if I have to, there are times where you have to just put a blanket judgment on a society, and you have to do that based on who the leaders are and who the masses of the people are following. So when I look at it, the reason why I lost respect with the Southeast is because I saw the people that think the people tend to be following to be the leader, and they tend to be a pathetic set of people. Someone like IPOP and Ohaneze. When I see Ohaneze coming on TV, just saying pathetic, tribal rubbish, I mean, ridiculous kind of things. And I'm like, these are leaders?
But your king, right?
So
hold on. Your king, if your king
land.
is talking rubbish, which they all do, right? Your king is, he's not elected and he's talking rubbish. Should I take it out on you? Right? You have a king
you can do that. You can, if I
unelected and is backwards, doesn't know how to use a computer, for example. Right? And we just accommodate you. No, but what I'm saying, you have to say something that makes sense. It's not insulting the people that makes sense. It doesn't make sense.
If we have a king, right, in one particular area, and the king is who I'm following, right? And my view. Hold on. And my view align with that king. You have a right to take whatever frustration you have against that king at me. You understand? Now, here's the deal. When I say individual, now, when I go at it with an Igbo person, right? Like, for example, the way I'll talk to you is different from the way I'll talk to Ekene. The way I'll talk to...
but yesterday, you had to apologize now. You apologized to Ekene now. What do you mean?
Calm down. Why is that? Because when I listen to you talk, I see that your view align completely with Nnamdi Kanu, and you follow him. So I'm like, okay, this is a Nnamdi Kanu follower. Remember, I mentioned to you, I see people as individual. So I have to talk to you the way I talk to Namdekano, the way I would want to talk to
Okay,
Namdekano.
Mike,
But
let me say something. I know. Wait, now make I say something. Hold
I
on.
have to put you. You have to allow me to land, man. You be talking all day. Calm down. Allow me to land. So now, when Ekene talks, his view doesn't align with Namdekano's view. So I can't talk to
If you
Ekene
do that
the way-
again, then I'm gonna abandon you with this stupid
Yeah, you
channel.
can leave now.
Don't do that again.
Because you are an headache. Just let me land my voice. Let me
Then
land my point.
let me talk. Let me talk.
Dude.
You say something. Let me talk.
Okay. So when Ekene talk, Ekene align with more with Obi. He doesn't align with Namdekano. Ekene doesn't come here and say he wants to go to war with Yoruba people. He wants Yorubas as this or this and that. Fulanis are this. So I'm like, oh, Ekene is not the Igbo man I follow that align with. That's a follower of Namdekano. So I can't take my position against Namdekano of Namdekano against Ekene. That won't be fair. But you speak just like him. You align with him. So my disagree with that part of the Igbo society, I'll take it out on you. So that's how it is. So I don't judge it. I don't talk. That's what I told you. I respect individuals, but sometimes a group, sometimes you just feel like, come, you know. So that's just what I'm trying to say. But anyway,
Well, let me tell you something before you go. Hold on. This will take a minute. Number one.
Let me end the show, man. I'm done.
Hold on. Yesterday,
People
you
left.
were here insulting